Alright, so we're going to load up our game. We're going to be playing some more Medieval Dynasty. This is the third stream we'll be doing on this playthrough. I am not new to this game. We have done the multiplayer map all the way through, like, the stuff that they've had there to, like, late game. I believe this is the first time I've done on-stream this one. I've been second-guessing that, being like, wait, did I actually do this one on the map? But we're doing the single-player map, so are people like, oh, can I play with you? Sorry, literally you can't. Medieval Dynasty has a single-player map and a multiplayer map, and I'm on the single-player. Because the single-player has a lot more story and stuff going on. Right, so where we left off, we are... Wife is of child in-game. So we are working on having an heir. We are working on getting the stuff for, what's his face? I don't remember. The person, some or whatever. We need the recurve bow. Okay. So before it gets too late, let's drop off this quest over here. But we're gonna end up probably putting a lot of focus on just building buildings on this stream. Because I did remember since the last time we played, I was saying I don't remember what the Dynasty, you know, what that limits. I'm pretty sure that limits your maximum population. So if I remember correctly on how the limits work, you have your chapters up here on the top, like your main story objectives. Those limit how many buildings you can have. And then your Dynasty rating limits how many people you can put in those buildings. So you kind of need to get both. And one of the complaints that some people have had about this game, which is a very valid complaint, is there's not really too many great ways to grind up your Dynasty rank. You get some of them from doing your big quests, like nice little lumps of them. But otherwise, once you hit a certain point, getting more is just doing these side missions like I'm doing right now. There's not another way unless they've changed something. And they can be a little bit laborious and time consuming for the reward. But I think that's a deliberate thing, because once you start getting to end game, you know, all these games will run to a point where you get to a certain number of buildings, population, whatever the limiting factor is, before the game starts not running great. So I'm going to try doing real fast. I'm going to try running down here. We'll see if we can't get Alwyn's nonsense sorted. But we want to put a decent amount of focus on the actual town. You know, building the houses, building all that stuff. We'll want to expand the number of people we have in the town and just kind of work on that. So get like 2-3 houses built, go on a spree of bringing new people in. But the goal will be ultimately trying to get it to the point that we have the people to keep all these things going. Speaking of which, I see that we are running out of firewood, and now we're not. So we're on that fence where I'm about out of firewood going into the winter, which is something that's going to get me in trouble because I have deliberately not been upgrading our houses. With the house upgrades, you can put, like, daub on the walls and all that. And it's a good thing to do, but I kind of don't want to do it until I'm working on, like, the big houses, the last houses we're going to give our people. And we're just not there yet. Alright, I've got what you asked for. Cool. That should be enough. Here's your reward. Honest pay for honest work. They gave me $100, and it gave me an iron axe, which is honestly pretty good.
How is life treating you?
Can you show me your wares? Actually, can I help you with something? I might need help. What is it? I'm about to go hunting, but it lacks some equipment. Can you get it for me? Sure, this won't take too long. Alright, so she wants equipment. And you would like a regular old bow.
How can I help you?
Do you not sell bows? I feel like I'm being trolled here. Ah, Arwen, why? I have to get a Oh, I forgot I have the wine to sell. I have to get a recurve bow for Arwen for his quest, and it's just really expensive. So you do 25 and 35 piercing damage. What does a longbow do? 40 piercing damage. Okay, so the wooden bolts and all that is just not as good as my actual bow, so I'm going to get rid of that. We looted that anyways. Buy the recurve bow to sell? Wait, buy the recurve bow to sell the recurve bow? Would I not just lose money? Oh, so for the quest? Well, she wants... Yes, that's the plan. The big thing that I was unhappy about is the cost of it. So there's the recurve bow for Arwen. And then here's the bow for her.
See you around.
You got anything you need? I think I have. Have a look. That should do. Alright. So I technically lost a little bit of money by doing it that way. Because I bought the crap bow for like 200 and then sold it back to her for like 100 something. But it did get the quest done. So I got the Dynasty ranking, which is useful. I also need to eat something, which is useful. Oh, I have wine there. I still have more wine there. Let me go and deal with that before we go too far. Let me make sure we sell what all the wine and crap. I don't remember where we got that. But yeah, so it can be worth it to sometimes eat a loss doing that kind of stuff.
A newcomer.
Just because... Let me go ahead and sell those furs. I know I'll want those later, but right now I just don't feel like dealing with them. Okay.
Have a good day.
But yeah, it can definitely be a thing that, just getting those Dynasty points can be a big thing for when you're trying to grow the place. Now, one of the problems I am running into is because I keep getting these quests, and I keep running them down. That's good for a lot of different, like, story progression kind of nonsense going on in the game. It is a little bit of a pain just because, you know, all this time I am physically running between locations. Is time I could be working on my village that's just kind of getting eaten up. But some of those quests will give me like 2,000 or 1,000 or 500 Dynasty rank all at once. Whereas those little quests will be like 20 and 50 and little bits here and there. And then when they're done, they're done. So like with Alwyn here. Okay, so we got Boar over there. Yeah, if we cut across to this road, it's clean sailing. Versus like once I get Alwyn's thing done and it gives me all that Dynasty, you know, that's gonna be multiple people. Because if I remember correctly with the way it works, I don't think it's prescriptive in the sense that if I go here to management, I don't think it tells you how much more Dynasty reputation you need to get another person. But I want to say it escalates where it's like your first person only requires, you know, 100 more Dynasty. Your second person requires like 200 more Dynasty. And I know it caps out, but it caps out at something like 3,000 or 2,500 or something like per person to get more people in your place. So needless to say, it's heckin' expensive. But that's kind of like late game problems. I also like not having a bunch of objectives listed here. Okay, so people are running low on firewood. Yeah, so turn this thing into Alwyn. That might finish Alwyn's story. If not finished, then I'll be probably talk to What's-Her-Face again, and then I'll be finished. Okay, so that's the... Yeah, honestly, if I get past the warthogs here... If we get past these warthogs real fast. I think there's some Wizened over here. Yeah, it's fine. But if we get past this, it'll be pretty clean sailing towards the town. And I really do need to put some more time in. While we're in the neighborhood, let's get this firewood situation sorted out. Alright. That's how you die. Just drop a tree on yourself.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for subscribing for 20 months. Thanks to @Lizzy55 for my sub gift. I found a button, can I poke it?
Thank you Darth Strider for the tier 1 sub. That's 20 Munchy Bits sub to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Continuing that sub that Liz dropped for
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for subscribing for 20 months. Thanks to @Lizzy55 for my sub gift. I found a button, can I poke it?
But yeah, continuing that sub that Liz gifted them. Thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, and I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes and your brand new ability to rewind. As the latest addition to the Twitch Turbo slash, you know, Twitch Turbo slash subbed benefits that Twitch has. Alright, so everyone is running out of wood. That's great, because we're right about to enter winter. The good news with this kind of thing is usually, if you just grab the stuff and do like a round of just cutting up a bunch of firewood at once, it'll last you a while. You can practically keep not a huge village, but a decent sized village. You can individually and personally kind of, effectively bankroll the firewood and the food and all that yourself, between hunting and everything. It's just you'll spend all of your time just maintaining things. Whereas, you know, it's much easier to get them to do a lot of the work to keep things sorted. One of the other things you need to do is get the animal places sorted out. Alright, so firewood. Gonna go ahead and make as much as we can. Wait, you don't do seasonal production things? Yes, I'm not sure what you're talking about with that. Like, you've got your farm where you have, like, certain crops need to be planted at certain seasons. You can also go into your roster and be like, okay, this season spend more time in that season spend more time in this. You can do that as well. For stuff like the firewood, I haven't seen much value in trying to, like, differentiate it, just let it work through the whole year. You know, producing a bit of everything. But there's definitely some stuff like the foraging, the herbalist or whatever it is. That's definitely one of those ones where you spend part of the year collecting all the herbs to then turn around for the last segment of the year, winter, just spend all of your time making potions, because during the winter there's nothing to forage. Okay. And one thing we're going to want to do is I'm going to want a second tree extracting person. Like, sorry, a second building for that. Yeah, so see with that, we now have 72 firewood. Sarah was slowly falling behind, we just kind of ran in and gave it a quick bump. Now, I guess this basic hat... Oh, I got another basic hat? Huh. Alright, we can sell those 2 basic hats. They'll help offset the money we've lost. Oh, I could grab... Let's check our tools again. Because I was given an axe. Do I have another axe? No, so hold on to that. We're right about to break our current iron axe. All that. You'd rather have the firewood start in the fall to ramp up in the winter? Well, you still need firewood year-round. With this game, you do need firewood year-round. You need more in the winter, but you never don't need it. So you can't get away with just not having it. I generally just like leave it at a certain amount. If I end up with not enough, I could either ramp up the firewood when we get there. But it'll let you get a little bit put in the reserve during the rest of the year. That way you can have the rest. Because like I said, it doesn't, as far as I'm aware, there isn't some benefit where if I'm cutting wood during the summer, like I get some kind of benefit there, or during the winter I get some kind of benefit there. You just need to make sure you have firewood coming in. So getting a surplus during part of the year doesn't bother me. If I start getting just way too much, then I can deal with that. I feel like we're gonna run to the wolves, aren't we? I need to go over this way more. Okay. Yeah, that's all decisions you can make. It is one of those things that, like, over time you'll end up tweaking it. As I mentioned, I'm getting to that point where I probably need a second person. Because especially once I go to start building the nicer houses, I'm gonna need a giant heap of planks. Which is going to mean I'm going to need someone who is getting a lot more wood for me. There is a certain amount of argument to be made for the game of just queuing them up to go really, really hard on getting the logs. And then when, you know, they get enough of them, just cutting the planks yourself. Or cutting the firewood yourself, because it doesn't take that long. But I usually try and just balance it out because I just don't want to deal with it. I'll just go in and kind of band-aid fix things when something falls behind. Alright. So this will be Alwyn's thing turned in. Then we can turn around and come back. Because then, like I said, we're probably going to put a bit of a focus on just building. Because I don't think we're anywhere near our number of building cap or that. You'll just do it for the sake of your mail. Say, yeah, no, do what you're going to want to do. Like, it doesn't hurt anything. Just for me personally, with like the juggling between seasons, that would be juggling multiple seasons worth of stuff. Alright. Here you are, a recurve bow worthy of a good hunter. Although smaller and easier to carry around than a longbow, it has comparable power, if not even stronger. It is a proper tool to hunt a wizen. That's very generous of you. However, I still don't know how to track down a wizen. No, but you'll learn that soon from your journeys. But I need to know that to impress Gazella, if she is to guide me. You may be right this time. First things first, I will help you one last time. There is a wizen lurking around the woods north of Barrow. It must be its feeding grounds there. Try to learn every detail by heart when tracking it. Thanks so much. But do you really think I could do this? Alwyn, the only way you're going to find out is taking a leap of faith and trying it. I know you can. Your future depends on it. You're right, I could do it. I will do it. Today. I've held myself back long enough. I'll not forget all the favors you have done for me. From now on, I'm relying only on myself. I'll hear about Alwyn, the hunter, one day, no doubt. Take care of yourself. I will. Farewell, and here. Take these. I won't need them anymore. Take care, Alwyn. Okay, so he's giving me his height, his hoe and his scythe. Yeah, he's so dead. Yep, just sent him on his way. And now you'll notice Alwyn is done. No more stuff showing down here for Alwyn. Okay. So, with that, let's get back to our town. We got some good tools out of that. I didn't get my 900 bucks back, though, so, you know, screw you, Alwyn. But yeah, so we got a bunch of reputation. I think it was like 500 more rep we got out of that. And all that good stuff. So, let's get back home. Get to actually tending our place. And how close am I to being able to get the bigger houses? Yeah, so we got the big houses down here. So we're at about 1,200 building technology and need about 1,500, so not as close as I'd like. I guess you can romance the sad girlfriend then? The sad girlfriend? What? I don't understand. You can have an heir. I believe with this game, once you have like a child that is growing up, I don't know if you can have a second one. Like I don't know if you can have multiple children simultaneously. Oh, he's not trying to impress her for affections or whatever. He's trying to impress her so that she will take him to teach him hunting. And also she's married. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she has a kid and everything. There's low-key a lot of different people in the game that they do give you the romance option on just about everyone. But if you do it, they'll just be like, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm married or whatever. They'll just shut it down. Which to me is a weird thing that they even give you the option if you can't actually do it. But whatever. It may just be the way the game's coded. Alright. Take a little sippy sip. We can work our way around here. And we're gonna have to start building. I'm gonna focus on building the... like, all the stuff that isn't the houses themselves. Because I want to hopefully unlock the bigger houses before I build more houses. Obviously, if I get to the point where it's really just down to building houses, we do what we gotta do. But then the idea is I will add a new really nice house, tear down a crappy house, that kind of thing. Alright, so I believe... and insulation, repair, move. Trying to remember... Alright. I believe we got the tier 2 storage building. Yes. I thought you could upgrade them in place. And I do not, for the life of me, remember. And I know the storage building is especially a pain in the butt with that. Just because once you start working on it, you've got that problem. Because I can remove insulation, I can destroy, I can build, I can move, I can repair, I can add insulation. So what I could probably do here is a low-key cheeky trick. Is I could probably go over here, build the tier 2 one wherever I could shove it. And then after the tier 2 one's built, tear down... oh, I could just place it... alright, that's how you do it. So just place it on top of itself. So, the good news, I can still access this for right now. But you're going to notice I'm going to need a lot of things. Alright, so let's go over here. I'm going to have to chop down half a forest. Let's get it done. We are starting to see the first of our trees growing back. Granted, I've yoinked a bunch of stumps. So this is going to be a thing that, realistically, I'm going to end up having to, plant a bunch of these saplings. But I'm okay with that. Alright. Okay. Just broke the first of those 2 axes. Alright, so let's go and drop you off. The next thing I should do is double check to make sure all my buildings are running, because it's very easy that we could have broken a bunch of our tools. We've got these iron tools that Alwyn gave us. More than likely we're going to want to get those sorted as well. Okay. Alright, so I already know I've got some wood tools here. So I still have the simple bags. That's good. We can go... Oh, I meant to sell those hats. It's fine. There's the iron scythe. There's the iron hoe. I do have a bronze axe in here as well. With that, let's go pop over here real quick.
But I don't want it to be one.
You've got another iron axe. You can drop the bronze axe in there. Drop some of the spare junk in here. Right, so I've got that bow. That's a spare. So right now I'm going to chuck that in there so it's not taking up inventory. We got feathers. Let's take the 2 basic hats and drop them in here for now so I'm not lugging them around. Some maple seedling, spruce seedling, branches. Okay. Yeah, so that's the thing. So I don't have many maple seedlings. And that's kind of what things I'd like to work on as well. Is if we can get a bunch of those maple seedlings, like start getting ourselves kind of a tree farm. Hey Zelso, how's it going? Thank you for the 3-stream streak, I really do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot that you keep coming back. Because if we can get ourselves a proper tree farm going up here, instead of getting all the birch trees, which don't really give you that much wood, we can go for the maples, which do. And I'm pretty sure all the tree types in the game have, like, the same grow time. I think it's all 2 years. The catch is I don't want to plant those seedlings and put them someplace I'm just going to immediately want to go in and then remove them from again because the town will expand and go into that space. But I also don't want to put them way too far away where then, you know, I'm hiking half across the map just to get it. So you can probably grab one more tree. Yeah, we can start working on that. Maybe what I'll do, well, I could see putting them on the other side of the farm. Because I don't think realistically I'll be expanding too much that way. It's close enough that as they come in, they won't be too far out of the way to be annoying. But it's also not as close I necessarily would want them. So I think that might be what I go with. Okay. Let's grab that and do that real fast. Okay. So drop off the feathers again. Drop off the sticks. Drop off the spruce. Okay, so let's grab our 2 maple seedlings. I actually don't know how you plant these. Can be obtained from vendors, sometimes by cutting trees. Furniture and decorations, nature, maple trees. Okay. I need a light of some kind. I'm pretty sure I don't have what I need on my person for a torch. Alright, let's go deal with that, because running around in the dark isn't going to do me any good. Alright. Then go down here. Actually, go over here. Alright, so my concern is right now we don't have access to all of our storage. Then I'm gonna have to like run back and forth doing some stuff, so let's grab some straw. Make 2 torches real fast. And toss the rest of this junk back in here. I've also just realized, is our compost box full? We want to make sure that thing's full so we're always getting the full amount. It is not full. Here's more I can chuck in there. I get a bunch of mushrooms I can chuck in there, that'll work. Like a whole lot of mushrooms I can chuck in there, it'll work. Okay. Alright, so I still have more room in there. Okay. So, we got options. I've got a lot of this meat. Some of it's probably getting dodgy. Let's try grabbing that full stack and see what we can do. There. Because a lot of that meat isn't going to last. Cool. And that was just important for the purposes of, I am going to be wanting as much fertilizer to keep crops growing all year round. I actually need way more fertilizer than we've got queued up there. But that's probably not going to happen until we get the pigs. As I recall, it's once you get pigs going, fertilizer just kind of sorts itself at that stage. Alright. Just gonna do what we can to get this storage building built. Alright. And I carry it all. Yep. Oh, wait, nope. Yep. Barely. Alright, so let's run. I'll probably get this last round here, and then the season's gonna end. But then we still have to get the planks on the ceiling. That's gonna be a pain, because it means I need the logs and then to process the logs into planks. But that's gonna be one of our big blockers when it comes to getting all our stuff made into the better stuff, is you end up needing a really obnoxious amount of stones and planks. And part of that's gonna be me walking around with a pickaxe, just hitting a bunch of stone areas. Get what I need there. Of course. Yeah, so you have a bunch more logs and all that to deal with. I honestly feel like I should probably start grabbing a bunch of these stacks of the spruce seedlings and all that, and birch seedlings, and just start selling those. They're not a ton of money, but they're like 20 something each. And that'll add up pretty quick. It's just they're a bit heavy, so it can be one of those things that anytime I go to run to town to do something, just grab a stack, or like however much I could fit in my inventory without going overburdened, and bring it with me. Okay. Another thing I should be considering doing is unlocking some of the cooking recipes for the kitchen. Because now we're getting some crops up. I can take like just the raw onions and all that kind of stuff and just sell them as is, and that's not terrible money. But if I take those and I turn around and I turn like the onions into soup or whatever, and then I sell the soup will make way more money. Alright, and this will be the last one we're going to be able to get here before I need to run back to drop off again. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to need to move a lot of these tree stumps out of here. Making room for the fancier houses. Then there'll be a whole lot of collecting stone and doing all that nonsense. And let's try and get one log into each of these. Because then it's just planks at that stage. Okay, so everything we got left, we could turn to planks to keep that working. I actually meant to do multiple goes of it. Alright. And I think, is it just one plank? Oh no, it's 2 planks per log. That's not super terrible. But it is just more I have to make. Okay, season's over. So first thing I need to do is change change things. Okay, so I got another couple got married, and we do have a couple who is now expecting. The unfortunate reality with how this game works is once you have someone have a kid, they basically stop working entirely until that kid gets pretty far into growing up. It is pretty rough. So that's going to be a whole thing now where somewhere I'm going to have someone who is, we're going to have a job open that we'll want to get someone to fill in for. Oh, wait, the wife wants something? What do you want?
My love, you're here.
How's my beautiful wife doing? I'm tired. He's been kicking my belly all day. It's like he wants to pierce through. Impatient little brat. Wait, did you just say he? Huh. I did indeed. Soothsayer has passed through the village last evening, laid one hand on your forehead and the other on your belly. Spout said, "Your boy will do great things with love." Is it true? Can he be believed? I overheard the women talking about him. He's never wrong. That's amazing. Okay, I know you wanted a son. Which father doesn't? But curb your enthusiasm a bit before. I think you wouldn't be happy with the girl. Oh, you know I would. Let's say I would love a bunny if it came out of you. Right. Stop talking already. And go celebrate. You're the one and only. So. Okay. So I need to run around. Apparently got a bunch of people here who have stuff for me.
Hello.
Can I help you with something? I might need your help. What is it? I'm about to go hunting, but I lack the equipment. Will you get it for me? Sure, it won't take long. Don't you do it. Don't you do it.
Hello there.
Can I help you with something? I could use your help. I wanted to renovate my house, but I don't have a building hammer on me. Could you bring me one? Sure thing.
How are you?
Okay.
So
Farewell. So let's see here. So I need a log for that. And let's start looking at our journal. Alright, so that's apparently a main quest to go get a drink. Which worries me. Oh, you just want a stone knife? Thanks, man. When you're like, get me equipment, it's like, come on. Alright, so stone knife is no problem. We just pick up a couple of rocks. So boom, stone knife. I can drop this off real fast. I think I have it. Have a look. Thanks, what'd you do? Thanks, good hunting. Yeah, so that gave me some furs and some cash. It doesn't look like it gave me Dynasty reputation, which is a little bit of a bummer, but also pretty understandable. Okay, so I can carry the whole stack now. Alright, so we need to make our fertilizer, keep things moving. And then we're gonna have to figure out the lady who is now having a kid. I can't remember if she stops working immediately or if it's when she gets pretty close to having the kid. But at some point in the game, they'll make it so that person cannot work on other tasks. They basically go to becoming like a full-time mom. And then I have to figure out, you know, getting someone to substitute in for whatever it was they were doing. Yeah, so yes, we'll effectively need to get someone to take over their job. It's one of those things that gets really, really rough in the game, and like the mid-game is because you end up having all these couples. You end up having a thing where a lot of people end up having kids around the same time. And so it's like suddenly half your village isn't allowed to work anymore. And it could be a really, really rough time. At the same time, it is a way to grow your thing, because where I mentioned earlier there's like a cap on how many people you can have and all that with a bunch of stuff. I believe, if I remember correctly, a lot of those caps do not apply when it comes to selling our stuff. Let's grab this stack of the meat that's not going to be good much longer. I'm going to cook that up for myself.
I bow to no one. The boss and the king.
Get told to be 30 and we'll just go with it. Alright. So go ahead and make ourselves some food for me running around. But I also need to keep an eye on... You see on that up left corner, it's got the picture of the anvil. And that's basically letting me know I've got 9 things that I've got queued up to make that aren't happening. And it could happen because I don't have the tools available for my people. It could happen because I don't have, like, leather or sticks or stones, whatever resources they need. That can all be different stuff. It is one of those things you're going to kind of always have some of that stuff going on. Unless you, like, really, really hone your stuff down to get mostly just the earlier stuff overproducing. But, it is the thing to check in, because sometimes you'll be like, oh, things are going great, why am I suddenly out of food? And then realize, like, 2 seasons ago you ran out of bags for your people to put down stuff. Don't you want to change herbalism? Oh, you can queue it up in advance, Pulverizer. You don't have to manually change it every season. You can actually go and there'll be a schedule, be like, spring, get this, fall, get that, summer, get this, winter, do that. The big problem I have right now is I don't have any of the potion recipes unlocked. I haven't spent the money on that. Nor have I been collecting the ingredients to make the potions. So we don't really have something for the herbalist to do right now, unfortunately. I didn't prep enough in advance. Okay. So let's see here. The inventory, making sure we got, yeah, so we got the food out of this one. Top that little bit off. Get these planks put up here. Drop the feathers off, drop the fur off. Drop the spruce, sticks, stones, and all that. Okay, now before we go anywhere, I want to get that building done. Meanwhile, if we look at our journal for the next objective, house renovation, you just want a wood hammer. That's easy. When we cut down our next tree, we'll have what we need for that. The stumps don't give you logs, right? The stumps will give me a log when I dig them up. The thing to be aware of in this game is when you dig up a stump, the tree will never grow back in that spot. That is permanently removing the tree. Now, they did add a thing where you can plant saplings to kind of give yourself those spots back, but that's a fairly new thing. So generally speaking, you really kind of only want to remove the stumps in an area that you're going, hey, I don't actually want trees here. So like as your village starts to grow and it really just kind of needs space, you dig up the stumps to give the area availability, because if you leave the stumps there, it just won't let you build. Alright. But as you can see, once you start getting to the point of building in earnest, you blast through these things real fast. Alright, so let's get that hammer made. Then I can turn in that objective. Then apparently we need to go to town with wine, or to get wine to celebrate. Alright. But yeah, as you can see, over time you end up getting farther and farther away trying to deal with all that. It'd also be good to get the orchard handled. Because I planted a couple of trees there that we got a hold of. Realistically, if I'm going to make that orchard worthwhile, I'm going to have to go and, I'm going to have to go in and buy a bunch of seeds to plant. And that ends up being very expensive. But it's one of those things that once you plant them, you got a lot of stuff coming in for a good long time.
Mind if the king resigned from the throne? Or if somebody helped him to resign?
Here you go. Thank you so much. Let me show you a few tricks to better build stuff. Okay, so I actually did get Dynasty reputation for that. So doing these little objectives around town will slowly improve that. But yeah, like I said, having kids be born in your town
build a settlement like this one.
is one of the ways to, you know, like, increase the population, because they don't require medieval, like, they don't require the dynasty thing. Like, technically, you could go, get married, have that one person, and just have kids, and have that kid grow up to increase the population by one, and keep repeating. I don't know how it works so far as, like, bringing new people in. I don't think it tracks, like, who is related to who or anything, like, or addresses that at all. Could be wrong. But regardless, you could try and grow it that way. Realistically, though, you're going to build a house, run down to town, and be like, hey, you two, come over here. Alright, this should be enough planks for us to finish the roof. And then with that, we'll have the bigger storage building there. And then we'll assess to work on the next thing. So one of those could be running to town, grab a bunch of the saplings, and maybe bring the saplings over to sell, and then buy some stuff for planting the orchard some more. Alright. So definitely the next in-game year, we want to get our animals up and running. I'm gonna realistically need that. Because the way I've been handling the compost, it's fine for doing it manually right now, but in the long run won't keep up. But when you get the pigs make lots and lots of manure. And you can then use that manure to make fertilizer as well. And that's kind of how you continue to scale your farming up. Cool, so we got our tier 2 storage building done. 20 spare planks. There's the sticks. Okay, so what would be the next thing we would build? So extraction, nothing new to add here. I can build a second woodshed. I don't think we build that right now. We've already got one of each of those going. The farming, I've got one of everything there going that we can build. The crafting, we don't have the tailor. That's right. We didn't get the tailor built. Right, and there's the little road there, so I'm not allowed to build on that spot. That's fine, we can build it over here. Okay, so I need to get more logs. And then once we get the tailor built, I think from that stage we will run to town to do the turn-in. I'm gonna grab a bunch of the birch saplings because I don't want birch trees, period. And go from there. They just don't give nearly as much wood for the effort. The spruce are pretty good. And then you do get the spruce bark. I don't actually remember what you use the spruce bark for. But needless to say, I'm getting a lot of it. I have a log I left here at some point. Okay. Okay. Keep getting all this stuff built. But yeah, so as you can see, you kind of just keep growing the town. The big thing I need to be doing is building housing. And I'm just putting that off because I'm going to go and get the big houses. And I'm going to make them only out of the good materials. Because that'll really cut down on my cost of firewood. And it'll also give my people much higher morale and all that kind of stuff. So to me, it's worth it to save up for that if we can. And then that'll be a whole thing about making pickaxes, going up to the mountain, grabbing a ridiculous number of stones, coming back down the mountain, building a segment, repeating that process. Alright. And then hopefully this year we'll get some flax. That's another thing we can potentially do, is once we get all this stuff done, one of the things we'll build is let's build like another compost bin or two. To give me more sources for making fertilizer, to make sure I get the entire field planted each season. Alright. Okay. Alright, so we got the sewing hut made.
Is to not stand under the tree when it falls.
Yeah, so okay, so we're really close because I need 1,500 to build the big houses, and we're at 1,482.6. So honestly, building one more thing will probably do it. In the meantime, let's drop off what we've got here. And like I said, do that run to town real fast. Because like I said, I'm going to try to get rid of the saplings that I don't really need. And then we can go and see about trying to maybe get some other goodies. So the birch saplings, how far can we go before it's a headache? I take the whole stack. Is there stuff? Oh yeah, and the basic hats. We want to sell those. For stuff that's got value. Probably sell those potions, because I don't use them hardly ever, and I probably should, but I don't. Gonna keep the leather. I have 165 leather. Alright, potions of strength and sobriety and all that. We got a bunch of wheat and cabbage seed and onion seed and all sorts of stuff. It's interesting that you're in here and not in the other section. Got a little bit of limestone. Alright, so let's drop off those seeds over on the farming section. We gotta get, well, so I don't believe we got the knowledge from that. The knowledge we're getting from building stuff. So it's those buildings we've been making. So let's drop all these seeds off here. To make sure you keep that going. Alright, so we're way overburdened. So let's take a quick look at our management stuff and see what it says. Okay. So, the water carrier is the one. Okay, that's pretty bad. So, the water carrier is the one who is going to have a kid. They're still working on it now, but once their pregnancy gets far enough, they won't be working on it anymore. Meanwhile, so for production, I don't have anyone working in the kitchen. I don't have stuff assigned there. The smithy doesn't have resources. That's not unexpected. That's fine. The farming. So the barn has no resources to do the things it needs to do. The farm lacks fertilizer to do what it needs to do. That's all fine. So the sewing hut for right now, we can edit the assignments. Yeah, so I could have them make simple bags. Which takes leather. I don't think I want to have them do that right now. The linen thread is going to be a whole big thing. Let's actually unlock the linen thread. Because that linen thread is one of those ones I genuinely do want. Okay, so linen thread. We'll buy that. It's a relatively cheap schematic. Before I think it's too exciting, I'm going to go management. Buildings. Sewing. And for right now, I'm just going to tell you that you make linen thread. At maximum priority. No one's working this building yet, but this will be one of those things that as we get flax, we would use that to make fabric and thread and do all that kind of stuff. The workshop we don't need to worry about. The pigsty and all that we don't have much to worry about. The pigsty would be producing manure. The hen house. I don't really need the feathers. Well, actually, you don't really need them to make the feathers at all for right now. So let's sit there and say when we get hens, eggs go maximum priority. So good news, it doesn't look like I have anything urgent here that needs to be addressed. We will eventually need to get the water carrier sorted out. She's fine for now, but when she has to stop working because babby reasons, we will need to deal with that. Okay, we've unlocked the hunting lodge level 2. So that'll be really good. That means when we get back from this errand, I can just build that, and that should be more enough to get the better houses. So I was gonna go ahead, since we get all that sorted. Can I grab any more of these spruce seedlings? And grab 2. Because we're going to go maximum load. It's going to be an obnoxious little run. I'm going to eat the cheese before it rots, because that would be a tragedy. Oh, apparently that cheese was really dodgy. Spruce saplings for planting now. We'll be fine. But apparently we let that cheese get a little bit too fermented, if you catch my drift. It was moving away from being cheese and moving into being other things. Alright, so let's get over this mound, turn in all this the spruce and all that. Because like I said, they're not hugely valuable, but I'm getting an abundance of them, more than I need. And they are worth 20 or 30 each. So dropping a stack of 30 of them isn't a bad amount of money. Okay, so good news, it looks like our poisoning ourselves mildly gets better really fast. Alright. Oh, I should drink the water before we go anywhere. I'm looking down at our thirsty going, oh, you're getting real thirsty, aren't you? Okay, so the good news also seems like our stamina's not burning that fast. There we go. Alright. We're gonna make our way to town. And I'm kind of hoping we don't get a bunch of side quests I gotta deal with here. I would actually be okay with mostly focusing on the quests in our town until we start running into risks of like hitting the population cap until we get more Dynasty rating. Okay, so it's gonna take us a minute to get up here. That's fine, but yeah, so the idea is I should be able to come up here with the with a pickaxe so it's time to build stone buildings. And it'll be a bit more of a hike, but I could go up here, smack a bunch of rocks to get my pickaxe, like get a whole bunch of stone, drag it down. There'll also be limestone that I'll need to insulate the buildings and all that. That'll be a very laborious thing. But the plan is basically to build a really nice house, and before we bring in new citizens, take the people in one of the crappy houses, move them into the nice house, tear down the crappy house, put down our nice house, slowly rotate through till everyone's into nice houses, then start expanding the number of nice houses we have. You get the idea. There'll be an effort there. Because right now, most of my houses are literally the worst houses available in the game. And I think I might have 2 houses that are the second tier out of the 3 tiers. But there's still Wattle, which is the crappiest for insulation. Okay, are you bandits or an abandoned camp? You look like you might be an abandoned camp. Alright, so this gives me an awkward thing. So that's worth a decent amount of money. More than this is. So let's grab their stuff first, and I'll grab whatever birch seeds we can fit in after all that. And a bronze axe. We're going to completely ignore the firewood. We got a bunch of meat and all that. Alright, so let's grab as much firewood as I can take now. Let's skip plain. Okay, so we're leaving behind a bit of the birch seeds. I don't really care. You know, making stone walls with thatch roofs? I mean, honestly, they did that, though. Making a thatch roof is pretty readily available materials, and if you just didn't have the lumber nearby. Because then you can just, like, goop it up with daub and all that in real life to do that. How's your trek through Medieval Dynasty? It's going pretty good. We're dropping off a bunch of junk to sell. I'm gonna grab some saplings for my orchard to keep that going. Because the orchard just takes time to grow. There's not... Oh. Okay, I didn't even realize they're going down to this town over here. What are you? You look like abandoned encampment. We got firewood. Poisoned arrows. A longbow. A light hat. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, so I gotta ditch some stuff again. So for right now, just gonna drop the birch saplings. Wooden spoon, wooden plate, wooden cup. A whole thing of planks, which is excellent. A bunch more planks. Now I'm gonna take the stone axe. I can make those for basically free. As our mission purse will be? Yeah, no, I guess. Alright, so I'm gonna actually grab these up again. And just drop one. You don't want to drop the hat, get that back. There you go. Okay, so that's interesting. So for the return trip, let's mark that. The thing I gotta be careful about, so there's Wizen down there. Let's try to get east without getting ourselves murdered by anything. Stuff like Wizen really kind of depend on your ability to run away from them. And being maximum overburned, we're not running away from crap. And I did mark that that mission place, because on the way back, if I've got the room, I'm gonna nab all those planks. Okay. Yeah, so I probably should not have pushed myself to be this overburned. Okay. I'm also worried we're going to arrive at nighttime and none of the traders will want to interact with me. And they'll be in that awkward spot of, do we wait till daytime to trade? Because I'm certainly not running back and forth with my entire inventory overloaded because it's trying to do a bunch of selling of stuff. And this is another one of those reasons why it's sometimes worth it to build a storage place as close as you can get to town. Just for the purposes of, it's time to go to town to sell. Go to your storage by town, since they're all linked. You can just collect your stuff, walk into town, sell it, walk back out, grab more stuff, that kind of thing. I haven't really done that much in the past, but it does feel like it is going to end up being a thing. Alright.
It's nice to meet you.
Show me your
Best
wares.
skirts in the realm.
Okay, so there's beer, bottles. Have some birch seeds. Have the light hat we found because I already got spares. Have some mead, have a bottle. Sell a bunch of these potions I'm not using. Sell a bunch more seeds. Have some wheat beer. Alright, I believe we sold all the things that we had there.
Good luck.
I came for a drink. You see, I got amazing news and that's great. But I've already finished my shift for the day. Come back tomorrow during working hours. Fine. I'll wait. Okay. So I'm gonna work my way back up there. And I'm just not gonna worry about this thing. What's it say is the expiration date on this quest? Will expire this season. So I'm gonna have to work my way back down here again, unfortunately. But not being overburned, I could just run right on over. Oh, I didn't even check. Was there a farm person here? There's a farm person here. I can buy... There is not. Before it gets too dark, I remember one of these towns having a mine right nearby. You literally could just get into the mine from the town. I know the multiplayer map definitely has one.
Do what they say, but do not get too close to them.
Yeah, it goes on over. Okay, well, regardless, I'm not seeing it, so what we're going to do is we're going to run up this path, discover some more animals. I'm going to work my way over to where we saw those planks. I'm going to nab a bunch of those planks, because that's a resource that takes a little while for me to get a hold of, craft, all that nonsense. So I can grab those. We will work on building the better hunter's place. And once we built the better hunter's place, we can go from there. Yeah, because that's going to hook around. I was kind of low-key hoping we would see where there's a bear. Because where there's a bear, we'll probably find a cave. And where we can find a cave, we'll find ore. Yeah, because very genuinely, that spot right there, it looks like the kind of spot I'd find a cave. I used to remember where all the caves were on the map, so you could just beeline to them. And I can't remember if it puts the caves icons on your map as you find them. Guess we got the Wisent over there on the right. The black hole, very small. Oh, you know it probably also is. So we have our traps, storage is, services, production, animal husbandry, farming, hunting, extraction, small houses, all buildings, quest markers. Oh yeah, there's the heralds and everything. That's right. People. Yes, that marks almost all that stuff. Oh, there is a notice board? I thought the notice board was just the other map. Yeah, it's fine. I don't think we've technically discovered any. Alright. Let's grab that hat and grab the bucket. Steal their planks. Okay. The logs are just heavy. Alright, well. Feeling pretty good about my decisions here. That we have decided that their stuff is my stuff. And that we shouldn't have to discuss that any farther. Because grabbing all those planks will get a lot of work towards that, because that's a pretty good pile of planks. Gonna rang up along these mounds. Up. It's the same one from before. Alright. Yes, I'm going to try and go a little bit higher up the mountain. And take kind of this angle. Just in the off chance we spot a cave or something like that. Alright, so if we come from this angle, unless there's an animal I haven't discovered yet, we should be in the clear. Okay, that'll be a big one, is locating places that I can get a bunch of iron, copper, that stuff. Like I said, usually what you'll do is you'll see a cave. A lot of times they'll have a bear nearby, you know, to make you have to fight for it. But if we kill the bear, then I can go in and spend like a season just mining up ore. That was when we did the multiplayer map the last time. That's pretty much the way I would end the last day with every season. I was just go into the cave and grab all the ore I could. Because most of my other stuff my villagers were taking care of, and I just needed more and more metal. Hey, Elizabeth, how's it going? Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, with this being a, kind of like a main quest type thing. So the whole field is being marked as... Okay, so you'd have carrots being planted. That's good. Now let's drop all of our stuff. Actually, before we do that, we can go here to buildings, survival, Hunter 2. You just put these planks right up here right now. And I'll get those out of my inventory. And then we just need a crap ton of logs. It's the weekend yet? Hey, weekend's a good time. Yeah, so we're gonna need a bunch of logs. Alright, so let's go here. We can drop the rest of those off. I'll keep the hat on me. We can drop off the firewood. Drop off the basket. Drop off the other basket. I don't imagine I'm going to use that wheel for anything, but okay. Yeah, so I do actually have another spare axe. So for right now, let's chuck the axe in here. So it's available if you need it. We do have a bucket. We can put this in here so you can keep getting the water. Alright, so I need to devastate an ecosystem. I'm honestly surprised I haven't gained a level in a while. In anything. Sort of low-key expecting to see a level in extraction or something like that with how much I'm cutting down and how much we're building. I could... There we go. That's what I wanted to see. So that's the big houses, so we can now make the best houses in the game as far as I'm aware. So that'll be our next project. And those are going to be costly to make. There's not sitting on several levels? I'm pretty sure. Yep, nothing here. It does look like we're getting pretty close to gaining a level in extraction. The game does actually have you level those skills pretty slowly once you get past the very early game, which is one of the reasons to go out of your way to grab the things that make it so you level them faster. It levels slow enough as is, getting that extra like 10-15% will go a long way. Alright. So let's go and see if we can't get this Hunter Lodge upgraded. And then on top of that, as I mentioned before, we're going to want to take the time to start building our better houses. They'll be better insulated, our people will like them more. They can have more kids in them, I believe, that kind of stuff. Alright, so, big houses. Where's the first big house gonna go? Because I'll go ahead and place that. I'm gonna need a shovel.
I'm starting to feel guilty that I don't do anything.
That'll be logs.
Many assignments, but still.
Okay, you can go here. Houses. Big stone house. Alright. Yeah, because we're going to need the shovel to start yanking up a ton of logs to make that a thing. To make room, I mean. Okay. All right. So definitely want to go and get that done. But yeah, so I think what we'll do is we'll kind of make, off of the road that is just here, it's just stuck here, I can't interact with it. Kind of make roads that splinter off of that. And that'll be where we put them. Alright, so I can get this done. Yeah, so I got like this road here, I can't move. So I could see putting like a couple of houses going that way, that kind of thing. You end up using a pretty significant area of land as you grow your place. A new level in production. Alright, so let's go get our new skill point in production. So for right now, it is to continue gaining XP from working on stuff. Otherwise, because like the crafting faster, it's a nice thing to have later, but not thing I care about right now. So we'll just get our point there. That's maxed out. Okay, that give us new recipe options. Yeah, so there's the recur bow I can unlock, which once we have that, that'll be a good one. But it's a very expensive recipe to unlock to begin with. Alright, so we need to bathe, eat, do those things.
I haven't been drinking enough today.
Alright. Alright, so next up on the list, I need to get the next house location locked in. So I can start getting people out of these crappy wattle houses. Oh, so a little bit better. Okay, so we've got our shovel I need to pull up these tree stumps. Alright. I'm gonna start yoinking a bunch of these up. So we're making room for a house.
Thank you Pankrara for subscribing for 38 months. Many.
Hey Pank, how's it going? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 38 months. Bit over 3 years, and I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. Can we go ahead and get a shout out for Pankraru as well? Because Pankraru is an absolutely fantastic content creator who does a whole lot of fun content over there, doing some tabletop RPGs recently, but does a whole bunch of fun games over there. Definitely someone to check out. A lot of jingly key redeems over there for your fun chaos and all that good stuff. All right. So can I make you not hate being positioned there? Alright, so there's the first actually nice house. Here's which we were? Yeah. No, definitely one of the people who's been around here for, like, one of the very first people here at the channel, Pankraru. Came here a long time ago. Always good to have you. Alright. As you notice, we're going to be using a lot more stones on this one than logs. You cut down more trees. Okay, I'm pretty soon I want to run back to town, so I can do the quest thing we got going on there. Alright. But that'll be a whole thing I'm gonna have to worry about. Sorry. A whole thing to worry about. So that's honestly around the points we start worrying about the mines and all that. Because we're gonna need to get limestone for insulating our walls and all that. Because these tiles I want to actually take the time to do proper. So you can actually edit these walls. So I could add decorations to them, banners and all that. I actually don't know if that does anything of meaning, but you can make it look nice. So that's something. Right now, we just need to get our people out of the real crap houses to something better. Okay, and then you're gonna be plank ceilings. Oh yeah, they're gonna require so many planks. Alright, yeah, so we're talking major projects there. But that's not surprising. So the idea with what we got now is we have built all of the individual types of buildings we want. But what we would do from here... That's another maple sapling. Let's grab that back. I'll plant that right away. What we want to do from here is work on building a house, getting more people, take those people, assign them stuff. We'll want to get a second woodcutter place. But to do that, I need more people. To do more people, I need more houses to get more houses. I need more materials to get more materials. I need more woodcutters to get more woodcutters. I need the house. Circular dependency has been achieved. Congratulations. Okay, where did our 2 saplings we put down for our maple trees go? I don't honestly have a clue. Oh, there they are. Because I am slowly trying to build up like a little maple forest up there since they give me the most logs. So that as I eliminate this, I'm fairly confident I'm not going to want to build up this mountain because the uneven terrain and all that will be obnoxious. So it seems like a good place to just build a whole bunch of, plant a whole bunch of trees. Okay. So it's pretty much about to be daytime. So what we're going to do here real fast, I'm going to put these logs into the house we're working on. And then we're going to cut over here to catching Helga, because she was like, come back when I'm actually open. And I'm definitely going to need to find a place that I could do some mining. Alright. There we go. Yeah, so one of the other things we can do is if you look at some of these walls, I would be able to go in here and say, hey, I would like to upgrade this wall. And so with that, I can go in here and I can put some limestone in there. And so I've kind of started to seal that wall off. That'll just be yet another project to deal with. Alright, so, in the meantime, quick save, I've got my stuff. I don't think there's much I want to drag. We're not going to grab the big pile of stuff we took the last time out here, because running out here with all that big, heavy stuff on us didn't do us a whole lot of good. I mean, it did do us good. Let's dip in the river before we head over, since we're already gross. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, those houses are going to be a major project. So, ideally what I think we're going to want to do is try and get those houses built. Like, get a house built. And then once we get that house built, get the first couple of people, assign them to getting more people extracting wood and stone. Get those raw materials happening. Because at least the worst case with those raw materials is I can get them and I can process them myself to better things. Whereas if I don't have the raw materials, I can't do crap with them. Alright. Yeah, so this time I should be able to just book it across here relatively quick. Because you don't have to worry about how long it takes me to move around with all the overburdenedness. I would like to expand the orchard. I'm not going to go like way out of my way to do it. Most likely what'll happen is I'll build the house, and then I'll need to get 2 people to live in the house. So, well, actually, we'll build the house, we'll take the 2 people that are already living in our houses in the crappy houses, we'll move them over, demolish their house after they leave, get the next one going. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay there. We already looted that. Okay. Was it somewhere around here we saw Wizen? Okay. Let's hook a little bit to the left so we're not running into the Wizen. I've got a giant pile of meat that my people don't have enough time to deal with as is. So adding on to the giant pile of meat with even more meat isn't going to help anyone's business. Alright. There's a bridge. Yeah, we'll definitely need to explore for a cave to get our blacksmithing going, because I could definitely be using copper tools now. We do have a person doing the extraction grabbing some, but they're not getting nearly as much as we're going to need. Like I said, I think that's why what we'll end up doing is once we get our first extra people that don't already have assignments, I'm probably going to be very focused on getting them to get the sawmills and the extracting stuff going. Then we can fill in our stuff as convenient after that. Alright. I'd like a bottle of your best. I just found out you're gonna have a son. Well, in that case, the first one's on me. I'll even toast right with you. Cheers. And then he smashed the whole barrel right into the wall. If you look closely, you can still see where it hit. Nevertheless, I was dumbfounded. But I just picked up where he left and followed through. And that's how that tyrant became mine. Let's see, it seems that you can say a lot about a man, but never offend his ale. From customer to owner in one day, talk about luck. We'll say the first one. We don't want to imply it's strictly luck. It really works that way. The pride that comes from brewing is genuine. Last week, a customer suggested that you used old hops in your latest batch. I honestly don't remember smacking him, if not for his bloody temple, but I wouldn't even know what happened. That, and the fact that I was holding a chair above my head, ready for another blow, of course. Another one? Sure. And then basically, why I never married. Sure, I miss him sometimes, but my heart is better locked up in a cage than being broken again. What about you? The wife treats you well? Aren't you nervous about becoming a father? I feel like we're spending the whole day getting blasted. Let's see. Not at all. What's to be nervous about? You tell him. You show him. He craps his pants. And then he makes you money. Terrified. What if I drop him? Or eat him by mistake? How big is a newborn, actually? Could it be unintentionally swallowed? What? Both of these are really terrible things. Yeah, we'll go for the makes us money. That's actually a perfect representation of fatherhood. Are you a poet? I think you should be a poet. Or a poet at least. Heck, With that kind of talent, you could even become a poet. You mark my words. Thirsty like a fish. And then the fried liver with onions and it's done. Trust me, it's the best apple pie you'll ever taste. I know my way around a kitchen, I tell you. Door, windows, floor, I know it all. What about you? What are you doing for a living, actually? I'm a boss doing boss things. You know, manage, delegate, assign, transfer, depute. So basically nothing. Stone knives mostly. I had a big wooden vials phase, but that's now over. Flax is always nice too. But I'm stone knives, man. I think these were metas at different points in the game for making money, was to like just make massive amounts of stone knives or the wooden vials or flax. We're gonna be say basically nothing. I'd be forced to lie if I wanted to say I listened to a word you just said. And I'm no liar. I'll just pour us another one. Keep them coming. I know. She might not have even been real, but if being a ghost allows you to be rude, then I refuse to live in the world and respect her. I ever told you I'm gonna be a father? Oh my, and babbling about myself, that's great news. Confabulations. To you and your lovely husband. Drink good. My best... Be 100% drunk. An achievement. My bestest friend? You hear me? My best friend. Friend, so you are not me wife? What about say baby? That we hit go home. Home. Get some sleep. Oh. Yeah, we'll get... It's... Alright, don't worry. I can manage. It's fine. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, it's you again.
Don't get closer. You smell from boozer part. Return when you're sober. What do you mean? I only tasted some berry juice. I must admit, though, it's been hot as fire.
Have a nice day.
Well, we're not going to be trading today, apparently. Alright, hang on. We can... Oh, hang on. Sorry. So let's just put her... Okay, the pin's already set for home. So let's leave town to the west. We could do it. We could achieve walking. Everyone else is all like, there's this new game that makes it hard to walk called Baby Steps. Have you heard of this game called Medieval Dynasty? It did it first. Not really. There's definitely been drinking in games and stumbling about for a very long time. For the record, I am almost exclusively holding forward. So where I'm everywhere, that is booze.
I think
Alright. So, rather than going directly home, I'm gonna go kind of down and around. We're still trying to, sing the Witcher song, the drinking song of Witcher 3. Sadly, I never ended up getting around to playing Witcher 3. I played Witcher 1 and 2. Just Witcher 3, just so many other titles got in the way that
I'm drunk. You're drunk.
like, I enjoyed The Witcher. It wasn't a game that, like, really, really grabbed me in a big way. I liked some of the ideas in it. Alright. Reminder, in real life, do not drink and go swimming.
Get out of my way, maggot.
A lot of people have bad things happen. And apparently we're running out of firewood. It's not the song It Never Ends. Because you feel for the characters in Witcher 3 and they're drinking. Yes, we are finding... Okay, there was Wyzant down there. There's also wolves. There's more Wyzant where? Okay, on the right. Alright. This'll be safe, right? Chopping some trees while we can't even stand straight. Like, we can't even walk straight. Yeah, so I wanted to check because it looked like there's a little pool of water up here. I'm kind of just running along some of these routes we haven't taken because there's not much down here. Looking to see if we can't find a cave. Oh, hush, Bambi. Always wanting attention. And I got a little pool of water on the other side of this hill, too. Run, 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 it's a bear, run, run, run. Okay. What's annoying is it didn't even mark that there is a bear there. I have a very strong suspicion that spot is going to have a cave at it. Because it even has a convenient little road that goes up to the little basin where the water is. And then there was a bear just chilling there being like, yo, I dare ya. I'm going to try and get a better look at this. Okay, so we've got it where we spotted bear. Okay, so good chance there's a cave up there. I don't know for a fact that there is. But that feels very... You're going to go down there and you're going to find ore. A nice little packed-in valley with a bear guarding it. We're going to get something good down there. We're still sobering up. Now, one downside is the going to sleep thing has its whole issue. Yeah, we won't deal with the bear right now, because it's going to take me a good chunk of time to get rid of the bear. We have all of our people are now running out of firewood, which is bad. I'm going to run down here. I'm going to kind of fill my inventory up with a whole lot of logs. I'm going to cut a big old pile of firewood, and then we need to get back to trying to build that house. Because once we build the house, we start moving people around. That'll reduce our dependency on the firewood. Or, sorry, it'll reduce how much firewood I need to keep things cool. Because we better insulate and yada yada yada. Alright. Gotta collect some logs before we start sawing logs? Yep. Keep it all going here. Yeah, I definitely remember the last time we played, which I think the farthest we ever went on stream with it. I remember it became this whole thing where we were in like the explosive growth phase, and from our town we couldn't see trees anymore, even though we had been surrounded on all sides by forest for about as far as the eye could see. And there was just nothing left. We had completely and utterly obliterated all of it. And like this whole area ended up being forest. I mean, you can see the tree stumps all the way down here and where that is, and we just cleared that area out. Once you get going and you're trying to do like proper building, you can pocket like a good 8 or 9 trees pretty quick. Grab some stones while we're here. Alright, you. If I just give you a pile of logs, are you going to keep up with that? Probably not.
Hey, I was using that.
And now I am. I'm literally making it so you don't have to do the work. Because if we don't get the firewood sorted, they'll start getting upset about it. Alright. Let's see, that's actually not totally unrealistic for early European towns, at least in Central European. It's just all the covered in forest where it wasn't wetlands. People are mad that they all went into treeless farms. Oh yeah. Even without the slash and burn. Yeah, no, it's just definitely a thing that everyone is able to like clear out territory and all that. So unless you had specific areas saying, hey, we're going to protect that area to keep it a forest, they just got wiped out. Hey, sweetie, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for the freshly partnered? The hello, sweetie. So congratulations on that partner badge. Been a long time coming. I'm glad you got it. But if we get a shout out for the hello, sweetie, I'd really appreciate that. All right, so let's go grab all that firewood, chuck it in here. We can drop off the feathers. Drop off the bark. Drop off you, and you. And here, I'll get you a shout out. Because again, check them out. Playing some Dead by Daylight. So if you're looking for some Dead by Daylight, you can make that happen over there. But yeah, no, definitely good times over there. But also, it is a huge milestone as a creator to hit partner. Like, that does not happen easily. It does not happen by accident. A lot of effort goes into getting there. So we do like to celebrate the successes of those around us and all that. Okay, apparently had oat beer I could have sold. Luckily, it's not heavy. And then the hat I forgot to sell. Oh, that's right. I was going to sell them. And then, unfortunately, when I went to do that, we were drunk. And so it wouldn't let me. Yeah, no, it was a story quest. So my concern here is, if we look at the journal, it says this quest expires this season. So what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to make sure I take the time that before it gets too late in this in-game night that we sleep. If we sleep, and it's early enough, it'll just advance the next day. If I don't sleep until it's too late, it'll end the season. Which is not what we're aiming to do. Drunken game? Oh yeah, no, in game it's our character has found out they're having a baby boy. And so the wife was like, go out, celebrate. So he went to the neighboring town to get a drink. And the bartender was like, that's amazing. Here's a drink on the house. Here's another drink. Here's another drink. Until we hit absolute maximum drunk. And then we had to stumble our way home. And then now my objective is to go to sleep. All right. Grabbing a bunch of stones real fast. So you can keep building all the other stuff. Okay. Alright, so let's see if we can't get over here. So the downside is I definitely don't have the planks to build the roof, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Step one is to just get the walls up. Then you worry about getting the roof. And all that going on. First you got drunk, now you're getting stones. Is there no limit to the debauchery? No. Why do you think we moved down the middle of nowhere versus remaining under the careful eye of the crown? Alright, so let's drop all this junk off. And even though it'll waste a bit of time, I'm just worried about not succeeding on the quest mission, whatever you want to call it. Because of not going to sleep in time. So we're going to go to our house, which I think is this house. Okay, that was... Alright, so we didn't get an extra reward for it or anything. We just went to sleep. And advanced a day. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. Grabbing all these stones off the ground. Since they're apparently everywhere. Which I'm not complaining about because I need a lot of them. Okay. Oh, good. I don't think... Okay, it didn't even advance time. It just literally just went a tiny bit. That's probably because it's in good health. So it just had to sleep until we were fully healed, and since we're basically fully healed, it didn't waste anything. That's good news. Alright, so let's go over here. I'm going to need more logs for more tools. I should also really make a pickaxe and start mining up on the hill. Because we do want the limestone, which I can't get from just picking up stuff on the ground. Because that'll insulate the homes, which means less firewood use. And all of that. Okay. Hey, another level in extraction. Love to see it. Alright, so let's look at our skills here. So for extraction, we have where we have a chance to get additional things from when we're mining, faster tree cutting for the next 10 seconds. That just kind of happens. Increase our carry weight, yes, all day long. Increase our carry weight a little bit. That'll be way less trips we have to make. All right. How long did it take for stumps to regenerate? 2 years. It takes 2 years for when you cut down a tree before it's eligible to mess with again. Which is why it's such a big deal to not accidentally cut down way too much. Make a pickaxe. When we need more stone, I can just run up the hill, start banging on some rocks. Yeah, so we can go here. All right. Have you played Son Goku Dynasty yet? Yeah, no, unfortunately for me, I found Son Goku Dynasty to be a significant downgrade from this. Like, it's got some, like, I like the aesthetic a lot of it. Like, I like the aesthetic a lot. But the managing of your people and all that in Son Goku Dynasty is pretty rough, unfortunately. It is a game I think needs a lot more time to cook, so to speak, because of just a lot of things not working so great. And I tried to like that game, but it was just unfortunately, like, I think it can get there. But yeah, the UI for interacting with everything is pretty rough even by comparison. How long ago did you play it? Maybe a year ago. It's not been recently, but it's not been really long ago. But yeah, between Son Goku and Medieval Dynasty, it's just very genuine. I feel like Medieval Dynasty does a much better job. Like I said, I do like some of the ideas at Son Goku, and I really like the aesthetic of Son Goku Dynasty. But like the managing your people is just really rough. And there's like a lot of kind of just little annoyances there. It needs polish. It's not like irredeemable or anything. They just got to put a lot of effort thing. If it had been just like a reskinning of this disinflated stir, it would have been fine, you think? Yeah, now my understanding, and this could be, you know, secondhand information, yada yada, take it for a grain of salt. My understanding is the publisher had this whole thing about wanting to make a whole bunch of the Dynasty-style games. But the games aren't made by the same developers, so it kind of spun a whole bunch of them off. And there were some that turned out pretty well, like Medieval Dynasty. Son Goku Dynasty is okay, and then there was some that are just genuinely really not good. Let's see, back when it just released, it improved a lot. Also, Medieval Dynasty and Son Goku Dynasty have different aims in terms of balance between combat and town. Yeah, no, I get that it leans towards the combat. My comment more is, though, you've got this town management, they've got a UI for it, and it's really bad. Because it's definitely not me playing right after release. Like I said, it was only like in this last year I played it. So they've had a couple of smaller updates. I don't think they've technically had a major update by their own metric since they played. I can actually probably check when that was. Sengoku Dynasty. I last played Sengoku Dynasty in April. Yeah, they've had tons. Okay, they have had one major update since I last played. And the major update I'm not reading through all. That's a lot of patch notes. Yeah, but they've only had one major update since I last played. A bunch of little updates. I'm not saying like they're not working on the game. They are absolutely actively working on the game. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that I played it, and just very genuinely, like I said, it unfortunately very much underwhelmed me. That it felt like... I don't want to take it all the way to the point of going, oh, it was a concept game, because that's not really being fair to it. But it definitely doesn't feel like it's even in a great place from an early access standpoint. Because like I said, the big problem I would say is stuff like the UI around like managing your people, that kind of thing. Like that was honestly nearly infuriating dealing with. And for that being a core aspect of the game was just really, really such a harsh thing to run into. But yeah, no, you're not wrong that it has more combat elements. It's got a more tightly written progression that, you know, you have to like build a bridge to reach the next part of the map to progress the story, that kind of thing. I would say the story is more prevalent in Sengoku. Like it's even got some things that feel kind of MMORPG-esque in it. Yeah. I get what you're saying, no, good. I wouldn't even say, like, for me, it wasn't even comparing it against Medieval Dynasty specifically. It was like, okay, you need to assign these tasks to do stuff. And then it definitely felt like you were fighting the user interface, not using the user interface. So even ignoring the comparison, it's just a place that game really, really needs some work. That every time I had to interact with that, it was, like, genuinely frustrating. And there's a lot of stuff, like, the game would be trying to let you know that you couldn't do something because you were missing whatever, but the user interface just didn't have a way to get you that information cleanly. And so it just, like, really has a lot of rough edges around there. It definitely feels like the devs had a lot more interest and focus on kind of the adventure side of it and the RPG side of it. But maybe because of their obligations with the publisher, they needed to do the city building side of it, and they just kind of haven't put any effort. Not any effort, that's not fair. They haven't put nearly enough effort on that side of it. Because that's kind of the thing I was mentioning, is the publisher behind it, not the devs. Spun off a ton of Dynasty games. And a lot of them are honestly pretty bad. Like, there's a lot of them that are genuinely not, like, Sengoku is one of the ones that's kind of better received. There are some that are, like, really, really bad. Not much RPG to it, Sengoku Dynasty, other than the fighting to capture territories. Villagers are faceless NPCs. I feel like you spent 75% of dead time on the fighting. Yeah. I don't remember the skill tree from Sengoku, but making it so you get better stats and, you know, moves or whatever to interface with the game, that, like, the managing of the town is honestly very frustrating to engage with. The combat, I know they had a focus on the combat. I still didn't feel like the combat was great. It was fine, it wasn't bad. But I don't really have a strong opinion. But yeah, no, I vaguely remember their skill tree being mostly just numeric stuff. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, that's pretty standard. But I don't particularly remember being blown away by their skill tree or anything. Like, there's, for example, like the Path of Exile skill tree. The Path of Exile skill tree has, like, a ridiculous amount of nonsense, like complexities and all that. And there's been a lot of action RPGs who have seen that over the years, who wanted to, you know, compete with Path of Exile. So they'll make this giant monstrosity of a spiderweb skill tree, but then when you look at it, it's all just numbers. And you're just like, oh, okay, well, none of these are really exciting and exotic things, they're just number bigger. And not that those don't matter, but then you look at the skill tree and go, oh, but this could have just been, you know, your stats screen, and you push the little up arrow when you gain a level to, like, gain more strength or whatever the appropriate thing is. And I'm not saying Son Goku's there, but I don't particularly remember seeing anything super interesting on the skill tree. I could be wrong. I'm going on memory here from April. But I guess the way I'd say is it didn't stand out to me. And it's like, for the record, don't let me yuck your yum. If you like Son Goku Dynasty, that's a-okay. Like, you are solid, like, whatever. It's just for me personally, I ended up being pretty disappointed by it. To such a degree, I had intended on doing a couple more streams of it, and I think I'd done, it was either 2 or 3 streams, and I went to boot it up, I was like, you know, honestly, it's like, honestly, the only thing this game is making me want to do is play other games in the genre that feel better to play. And that's me being pretty harsh on it. But that's kind of where I felt with it. And like I said, I really liked the aesthetic. That is one thing I really, really liked about the game, is I was like, if someone took a game like this and made it more like that aesthetic, I would be definitely on board with that. But it was just the gameplay side of it I wasn't really sold on. Like, the combat didn't feel good enough to carry the game. Maybe expected too much from it? I wouldn't necessarily say that. My point is just the combat didn't really feel that great to me. It didn't feel terrible, but it was like, it was fine. But then the colony management, city management side of it didn't really, like, it felt genuinely bad. And so it's just kind of one of those things that you're like, okay, but other than it looks cool, what is the thing that draws me in? Like, what is the thing that makes me go, oh, it's time to boot up some Son Goku? And that's also an opinion that, oh, after playing it, I've had other creators who, you know, really, really, really love the aesthetic from the game, check it out, and a lot of them left underwhelmed as well. So many planks? We cannot make too many planks. I'm actually wondering if we were to check on just the general reviews between the two games, how they compare. I apologize if we get some, Okay, good, didn't open the video. Mostly positive versus Medieval Dynasty. Very positive. Yeah, so, like, mostly positive is honestly a pretty bad rating for a game that hasn't done something horrible. Because if I remember correctly, it's like you have kind of neutral, mostly positive, very positive, overwhelmingly positive, I believe, were the thresholds. And then you go the other way, like mostly negative and all that. Usually to hit mostly negative, overwhelmingly negative, there's either got to be, and this isn't counting like review bombing and that kind of garbage that happens. But it's just kind of one of those things that when you get a game that isn't review bombed, mostly positive is pretty just okay. Like I said, I'm not saying it is a objectively bad game or anything. Like, I don't want to overstate that. I'm just saying, for the genre, I definitely felt it was one of the weaker offerings. Not counting games that are like just really terrible, because honestly, some of those Dynasty games that came out after Medieval Dynasty, kind of circling around it, some of those were really bad. Like, unplayably bad. And I wouldn't say Son Goku is that bad. But yeah, for me, it just didn't land as well. Alright, so we got that house built. We move into the new better house? Well, that's the thing I gotta decide, because we're gonna need to be moving people over. That's the thing that's gonna need to happen. Because right now these wicker houses require a lot of firewood to keep them happy. So if I keep growing my place without moving people over there early, all I'm going to do is continue escalating that problem where I just need more and more and more firewood, more and more logs just being deleted to keep it even functional. So I do need to start moving people over. Now the catch is, me the player, I don't use firewood or water. Like from the well or whatever.
I should better warm myself up.
So it's one of those things that moving someone else in will do more. But your wife does? Yeah, the wife does. We're already in the second tier house. So we got that going.
I should better warm myself up.
Alright. So let's go build house. Go to you. Yeah, it's because that road there.
Should have put on something warmer.
Alright. Yeah, no, the ability to move the houses is a great addition to the game. We commented that in the last time where it was just like, oh, hey, now I can just straight up lift the entire building and be like, move it over there. Which I know will absolutely upset people, like, but realism! But it's one of those things that, like, you go to build it, and it's not always clear where stuff gets positioned, things get misclicked, yada yada yada. Thing. But so you can get better hammers, so stuff gets provided a lot quicker than one at a time. Ooh, I actually don't remember when it comes to leveling up the hammers if it has any relevance towards the building speed of things. I do know you get more durability so it doesn't break down faster. It might be like the swing speed of the hammer is a little faster or something. I don't honestly remember. It is worth us getting better hammers and all that stuff. It does help. The thing is, to do that, I'm going to need to stop to get copper to build all the things. And that's another one of those things that I can work on A or B, but not both. Which is a better use of the time. That's a whole conversation. Takes less hits to build with better hammers? Gotcha. But yeah, so it's stopping to get the copper or iron or whatever we decide to make stuff. I think after like tier 1 housing, having to put in 300 items one at a time is a waste. It doesn't bother me much. But that's because, honestly, when you look at almost all the games in this genre, they do really like to make things very laborious. And then there's games like this one who then turn around and go, okay, but you can get your people to do the work as well. I think if you could build too fast in this game, you'd very quickly run out of things to do. Just because, very genuinely, when we look at the, like, let's look at the cap of buildings here. My building cap is 60. We're already almost halfway there. If you could build too fast, you'll very quickly hit your cap, and then you run into problems with that. And there's certainly a commentary, like a comment to be made about that, being like, hey, should it be such a low cap and all that. That is one of the things I know people have complained about. Not only this game, but a lot of the games like this one. That because they have to simulate all the people walking around and doing all that stuff, that it can be a big difficulty to let you scale up your cities. You can't go to, like, your cities the size of, like, Banished or Farthest Frontier, because they're simulating way more with the individuals. Granted, they're also not doing as much in other respects with the individuals, considering the game hand waves a lot of stuff. Like, you don't actually see your hunter go out and hunt. They just kind of wander around town, and then food happens. Okay. Well, you can change that, custom. You can think you can change after game world loads too. I'm curious. Yeah, I do appreciate games letting you change stuff mid-run. Especially if it's a game you're gonna put a lot of time into. Just because. Yeah, no, I saw the building limit. I don't need to change it now, but I could see those things that if we get later on. What is that buff thing in the bottom left near the food water? Oh, that is, I'm dirty. Because I've been out here just cutting up more and more trees, I am just getting slowly pretty rank. Mostly what that means is there's a lot of social interactions that if you don't clean yourself up, like, if you're really, really disgusting and you go to a merchant, they just won't even work with you. They'll be like, hey man, clean up first. When you're trying to romance, the person will be like, hey, we're not having any more conversation until you take a bath. Like that kind of thing. Let's see, that's why you let the development of the town be limited by the villagers' production capacity. Otherwise, it feels like the town is entirely constructed by players' efforts, which is unsatisfying. Yeah, that could be fair. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. So you just go for a swim to clean up, or do you actually bath? You just go for a swim. You just jump in the water, and the gauge goes down. Yeah, no, I could definitely see that. I mentioned the other stream that generally there's a couple different ways you can play. That the way to kind of think about is what do you enjoy doing in the game the most? Do that, and then use the NPCs to fill in the gaps. Then we got Basset doing some Digimon story Cyber Sleuth. So if you're looking for that, you can find that over there with Basset. Yeah, I have a good one. You can clean up in a wash tub. Yeah, no, there's additional things you can do, but yes, the most basic is go to water. Alright. Which is necessary if you build away from water. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. That's the thing. At least early game, you generally end up wanting to build near the water. There's just enough inconvenience things otherwise. Alright. Okay, so rest of the logs are for me. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is the next time I go over here, she's still busy here using it. I will, I'll want to go through and try and get that all set away. Anyways, you're starting to play Vintage Story after seeing one of your streams, having a lot of fun, trying to progress the Wilderness Permadeath difficulty. Feels like survival craft. Yeah, no, I definitely, the off-stream playthrough I've been doing a Vintage Story, so it is one of the things I really wish worked a little different, and I'm sure there's mods for it. I found the drifters to be very unsatisfying in Vintage Story, so far as enemies and all that going. And I was really enjoying, like, on stream we did basically kind of the default start, and we just tweaked a couple of settings after playing a while. But off stream I was basically doing what's effectively the Homo sapien start, which means no drifters, but the downside is it means like there's none of the teleporters or any of that kind of stuff naturally in your world, so there's not really those things to go looking for. And I kind of wish there was an in-between there. Like, I wouldn't even mind having some of the drifters, but it's mostly like the obnoxiousness of them spawning right on top of you at night a lot of times and that kind of stuff. And just genuinely the combat being unsatisfying and the loot from the combat being pretty bleh. And I do understand later on you can get some really cool stuff for like the night vision and all that. But that's when you get way later in the game. And it definitely feels like they could use some pretty big love early on. You know, give them like crappy food they can drop once in a while. Crappy bandage they can drop once in a while. Between drifters, boyers, and shivers, and probably other stuff, it's enough on higher difficulties. Like enough enemies. My thing was more just, I don't find the enemies very fun to fight. Like the drifters mostly just run at you, and that's fine. The bowyers things, like, they hit like a truck. That's kind of one of the big bummers, is just the way the armor works in the game. You kind of absolutely must have the right tier armor. Or like with the bowyers, be on top of it so it can't fight back. Or it just bypasses your armor to the point your armor's almost worthless. And there's a lot of stuff there that I think they actually have good mechanisms. But I do think it's a bit more than tuning. But yeah, like I found the combat with the animals to feel pretty good in Vintage Story, but the combat with the drifters for me personally, it's whatever. It's fine. It's like Minecraft combat. It's fine. You know, it's not exciting, it's not whatever, it's there. It's not a bad time. But there's a lot of game genres that have that. Like when you look at games like the Stardew Valleys out there, those kind of games, I generally kind of feel with a lot of those games, the combat is it's usually passable. And that can be totally fine as an option, but then you'll have some of those games that the combat's just not as good, and it feels like you're kind of forced to keep engaging with it to progress things, and that can feel utterly terrible. There's been a number of games in the slice of life genre from like the Stardew Valleys that you almost feel like they had like that spreadsheet that's like, okay, farm, tick that box. Okay, fishing, tick that box. Combat, tick that box. And you get into the combat end game, you're like, wow, this is really not good. I'm going to build a second one of these right next to the other. I, of course, need more stones, which I was not prepared for. They even sucked into a Rust world yet? Oh, you mean in Vintage Story? Is that when you get your sanity low enough that like everything goes to heck, or with the temporal storms? If it's like a whole extra world, then no, I haven't run into it. But I mean, a big part of that was kind of just staying away from a lot of the portals and all that kind of stuff, because like I said, I found the combat to be pretty not great. So there's a good chance I've missed some stuff with that. just because the game kind of encouraged me to not engage with it because, again, didn't super enjoy it when it came to that part of it. Like, I liked the crafting a lot and how much slower it made the build-up, because it was one of those things that, like, in the projects I did in Minecraft back then, I always played in survival because I liked having to acquire my goods and all that. But then, you know, taking the time to, like, slowly make shingles for the roof of your house if you're using shingles, having to take the time to, like, go through and process your steel and all that. I'm sure there's a number of people who'd find that tedious, but I found it very enjoyable. But I'm definitely in the camp that if you have a game and you're gonna add combat to it, it needs to feel good. Otherwise, don't. And that's not even just like that. It can also be other things like fishing. Like if you're gonna have a game with a fishing mechanic, the fishing game needs to actually be at least enjoyable. Like in its own, you have to be like, I'm having a good time with this. Not that you could sink hundreds of hours into the fishing minigame or anything like that. But there's also been definitely those slice of life games where you break out the fishing minigame and go, this is really not good. It happens. Alright, so we got this. So we got a second one of these areas set up for getting the wood. So one thing I need to do, before I forget, is I'm gonna need to chuck some stuff into the compost bin. Because I got nothing in there. So I've got a bunch more meat that's gonna get dodgy soon. We're just gonna chuck all the to-be dodgy meat in there. Cool. Yeah, because we wanted to make sure that happens. Got all those veggies that the people can eat. We need to get that kitchen set up doing stuff as well. But I'm trying to get the house... Oh, right. I didn't actually move the people over the houses. Okay. Why aren't you doing... Why do I have two people who aren't working? They definitely were working. Oh, when I upgraded the... When I upgraded the hunting lodge. Ah, it unassigned you. That's good to know. Okay. Yeah, so we got all these buildings that we need people for. We'll assign you to the hunting lodge as well. Alright, you have no fertilizer for those buildings. You have no animals or people assigned to those. Yeah, and all that's just going to be getting more people set up. And yeah, so I have the other woodshed, the second one. I'm going to have this one that your job is you just get logs for right now. You don't worry about literally anything else. You just logs. Because in a pinch, then I can turn around and do stuff with that. Alright. Okay, so let's get back to what I was doing before I notice that. Alright. So, we go to the house. I'm gonna find one of my crap houses. Ooh! I have a house in dire repair. Which house is in absolutely garbage shape? It's a simple wattle house, simple wattle... Oh, it's telling me that one. Okay, that's fine. It's telling me that one's in dire shape, because it's not finished being built yet. That's fair. I had that moment where I was like, wait. House should not be bad. Alright, so we got a simple small house. We can take the lowest quality ones of these. we're going to open up the people here. And assignment. I'm not seeing you on this screen. That's so weird. What I can do, we can approach this differently. I can go over here and go to destroy. And we'll destroy that house. Okay. And now, I can go in here to my management. I'll have 2 people who are homeless. Does it recoup any materials? Yes. It's, by default, it's pretty terrible. Family transfer. You want to move the family to a new home? Yes. Cool, so they should be in the new home. Cool. That's what we wanted to see. So we got them moved into that house. Alright. So from there, what I'm going to want to do is go to our inventory here. Grab that pickaxe I made earlier. And we're going to run up this mountain, start banging away on rocks. Now later we would ideally want to find places where we can get, you know, stone, limestone, all that kind of stuff. But as you can see, we get a bit of stone and a bit of limestone there. The limestone we use for insulation. So that's the things that makes it worth me doing this. Alright. Yeah, so we'll be able to get a decent amount of insulation going as well. Versus if I just picked up the stones on the ground down there, I'd probably get the stuff a little bit faster, which has its perks. But this way we can start sealing up the buildings one by one as well. And again, that reduces our firewood consumption, which ultimately means more lumber I can use for other things. Now, downside is I won't get copper from this, doing this at all. It's strictly stone and limestone. You have to actually go to, mines and all that to get iron and copper, or you can use the extraction points, which is what a lot of it will come from. It's when you start wanting to like really hone down to getting a bunch of materials that you kind of get stuck in that situation of needing to go to the mine again and again to look for stuff. Yeah, I feel like with the second map, that's where they really improved stuff like this, where you'd have like flat areas you could live on the map, and it just have kind of almost like a cliff side around one whole side of the property. And so that cliff side would make it really, really easy to be like, oh, I'm going for stone, so you just like inch along the cliff side. Can I get one more stack? They're right about to break this. That's fine. I just didn't want to drag back a pickaxe that didn't even have a full go on it. Alright. So run down here, get more of that building done. Okay. Yeah, and I mentioned before I need to... Well, I don't need to. I can go and buy a bunch more trees for the orchard and hops and all that stuff. I probably should. Because it's more food. And I want to say those take like 0 fertilizer, so once they start coming in, you can just... You know, use that food. If you need just like regular food, you can just chuck it in the compost if you need more fertilizer. Alright. So I can get this one built. And that'll be the next family to move over. There is a, one of the things you can get as a trait does give you more material of what the buildings are made out of when you tear them down. I just kind of find that as well as ones that isn't a trait I usually am going to pursue. Because about the only buildings I ever find to replace is your early game houses. And it's kind of a one-time thing. So I really kind of feel like you're much better off spending that trade on pretty much anything else. Like any of the ones that give you a tiny bit more resources from time to time for doing stuff, obviously is going to be cumulative. And I imagine that'll just equate to so much more, even by the time you're just starting to replace stuff. Alright, so I got you. Now what I do here is we say upgrade. They put that limestone to work. So that we can insulate the house. Oh, that's fine. Cut down around the trees. I want to say, wasn't there a mechanic about this? That as you build your town out, if you like start encroaching on animal territory, it'll just gray them out. So like if I built my place directly over where some deer would normally spawn, those deer won't spawn because I'm kind of seen as blocking it, deforesting it, whatever. I thought there was some kind of mechanic around that. You need another stone. Alright. Put you back in the bar. Drop off the rest of this junk. And then go get ourselves some more stone and limestone. Alright. Cool. Okay, so let's run back up here and see what we can do. But yes, also by doing it this way, and making our stuff out of stone. The stone replenishes like every season, if I remember correctly. So I can hit these same exact spots. I could be wrong on a bunch of that. It's been a while. But I remember getting more stone was not, like, other than the labor part of it, was not that big a deal. Versus the trees just waiting on it. And then the stone houses are the best so far as insulation going. Alright. So hopefully what'll happen here is once we get these houses up and running, I'll be able to start increasing the population again. And at that stage, it'll literally be build a house, grab 2 people, assign them to jobs, build a house, grab 2 people, assign them to jobs, and just keep doing that until I run out of things for them to do. Let's see, watch out for trees. Your first dynasty ended up doing a logging accident. Oh yeah, no, the trees, if you drop the trees on yourself, they will absolutely kill you. Like, even if the trees, like, kind of roll at you-ish, that's enough to very, very badly injure you. That's, another very common thing you'll find in a lot of, survival crafters. Is it's very common for the trees to just drop and just kill your character outright. Or, you know, severely injure them. Alright. Oh yeah, no, Wisens are dangerous. I'd say the only thing I think is more dangerous than Wisens is probably bears. And even then, usually where bears are, you can kind of abuse things a bit more. So, in that regard, even though I would say the bear is more dangerous than the Wisent, you can get yourself in more trouble with the Wisent and all that. Learn about how frail people are during your first few playthroughs. Yep. Oh yeah, no, and I've played this plenty. The one thing that surprised me is for some reason in my head I remember the moose in the game being really dangerous. And maybe I'm just mixing it up with another game because so far when I fought the moose, they kind of just left me alone, like they just ran around like a big deer. But I remember in the past, like poking even the bull moose with the arrow and having it beeline for me and just gore me. Moose from Long Dark are terrifying. But yeah, no, in my, like, there's been a number of games that have moose in it that you have to be very careful about the moose. And I mean, like, in real life, moose are also very dangerous. They're really, a really big animal that can get very territorial. There's those games where you want to come back to every now and then? Yeah, no, I very much have enjoyed this game. In real life, you're more afraid of moose than bears? The only reason I would say I'm not is because we have bears here, we do not have moose. I mean, regardless, wild animals be wild. Big wild animals be real dangerous. Yeah, both bears, unless they're very hungry, will usually leave you alone. Yeah. Yeah, that's like I said, I've heard a number of tales about, you know, how dangerous moose can be, and you know, absolutely. There's a number of animals that, like, are really big animals like that you gotta be very careful about. Like, the one a lot of people know about is, like, hippopotamus. They're extremely dangerous and territorial. Alright. And I definitely feel like in the next season, we should try to make time to getting a better hammer. Like, getting copper set up is basically what I'm going to go with that. I should actually check. I might even have copper just in storage, because I do have it set to mine some. But it might just be one of those things that's just kind of filling that up. Alright, so we're just missing some stone, and then this house is done. Let's take a quick peek at our blacksmith. It should be over here. Tools, copper tools. So we do actually have a couple of copper bars. We can't make a copper pickaxe, but that's fine. Okay. I want to be careful to not buy too many recipes too fast, because I've done that one before. Because then you can run up, buy the recipes, and just burn through money very rapidly. Because those recipes can get pretty expensive. Like the recurve bow is something like 12 or 1500 bucks for the recipe, and it's worth getting. Because when you get it, you get the recurve bow, which I think is the best bow in the game. But at the same time, with that, now you've got that bow, and you've just depleted a huge amount of money. But when you craft it, I think you can sell it for a good couple hundred, like 800-900 or something like that. It might not be that high, it might be like 450. But you can sell it for a pretty penny. Oh, did I not make a pickaxe? Hang on. Alright. And this should let me finish that building down there. Alright. Yeah, so it does seem like we are getting some copper stuff. Your new computer parts finally show up today? Nice! I hope you have a good time building it out and all that good stuff. Always nice to get yourself some proper upgrades. Well, everything except the water blocks, which won't be into next week. Yeah, that one's a bummer, is when I've had a number of computer builds where it's been something like that, where you get all the parts, but like the processor or the motherboard, like one critical part that's just kind of sitting there for a while. Here we got free wine. Grab that firewood and the mead. Free axe. Cool. All right. But yeah, no, so you sit there and you've got like everything, you just kind of sit on your hands waiting for like the last part you need to come in so that you can actually get it built, do the build out, all that stuff. Alright. Yeah, so this one I'm not going to be able to break the pickaxe. Clearing everything up before my inventory is full. I got like one more go here. And then my inventory is full. Alright, so you can run back down to town, get that second house built. You originally planned on moving your current system over, but then you realized it'd be foolish to do that when your current system is from like 2019. Yeah, I mean that's always kind of the challenge is when you're doing the upgrade route is like it's easy when you got a computer that's so far out of date that you like yeah, there's no bringing this up. Like I have, you know, sitting on a Pentium 4 and you're going to shove like a, you know, ridiculous GPU in it, you're not going to really benefit because your processor's just that old. But when you're in that weird middle ground, you're like, okay, my memory is totally fine by modern standards. My CPU's okay. My GPU is falling behind. Okay, like, do I just replace the GPU? Or then you turn around and go, okay, well the CPU's falling behind, but is it bad enough to warrant? Because when you replace your CPU, it's usually CPU, motherboard, memory, and probably your power supply. They kind of come as like one big package deal. In the sense that if you're gonna upgrade one, you're probably gonna upgrade them all. And so it's always a juggle when you have one of those components is kind of becoming a problem, but it's not a problem yet. And coming to the decision of when it's time to be like, no, I'm gonna do that. Your 2950X is a bottleneck for your existing AM 7900. There's no point in doing any upgrades. All right, another house built. Let's go over here. Patch up these walls. Get the insulation set up. Alright, start pulling up these logs. They decided to do a whole new build? Yeah, no, and it's definitely a thing that happens sooner or later. Alright. Okay, so we're still in range of our warehouse. That was the important thing. Alright. But the biggest change in this is that you're changing over to Linux entirely. You've been playing with it for months in dual boot and found, for your own personal use, you're not missing Windows. Yeah, no, I've used Linux in the past. And when I say in the past, it's been a long while. It's definitely not one of those things that'd be like, oh no, you need to or not need to or anything like that. It definitely is a thing that if you're not at least power user level of knowledge, which obviously if you're building your own computer, you're going to be up there, it is the thing to be careful about. Because I know I've had plenty of times in the past where I've had peers who, you know, they're software developers, they're very knowledgeable tech people, recommending Linux to, you know, very beginner level people. And I personally don't feel Linux is there. It's come a long, long way. But these days, if you know your way around a computer at all, Linux, Windows, doesn't really matter. there is some things you got to worry about, like some applications that won't run on Linux. That could be a pain point. There's definitely the whole thing going on with the certain games use like their anti-cheat stuff that is just not compatible with Linux, and that is what it is. So you do have to worry about some of that, but it's not like it used to be. Like it used to be a very big thing about you had to like be very careful because so many things, you know, couldn't run on Linux. Not because of a thing wrong with Linux, but the application was written for Windows, and that was just it. But it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. You'll run the occasional application that won't work, but it's not at the same level. It's definitely come a really long way.
I need more clothes or some fire.
You'd agree most distros other than Mint, but they're very user-friendly. Yeah, no, we've had ones over the years that have tried to be very user-friendly. Like, we've got, Ubuntu, that was one of the earlier ones that was trying to really lean on the, like, anyone can use this kind of thing. Knoppix kind of tried to go that route. Some better and some worse. And I know they've improved there. But it's definitely one of those things that, when things work great on Linux, no problem. But when you start running into kind of edge case problems, it's much more difficult to get support so far as people to help you out on Linux versus Windows if you're not someone who can kind of help
There's
yourself.
a real nip in the air.
See, on the other hand, for the old relatives, you could install Linux, show them where to launch the browser, and then no question. Oh yeah, no, it also definitely depends on your use case. Yeah. If you're talking about someone who their idea of computer use is they get their email, I've now listed the entire thing of what they're going to use their computer for. Yeah, that's a whole different animal. That's like not a big deal. You know, they're just going to be breaking out Facebook and that your glorified web machine. Yeah, there's not much thing. You're gonna have to upgrade since Windows 10 is no longer supported. Your computer can't handle Windows 11. My advice, if you are considering doing the flip, is to dual boot for at least a little while and get a feel for how much you do or don't like it. Because I've known people who have jumped on Linux and have absolutely loved it, and I've known people who have jumped onto Linux and absolutely did not land for them. Hey, Arch Play Stuff. Can we get a shout out for Arch Play Stuff, by the way? Not remember the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and absolutely fantastic. Someone I definitely recommend checking out, and all you have to do to check it out. Sorry, someone I recommend checking out, and all you have to do is hit the follow when we get that. Let me go ahead and get you that shout out. So, Arch Play Stuff. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. Plays, you know, a whole bunch of indie games over there and all that good stuff. Definitely a good time. Playing some Into the Dead Our Darkest Days. That was the sort of War Is Mine zombie game that we played a while back. That I very much enjoyed. But was like really, really solid. Definitely one I recommend. It is a pretty unforgiving game. But there are settings to adjust a bunch of that. Yeah, your studio makes it, and he thinks it counts as self-promotion. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm doing the promotion of your self-promotion, so you know. It's not self-promotion when I do it. But yeah, definitely check them out. That's pretty much what you did. Your dad is on Mint. Granddad was on it until his laptop needed to be replaced.
It sure is frosty.
Yeah, and I know we're slowly dying. My expectation is the season will change before our pulse changes. And if I'm wrong, then that'll be kind of embarrassing. There it is. You didn't realize this game was like this? Absolutely keeping an eye on it for when you could buy games again. Oh yeah, the game's excellent. Alright, Runaway Bride. I'm telling you, it was a ghost. What would a fair girl in a white gown do in the middle of a field, if not tempt men to abandon their work so that she could kill them? Contrary to your villagers' belief, the girl is no ghost. She ran away because her parents were forcing her to marry an older man, and she wants to marry only out of love. Okay. We're going to invite her to the village, because that's what we're going to do. The girl is overjoyed and can't thank you enough. You have gained a new villager in the settlement. Alright.
My legs hurt.
Okay, so we have this person here who's going to go in that brand new house we just built. Hi.
Are you being a little cutie?
No, that doesn't sound like me.
Can I get you anything?
No, I think I'm good. I appreciate it.
Lovies.
Love. Okay. So, we need to assign her to something. So, her best skill is survival. He's always a cutie. Aw, thanks. One thing about Linux that people get very wrong is certain distros are for beginners like Mint and Zorn that treat you like you change over to distro like Arch eventually. Yeah, no, you could definitely stick on, stay to the easier distros as well. Like I said, I've known people who have jumped on Linux who have loved it, and I've known people who jumped on Linux and did not love it. I'm going to put you on the fishing hut. It's interesting that all of those are showing 0. I think it's genuinely, I just haven't had the day progress enough for it to do anything. Alright, so let's go here. So we need to go to the fishing building, which is here somewhere. And go to you, edit assignments. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and set everything here. Change intensity. We'll start by setting the things that get us fish. 20%. We'll have to figure out what threshold these things should be at. We'll figure that out when we get there. Okay, so we got 5% more. Yeah, sure, we'll see. Most likely that's going to be incredibly off of where it should be, but that's fine. Okay, no skills to worry about or anything. So I can put away this. Stop walking away from me, wife.
Hey, Mr. Husbandman.
How's my beautiful wife doing? I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I was sure that women were generally exaggerating about the troubles of pregnancy. What do you mean? A lot of things. At this particular moment, cravings. I heard about those. Is there anything specific you had in mind? I could help. Well, all night I've been dreaming about how delicious bare bone marrow wine must taste. So I might be beyond help, but there is something a little more down to earth that I've had in mind. Meat wine. To hell with that. That's botulism in a bottle. And that is... I thought of a peculiar recipe for, soup. One soup to rule them all. You're going to ferment that soup, aren't you? Perhaps? Anyways, I have a list. I'll need berries, apples, pears, cherries, plum. Okay, I've got it. Cabbages, carrots, beetroots, and what the heck, throw in some hops for good measure. I'm not even going to comment on that. I'll get you what you wish for. So, let's see what the journal actually says she wants. Oh, she literally does want all of those things. Well, the good news is, objectives I can't complete are things I don't feel bad about, you know, failing. It's like when you get that boss who has a completely unreasonable, like, completely outside any possibility expectation of what you're going to accomplish. So, like, writing an operating system over a weekend, where you don't feel bad about blowing it because you never had a chance in the first place. Go back to, like, the old Dilbert comic. You know, doomed projects are my favorite projects because he just kicks up to his feet and doesn't even bother working on it. Okay, so we got rid of the junk hammer there. Because we're moving up in the world. And now we got copper hammer. Oh, that is... it's not actually that much faster. It's fine. Okay, so we got all that built. What I got materials for now. And let's get back to insulating this house. Alright. Okay, so with that... Oh, I've got the King's Quest thing available now. Let's grab all of the rot. And we'll go over here. And turn that rot into fertilizer. So we should be coming up not too far from having our kid. Because wifey got pregnant, I believe, in summer. Which would mean fall, winter, and then spring. So that should happen. That should get the air objective done. One of those who likes to tinker? Yeah. Now, like I said, I do have some hesitancy of recommending Linux for non-power users. I understand there are much better distros than we used to have and all that kind of stuff, where they're not nearly as rough and all that. I shouldn't say rough. That's not the right word. They're not nearly as unbeginner-friendly as they used to be. But it's still kind of one of those things that's like, when you run into problems, you can find people to give you support on Windows or, you know, OS X or whatever way easier than Linux. You kind of already have to know enough to be able to seek out the resources. Now, if you don't mind running, like... I'd say I'm probably going to use Mint for now, unless someone makes an even more user-friendly distro. Yeah. There's certainly an argument to be made about having more, like, if you're going to be supporting family members or whatever, that's fine. You're accepting that. For me, personally, I'm definitely in the camp of I did IT for years. In a pinch, if, like, I run into my family desperately needing help with stuff, I don't mind helping them. But at the same time, generally speaking, if I don't have to, I'm gonna let them kind of just take care of their own stuff. Because otherwise, every time I go to do anything that I take a day off, you know, you go to visit your family for Christmas or whatever, and you're fixing their Wi-Fi and that kind of stuff. And not actually having a holiday on your holiday. Alright, so for our journal, we need to pay our taxes. And we also need to go to the... Yeah, so that's going to take care of that. Alright, yeah, so that, once we have our heir, that'll literally max out our Dynasty stuff. That'll be the chapters done. There is a challenge on the map we haven't accepted, so we're going to want to do that pretty early. Those challenges, as I recall, can be very lucrative. What? There was something else I was going to be... Oh, right. I wanted to check in on the food. Because we needed beetroot for the objective. That's the carrots. And you're putting down your seed and all that. Yeah, so we won't have beetroot. That's the thing. Alright, so let's go pay our taxes. And I need to go over to the trumpet thing, because that'll give me the big quest or whatever. And all that. We can also get one more male town member, because we found that runaway bride, or they showed up kind of thing, and we welcomed them in. So I now have a house with only one person, so we can put a second person in there. Okay, is this to wolves? Yeah, so wolves are over that way. Alright. See, it's been a lot easier for supporting your family than Windows has been, because most malware, and it doesn't really work. Yeah, I mean, I would say these days, I don't usually have to worry much about malware with family members and all that. Just because it's like, don't download things off the internet. We got the wolf got aggroed. Yeah, de-aggroed. Like, genuinely, if you're not, like... If you're not torrenting or grabbing, you know, every single mod you see for a game without any considerations of if it's in use, or, you know, downloading things out of your email, malware is, a lot easier to avoid these days. You just gotta kind of stick to kind of proven sources and whatnot. Now, granted, we are having problems like on Steam where really kind of in the fringes games, we're starting to see more and more malware coming through, you know, AI slop games, those kind of things. So just yet another reason when it comes to the games that, by all means, you should support indie devs and all that, but ones that you've never ever heard of, that don't have like anyone with any, you know, significant reputation supporting them, backing them, whatever. It is be very careful, because we are seeing more and more stuff like come out on Steam. They do an update, put some like crypto miner or whatever crap in their game and all that. They usually need help installing software packages, because as nice as Mint is, you still have to install the dependency manually. Yeah, no, that's exactly my thing. I was kind of getting on with that, is unless you are willing to be long-term support for your family member, and they're like, unless they're tech savvy. If they're tech savvy, it's a non-issue, at which point you probably don't need to be involved. You know, just kicking them over to Linux and being like, this will be better. It's definitely one of those things to be careful. It's not that Linux is bad or anything. Alright, so there's the taxes. I need to look at what they were. You had to pay him, so I did.
Hail, friend.
Can I help you with something? You look like a reliable fighter. Can you please help us? What's going on? What's the problem? At night, we can hear the horrible howls and we can barely sleep. Would you be kind enough to get rid of those wolves for us? I can do that, no problem. Let's talk to a person to trade. Yeah. 172 was roughly your taxes. Yeah, where's our coin? Yeah, no, that's about right. Ow. We need to get a proper production set up to deal with that. Alright, so I can sell the hat. Oh, I also need to be changing our clothes here. Because we're getting into warm weather again. So I can get this crap I've picked up along the way. Alright, so we can go over to you. Who do we have here?
Oh, it's you again.
It's fine. Small talk. Can you tell me something about your skills? Well, I can... Doesn't...
Have a nice
I don't
day.
need another survival person. Get out of here. Alright. So that does me no good. We're apparently running out of firewood. So let's go here to our journal real fast. I'm going to murder some wolves. Which is fine, because that'll make my life easier going back and forth. So these wolves are going to die. Because those wolves are the ones that have to constantly like worry about maneuvering around. So I can kill these wolves real quick. That'll finish that objective. We're going to want to go down to check on... I wish it showed... Oh, it probably does show the icon. Yeah, you're going to want to go down there. Let's go down there first. We're going to go down here, and we're going to grab the objective, because we don't know what the big mission thing is going to be for this area. Or this rotation or whatever. But so you did the north side of that lake and tried to build your village around it. The north side, like, hey, wizards, thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. I do appreciate that. The north side of which lake? This lake? Or the one I'm on? If I hit the building limit? Yeah, and that's the thing. You can go in here and customize your game and change the building limit. You can do that. No lake you're on? Yeah, no, it's a pretty good spot. It's a little out of the way, which makes it a bit inconvenient for hitting the towns, but it's still not that bad. Yeah, so we're going on the right way there. Are there wolves down here to kill on the way? Yes. There are wolves right there. Was there Wyzen right by that as well? Okay. So if we go a little bit wide this way, we can follow the river, avoid the Wyzen, kill the wolves on the way down here, get the objective for the thing going on right now. It does look like they're sort of sorting out that firewood themselves. I am going to have to supplement it, I know it. Okay, so it's not here. Follow the stream over the next hill. Yes, if I follow the stream, it'll take us right to the wolves. There's the moose. Yeah, I think it's right there that where that waterfall is the area that the wolves are at. Okay, actually, it looks like it's up that ridge. Alright. Well, I didn't see where the wolf came from, but it sure got here. Let's go ahead and patch ourselves up. Alright, so let's try to go to the high ground. You started on the opposite side of the max that building with the slider. Oh, you literally max it out. Yeah, no, it is a thing. And a lot of these games do kind of end up needing those limits to not have the whole game just really cease to function well. Well, we are doing great. Alright, so Wolf is still being marked as in the area. Imagining it's down that ledge. Let's grab some of these plantains so I can patch myself up. Okay. Yeah, get carried away. Well, it's also one of those things that, you know, with the style of game, that's what you work on, is you make your place bigger. So it is kind of one of those bummers that it's a hard limit that you've progressed your game, and then there's a certain point where it's like, well, you're not allowed to anymore. There we go. That's how we're supposed to do it, where we don't get mauled the whole time. Alright. You can mod the game to go far, but it's bad for stability. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. There's a lot of games that have that problem. Like, there's a lot of, like, city builders and all. Ha! I managed to bait you into circling around me versus getting the actual hit in. Alright, so now if we look at this, it's grayed out, which means we won't see more wolves there this season. Alright, so we run down here. Go see what this quest is. Further out, do not recommend. Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's the same thing you'll run to a lot of stuff. Like when you played, for example, Banish, Farthest Frontier, even RimWorld, they all have that same thing where if you keep expanding, like whether it's modding the game or changing the stuff to give yourself more pawns or whatever, then the game will normally let you allow. You definitely get yourself into a lot of troubles where things stop, you know, stop working well because just too many calculations going on. Now granted, a lot of games, when you play them, they'll put those based on the expected hardware, and some of those you can get away with cranking them way up. But it is a place to get yourself in trouble. Alright.
Spirits of this realm are drawn to the bonfires.
Oh,
like
it's you
moths.
again.
Myself.
Small talk. Can you tell me what your skills are? You fancy simple hard work. Cool. You can work with your bare hands. Excellent. I'm creating a new settlement. Join me. Cool. Get over there. Management. You have a new person here. There you go. There's your home. Work-wise, let's get you on that other woodshed for right now. Because, yeah, you got extraction 3. So that should be more wood coming in.
Hey, friend.
Can I help you with something? Yes, I do have a problem. I wanted to prepare some fancy food for tonight for the tavern guests, but I ran out of ingredients. I won't be able to get them before night falls. I can get them if you want. I'd be really grateful. You probably aren't actually doing that.
Hello.
What does the king desire? Our dear king recently developed a taste for intensely hop-flavored beer. The barrels containing this variation, a gift from our western neighbors, have already been depleted. His Grace asks for large donations of hop in order to brew his own local ale to restock. Bring a smiley king's face would be an honor in itself. Wonderful, I'll wait delivery. If you don't want to carry everything here, remember, you can leave it in your storage provided that you have one, and tell me about it. Then I'll collect it later. That's not happening because I'm not growing hops, so... you know... it's going to be a pretty big limiting factor on our hop production that we're not making them.
An unfamiliar face.
Can I help you with something? Lately, many dangerous animals approach the village at night, and our people are getting anxious. Say, would you be willing to cut down a number for us? I'll give you coins if you do. Alright, so let's go look at all the quests we just grabbed. We are going to need to run home to deal with firewood. But, so we've got the night hunt. That will just give me a list of stuff doing there. So, yeah, the night hunt. We would need fish meat, which I'm not going to have handy, so I'm not going to care about that. The royal beer, 350 hops. Yep. The season's left until the quest expiration, so you have 5 seasons to try and deal with that. So basically, I got a ton of quests that I'm going to utterly ignore. Do you have the time to listen to me whine about everything or nothing all at once? Alright. It feels weird to patch yourself up instantly with raw herbs. You try to avoid it until you can use health potions. Yeah, I mean, I'm being a little bit aggressive and lazy about it. Alright, bear with me, chat. I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I should tell the sad news. No. No, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence. We do not want to be in here. This is a dead end. Alright, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, alright, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through. Okay. Forget that, rally. You've got a kid in your hand, so you're dropping the kid on the floor. That is awful. We got that far, and very last Lardine died because a drop pod landed on their head. Get more involved. Alright, and we are back. So we were doing a thing about a thing where we thinged in the thing. Okay, so we can run up to town over here, turn this one in. Is there dangerous animals along the way I gotta worry about? Just the Wisent on the right there. We also have fairly close, we'll get to more wolves. That is one thing that I could definitely see do. Oh, wait. That's fine. We're gonna run up here. I need to get the firewood sorted in town. That's a big problem we got going on. I did just assign another person to help with that. But what it would be pretty good to do is if I can run over here and buy some hop plants. Even if I can't realistically get this objective done, we can get the hop plants planted. And with those hop plants planted, it means I've got another thing I can potentially trade away, whatever. Yeah, so why isn't it be over there on the left? You said it, Bambi. Yeah, so I keep seeing the firewood popping up and dropping off. My hope is by getting that second person doing the extracting, that'll be good. Then I want to get back to working on these houses to keep expanding the town and whatnot. Hello, cart in the water. A gift basket. Okay, so the gift basket gave me a dice set worth a small fortune. They gave me pear wine. Okay. And they gave me some money. I don't think I've ever seen the gift basket before in the game. What it also gave me was filling up my inventory. Alright, so there's more wolves over there. Let's avoid them for right now, because there's a good chance when I get that like night watch thing and I wait for the night, it'll either be the bear and boar thing, or wolves. And so if that's the case, if it's the wolves, that's a good place for me to just go kill some wolves. And if it's the bear and boar, we'll deal with that. The other thing I should also potentially check out is we saw that one bear like center map. It would probably be good to look into that. Okay, so if I cut straight to it now, we should probably avoid the wolves. I can definitely see the appeal from what I'm doing at the moment for prolonging the seasons. Just because then you could take the time to clear out the animals that are dangerous and not have to deal with that. You know, for like basically do the effort to clear it out and then be kind of clear from dealing with them for a little while. Cutting too close this way, we're going to be right in the boar. Oh, you know what the other thing I should consider? Unlocking the animal feed. And getting actual animals going, getting like some chickens and all that up. Because if we get the pigs going, we can get the manure flowing, which means more fertilizer, which means potentially having multiple farms and yada yada yada. All which can go a long way. Okay. Let's turn this in. You'll see what we can do over here. See, I can get, I believe, cows here.
But I don't want to be one.
The wolves are dead. That's such a relief. Thank you so much. We chipped in and prepared a reward for you. Please accept it. You had me at cash.
I wouldn't mind if the king resigned
Hello.
Okay, show me your wares. Alright, so we're gonna sell the dice set. Sell the pear wine. Sell the potion of night vision. Anything of particular value to dump real quick. Oh, sell the clay pot. Alright, so we've got those. Now, we could buy a bunch of this stuff. The big thing we'd want to figure out, we got the hop seedlings. Let's take 2 seconds to see how big our farm is. Because I think it's like 8 by 8, but I don't remember. Yeah, so it's 8 by 8. So, alright.
Caroline is receding.
I'm something of a village.
How are you?
myself.
That's good, Cinderella.
So with it being 8 by 8, can I get like 8 hop plants? Yes.
So,
So let's check on this. So for beetroot, I've got the row of beetroot there.
on. How are you?
I don't even know if I have beetroot seeds left. Okay.
See you around.
Alright, I'm assuming where we saw the cow icon. It's strictly like the cows and the bulls, because I want to say each one has their own icon.
I don't know about.
Hail, friend.
Show me your
What
wares.
you need, I've got it.
Yeah, so they'll sell me animal feed and all that.
Goodbye.
And then if I wanted to, I believe we can walk over to where he has... You walk over to the animal themselves. And it'll just be like cows laying there and you can buy them.
I like when it's time to pay taxes. We've got many visitors then.
That's your home. Yeah, and unfortunately I can't keep cows yet. It's also 1400 and I don't have that money. Alright, so we did just get that one quest, the night hunt, to update. So wolves or bears. That'll work fine. Because I'm going to be cutting across home. They've got wolves over there. We go ahead and knock those wolves down to satisfy that objective. Will they add a feature that lets you rewind the stream? Yeah, you just have to either have Twitch Turbo or subbed. How's the Dynasty? Dynatastic, I assume? Yep. We are probably getting pretty close to having our heir get born. Otherwise, we're just working on expanding our stuff. Okay. So I need to kill 3 more wolves. That's a fox. All right. Why not hunt moose and squirrel? No. Boris hunts moose and squirrel. And so does Natasha. Actually, I'm not sure if those were the names of the two. Okay. You think the names are right? Yeah, and I haven't seen Rocky and Bullwinkle, and I couldn't tell you how long. My, one of my uncles growing up was, like, super into it. And I remember going to Taco Bell a lot when they were doing the Rocky and Bullwinkle promotions, because he wanted, people were trying to get him, like, all the... I can't remember what it was that, like, it was not Happy Meal or whatever. But they're trying to get him, like, all the collectibles from it. Because, like, he was like a really sweet guy and all that, and everyone wanted to just kind of, you know, do something nice for him. He had, like, a combo meal, but they would give you, like... I think they gave you points that you could trade, you could, like, get Rocky and Bullwinkle merch. I don't remember what it was. But you get cool stuff that was, like, limited edition for Rocky and Bullwinkle through it. I was kind of hoping you'd stand up. Oh, you jerks! Alright, we are in trouble here. Okay, we're alive. It was a very clever girl where you see like the one dog barking ahead of me that I'm lining up the shot, and then you just hear the running from the side. And that won't be enough to have wiped out this area of wolves. There we go. And now it's grayed out. So the wolves are sorted. I don't think I have enough stuff to heal myself right now. I know I'm very injured, but I'm pretty sure we already used all our stuff. Also, we stinky? Yes, we are stinky. Alright. Alright, so we can just quickly pop a bunch of those, or at least we're not inches from death. And we got that one sorted. Okay, so with that, we have cleared out multiple areas I have to worry about wolves normally on the way to and from home. And now I don't, because they're all dead. Yeah, my guess is when the season switches from from spring to summer, we'll end up having the air or whatever. I think it only happens at the season change. There's a lot of stuff that's gated behind that, like there's random events you do. Those are all gated behind the season change. Alright. We're gonna pop into the water to get ourselves to be a little bit less stinky. We got a ton of meat to drop off. And continue working on all that. We did get our hop plants. We are going to go out of our way to plant the hop plants right away. I don't think the hop plants are going to be remotely in time for the king's thing, but we'll see. The way I see it, if we fail it, the consequence is pretty insignificant, if I recall, if at all. And if we succeed, then we get the reward. And I want to say those, like, the king's requests, I want to say, are really big for your dynasty reputation. There's also a thing, if you didn't notice, we have up here on the top, we have your different kings, and there's like different ones. They'll have like the benevolent, the warlike, and all that. What your reputation is to the king. And I don't remember all the things that go into that. I think it can affect your taxes and some other stuff like that. But there's a lot to unpack with all that kind of stuff. Another thing we should probably do is get to the point of being able to actually do some stuff with our herbalist, which means making the wooden vials and yada yada. So let's run over here. Because I'm pretty sure... Oh wait, didn't I already hoe the ground? Oh yeah, no, I already hoed the ground. So I just need to grab a bag of seeds. Which they're all out of. Okay, so what we're gonna do here instead is I'm gonna make a couple of bags. Make sure things keep moving forward. Alright, so with that, I can go inventory. We can go to the simple bag. Put in the bar. Orchard. Go ahead and sow these hot plants. All right. So at least puts us in the running to be able to potentially do that. Next thing is to take the meat we collected, drop it in here. And that's fine here. We'll want to go to this and drop in the bags. Drop in our seeds. I'll need to go to the house and change my clothes in a minute, but we'll deal with that after I get more other stuff dropped off. Ooh, you know what? I bet you we probably weren't getting wood chopped. And the reason we probably weren't getting our wood chopped is most likely we don't have an axe on that second extracting thing. Let's quickly double check that. Because I've got axes up here to spare. But not the other one. So I can grab one of those axes back. Run down over here. And chuck it over to you. I apparently have a ton of these. I keep finding them, which is fine. The spare axes could be just chucked over there. I apparently have a spare longbow I found as well. Let's see. That'll be the herbalist place. This will be the hunting place. Alright. Okay. Is there anything else worth getting sorted up? Copper weapons. You can make a copper spear, a copper cudgel, copper arrows. Armor sets, bronze, iron, all that. Tools, we have copper tools, bronze, iron, so we got copper tools. So I could have them make a copper axe. We've been just ending up finding enough that I don't really see a need to do that. Honestly, I'll probably just keep it on that. I'm not getting enough copper to really use yet. Okay. So we wanted to make soup, so we would need wooden bowls to be produced, which means having spare wood. But we would be able to make stuff like stew. Yeah, I'd be able to make stuff like stew and porridge. There's other stuff. Meat gravy. Yeah, so you get the idea. You can make a bunch of stuff with all that. We have the oven. The oven is stuff for, like, breads. And we can generally make a bunch of this. We can make, like, wheat bread, rye bread, white bread, oat rolls. We can make pies. And it's always kind of catches which ones to focus on. Now you got this, which is mostly just about cooking the meat and all that. You like carbs? Yes. Yep. Yup. Oh, right, it's gonna go to the crafting table and... Yeah, so you make large backpacks and all that as well. I think I have a pouch and a small pouch. So I can make really good ones of those as well. I'm not ready for that yet. That's not exactly how I want to do it, but that's fine. Looks like I can make 2 linen thread. And I could turn the linen thread into fabric, which we can use for a lot of stuff. But yeah, and then it gets down to all of these kind of things. So miscellaneous. We can make a simple bag, a water skin. You have your standard clothes, decent clothes. And this is where things can start getting really good, as you start making the higher quality clothes, like fine clothes and all that, and those can be really valuable. Padded armor. So that's just like, we actually can make the gloves and the boots. Thick padded armor. That requires proper wool. And then excellent padded armor, which requires even more stuff. You can apparently make the excellent boots once I have enough technology. Gotcha, so I can make the small pouch, but I can't make... The small pouch of the small backpack I can make, but I can't make the larger ones. Honestly, for right now, probably unlock you. So we'll just have them make the linen thread and then bump it up to linen fabric. And for the miscellaneous, the linen fabric makes it so I can make actual bags. So I'll probably just do that for right now. But one of the things we're going to definitely want to make happen is getting it where we can get the tailor going constantly, or at least somewhat constantly. And a lot of that's going to require having more fields. Okay, so with that, let's pop over here. Because he made better bags. That should last longer. Okay, and they still got some spare hoes and scythes and sickles. They've got plenty of grain and seed to keep planting stuff, so that's good news. They should stay on top of that. The fertilizer's kind of the only one we're really struggling with. Meanwhile, we need to eat because we are starving. And dip into the water. Then get back to work on building things. Okay. So first we'll see if we have any more insulating material to keep working on this. There we go. And now I can try and see how far we get building this. I have no logs. I do have some stone, what can we use up real quick. And then planks I've got none. Okay, so we need planks, we need logs, that's fine. No shockers on any of that. Let's start knocking down the trees that are starting to grow back in town. Okay. Because then what we can do is we can build the next house. And then we can go run to the south where I have that quest to turn in. So we turn it over there as we go to grab 2 more people. Keep expanding. Game's a lot going on. Yes. You can do quite a bit in it. Yeah, so it looks like the firewood is fully sorted now with the extra extracting person. It's also a thing that could potentially use another person to deal with, like, the extracting ore. But at the same time, when we get production people, I need those 2 for the tailoring and all that. The one thing I don't really need right now is survivalist experts or diplomacy experts. All right. Okay, so let's get these built. And I'm gonna have to get the roofs on here. Yeah, so as you can see where that one's getting coated in the limestone, that'll go a long way for firewood. Okay. Alright, so I will need to cut down enough trees to get those planks made. Once the planks are all made, we should be good to go for getting the last bit of that place up. Because then I just gotta go up, grab some stone. We'll want to be up there anyways for grabbing the limestone. That should start putting us towards the evening this in-game day. We could tear down one of our old houses. Your houses also will... There's a couple things that can happen. One is they could take damage. There's like events, like it'll be like, oh, a bad storm came through, you know, between the seasons, and a bunch of your houses will take minor damage. And you gotta start patching things up. You'll also have things... Is this early access? I believe it's fully released by now. I'm pretty sure they 1.0. I know it was early access, but I believe they 1.0'd a while back. Okay. Because the game released into early access, I believe, 5 years ago. Alright. And I really should be putting down some roads and all that for decoration as well. But, you know.
I don't mind if the king resigned from the throne, or if somebody helped him to resign.
Are you suggesting treason and regicide? My town is apparently, my town apparently is, the rebellion or resistance or something. Just random citizen being like, regicide. We should do a regicide. All right. And I need to go into my house and change our outfit. All right. Good old planer. Yeah, no, it's it amuses me so much with this. Going, yeah, making genuine planks this way is a real rough thing. Usually more likely what they're gonna do is they're gonna just have some type of splitter or saw that'll get you something reasonably close to smooth, and then just kind of plane the rough spots out of it. Not calorie efficient? No. It's very laborious. Can you have someone do that for you? Yes. And I actually do have people doing it, but they're not keeping up. So I'm jumping in to help. That's kind of the thing, is we're building fast enough here that even though I do have people assigned to all those tasks, it's just one of those things that I could basically work on other things and just wait, and it would get done. But it could take a long time. Like, we are working on scaling up right now, which will improve a lot of those issues as well. But to give you an idea, each one of these houses I'm building is eating up almost like 100 planks. So even with them working, I'm eating up a lot of planks really fast. That's partly they just make a lot of these things just take time. Alright. Because, like, I also have 2 people working on cutting down trees. Yeah, I basically have 2 people working on cutting down trees, making planks, doing all that stuff. I've got 2 more who are mining up stone and copper and all that. Okay. Alright, so let's bring those back. Plus, it's fun. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Very genuinely in games like this, you know, building the town and all that's one of your primary game loops. You can still have fun playing the game in other ways as well. Like, you could focus mostly on just hunting things, but almost all of the progression and interest in the game is almost exclusively around the building of town. I'm gonna quickly just toss these logs in here, and we can go grab stone while they work on that, so I don't interrupt them while they're in the middle of working. Okay, so there's a bunch of feathers. There's a bunch of logs. Oh, we do have that maple seed that we can plant up top where we've been doing the other ones. Sticks, all that garbage. Alright. Because that's kind of what we're doing right now, is just getting more people in our town, getting those people to do the various tasks I need. Alright. Keep expanding that. I'm also working on tearing down these old houses, the little ones, to build those stone houses. Okay, so first let's go up here. Got these maple trees we're planting. Okay. I also wish it's a little easier to spot at more of a distance which of these rocks are available and which ones are already considered depleted. Like, add a texture to it. So when you mine it, like, it takes a little bit of the texture away. Alright. Because it'll give us stone and limestone. That's fine, we can run down here. Try and build up more of this. Wait, I'll start noticing this place will start looking more and more and more like a proper village. And how are we doing over here? So you're still planting your seeds. Love to see it. Surprised they're not getting more of that done. Make it look more like holes in the ground depleted? Yeah. Or like make the rock look like really pitted kind of thing. Alright. Oh, let's quickly... Did I have another pick? Oh, I've got an iron pickaxe that we got. Right, we got a quest for that. Let's make sure our people who are doing the mining, and make sure they have the priority of actually having, you know, proper pickaxes and shovels and all that. Okay, so you're not showing us having a pickaxe. You got this crappy shovel. Alright. Because then I can make my own tools to keep things going. Okay. We definitely want to get to the point where I'm making, you know, iron pickaxes and all that garbage for myself and not having to depend on just finding them or whatever, or trading for them. Okay. Let's add insulation. Alright, so get that whole wall there to deal with. And then the two upper spots, and then that one's fully insulated. Alright. You got another round for the pickaxe. Are you still doing the lumberyard stuff, or are you walking around? Yeah, you're walking around, so I'm going to take advantage of this real fast.
Another day, another splinter.
Alright. Your village is already kind of big? Yeah, no, I can get much bigger. I don't remember what the hard cap is to start with. It's something like 60 or 80 or 100 buildings or something like that. You can make it higher than that, but things can get a little bit dodgy. But yeah, so we're probably sitting around 30-ish buildings, I would guess. That's a lot, though. Yeah, no, considering running down among the buildings first person, where you're placing them and moving them, all that, that's not too surprising. There's a lot of games that, you know, like your Rust-esque games or whatever, that you could just build stuff everywhere. And a lot of those, they do start getting pretty pokey on the performance once you build enough stuff. You do have games that do a bit better by it. Well, so, like, I actually don't know how games like The Forest, or not, so The Forest I know does better, I'm sorry. Like, games like Green Hell do about the base building thing, because that got added way later, you know, to be able to do more interesting stuff with it, versus just putting down your lean and then, like, a basic structure or whatever. Because there's a lot of these games that, once you start building stuff, it really starts to get kind of pokey after a while. But, you know, the Forest is one you can do a lot of the base building. Now, the catch with those, though, is with this one, every additional citizen is another thing it's having to do with computation, calculations, all that kind of stuff around. And they do streamline a lot of it. Like, the game does kind of lie about a lot of things. You get your people who are your ones mining. You can follow them around and watch them never leave town or do anything meaningful, but you will still get the ore. And it's just because basically it's like, I'm assigned to it, so I generate X amount of ore per, you know, day or whatever. But they do that. But it's just more and more people that have wandering around. Okay. So yeah, so I'll need more stone. Otherwise we're getting pretty close to getting the next house built. Yeah, and so we can see that we are getting a little bit of stone popping here. Okay. So we got that set up. We got the planks. Let's chuck those in here. Let's see. Planks, that's 16 in there. Spruce sapling, we can drop those in there. Alright, so let's look at our management stuff, look at our buildings. So you are... that house isn't built yet. You don't have people assigned. The barn is missing materials. You don't have livestock. And then the smithy doesn't have materials. Okay, so I'm not seeing a whole bunch of things saying you don't have tools. Because that's what you're worried about the most seeing. Maybe make a bunch of stone tools for your miners and loggers. They should have them. They got a couple bronze ones.
Slowly developing.
That's iron. So I actually have much better. The miners... Yeah, I could make a bunch of stone tools. Right now, I'm okay with that the way it is. We'll definitely want to go and deal with more of that. Alright. So we got our pickaxe. Let's go get our materials. Yeah, no, definitely want to get that. The thing we want to do is probably get it so I have my blacksmith making those tools. Because if I can get to the point where the blacksmith makes the tools at similar to at least slightly better rate than they go through them, then it means it's just kind of handled. I don't have to put any attention to it. Which I do have the blacksmith queued up to do a lot of that stuff. But with making like really crap tools, not really keeping up too well. Alright. The road up the mountain help at all? No, so as I mentioned before, the game kind of lies about a lot of how the NPCs work. So even though, you know, you'd have like this area up here, and in theory the people who'd mine would have to come up here, that doesn't actually matter. They could wander up here, they could not wander up here, you get them stuck where they can't even get through the terrain, and you'll still have the resources go up appropriately for what the amount of work they should be able to do. Okay. And we taught a wolf a lesson. Not very well though, because you know we did kill the wolf, so any learning that occurred kind of got wiped out because wolf did big die. Okay. But yeah, you can build roads. This isn't a game where the roads change stuff in a meaningful way. Like, if I build roads, it doesn't mean the NPCs move faster and therefore work faster or anything like that. They're pretty much cosmetic. The big things that matter is what building do you have, who's assigned to it, like what skills the person assigned to it has, and then what is the balance you've assigned so far as like how much do you have them focus on getting stone versus iron versus limestone versus whatever. But all the rest is hand-waved for keeping performance good. All right. And unless something's changed, I do not believe there's any type of like part or something. I think the closest you get, and I could be wrong with this, the closest I'm aware of is I'm pretty sure you can get a mount, like a horse or a donkey or whatever, and put saddlebags on it, and have that help you by giving you effectively an additional inventory to fill up. All right. Yeah, we could increase the draw distance to make those pop in earlier. We had some, when I first booted up, some minor performance issues, and I shortened the draw distance to sort it out. Yep, that's the village so far. So you can see where we got, like, our crappy little wicker and thatch roof places that we started out with, and our proper stone homes way over there. That's what we're trying to do, is convert everything over. Because it'll reduce our firewood consumption. I want to say there's actually mood bonuses for having nicer house. I'm trying to remember. We can actually look at this. So yeah, so you've got these ones here. These two are really, really happy. We check on them. They're in an actual house. This person here, they're in a house. Versus we look at our saddest people, they're in a simple house. Like that kind of stuff. What are you upset? No fertilizer. That's fine. I will need to start topping stuff off again soon. Okay. And we should be able to get another segment of wall insulated. Alright. First place again, real close to having it fully insulated. I also do think we're going to have to find one of those mines here in not too long. Alright. So, once we finish building this place and moving the people over and tearing down the old home... Oh, wait. Okay. Maybe it's every second house I build, I will bring in new people versus just continuing to move everyone. That way at least get some new people happening as we go. Alright, cool. So we got the house done. So we can go to manage... Well, actually, we'll change the way we're doing this. We're going to go over here. We're going to say destroy building. There you go, and we're going up to the really tiny houses first. So take the old house. Alright. And so now I go to management. We find our homeless people. And change them over to the new house. Okay. So the next new house will be for new people. Pop right over here. Do I have a shovel? We're going to need to pull these up real quick. Okay. Alright, so let's move some of the birch from behind it. I wonder how much farther over I can go before I run into problems. Because I suspect if we reach the point where it's no longer considered in range of the storage building or whatever, that they'll end up having difficulty getting food or whatever out of it. Okay, so buildings, buildings, best house. Alright, and get you set up. Now, I'm not going to finish building this house right now. Well, we'll see. Pretty much I'm trying to rush building these houses, but I want to make sure I have enough time to at least turn in whatever missions I've already finished. It also looks like I'm getting a decent number of logs now from our woodcutters. The fact that I am able to see it going up as I'm working. Okay. Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is with us being able to go out here and grab like almost 10 trees per lap, we're just blasting through these woods. You can see here I'm about to pop a hole right through this wooded area from one side to the other. So at this point we're going to kind of properly see a bunch of this just get utterly depleted. It's right, climate change doesn't exist, so chop all of them down. Exactly. We just don't have to worry about the consequences of our actions. That'll be for the generations in the future to suffer. Tragedy of the commons. Yup. Okay. So I can go over here and keep getting this all built up. Yeah, so I should be able to build this relatively quick. Run over and then turn it in.
I don't want to be lonely anymore.
Sorry. Run over, turn in the night hunt mission. After the night hunt mission, then I should be able to recruit 2 new people into the colony. Okay. Alright, so I still got another round of logs for the roof. To get that all sorted. Which shouldn't be too bad. Then probably 2 rounds of stone or so to get the walls built. Let's start with the logs because we are standing right here. Okay. So I'm gonna need to make sure to make myself a replacement pickaxe. Alright. So I'll use up a couple of logs and some stones. We're also going to pretty soon be starting to push up here far enough where I'm going to start running into dangerous animal territory. Because, like, the Wisens live just up there. We can handle them and all that. But, you know, it's one of those things that once you get to that point, you're better off just going someplace else to deal with the logging. Oh, we're full. Alright, so let's get the last couple of logs in place. Then we can make them all into planks. Alright. Okay, so we can make the rest of those into planks. I probably should go around here and put some torches up for lights here as well. Back in your unit, you wrote a modified version of the Tragedy of Commons for training agents to play the game. You can figure out why... Alright, 1 second. Why your agents kept sabotaging everything by overpopulating the commons. Then you realize your learning algorithm assumed zero-sum game, and that everything made sense. Ironically, it mimics some human fallacies leading to bad behaviors. Gotcha. So you're doing like a an AI where you set a bunch of like, here's your 5 or 6 parameters you can play with, here's the desired outcome. You know, do thing. Because usually for learning AIs, you end up having to keep the variables in play fairly restrictive. For genuinely learning AIs. Like, for example, the classic thing where you have, like, the physics thing where you just give an AI a handful of buttons it can push to, like, make a thing walk. And be like, okay, I want you to, you know, maneuver this obstacle course. And the agents kept starving all their sheep. And our neighbors as a result. Interesting. Those are, I do love a lot of those physics where they, or those things where they give an AI effectively a skeleton of sorts in a simulation that mimics human beings. Be like, all right, you need to do this task. You're going to be graded based on, you know, jumping higher or running farther or whatever, or speed at which you reach the finish line. And because, like, it doesn't have any of the build-up from the evolutions of human beings, they generally start getting into these utterly cursed paths where it achieves the goal in possibly, like, the least efficient way, like, movement-wise possible. Where usually it's more, it's abusing shortcomings in how the physics are being handled. Alright. Let's drop some of the stuff I'm starting to get a pile of in here. Okay. We'll need to eat, drink, all that stuff. Looks like we probably have one more round of chopping down trees to get that roof up. But I am going to try when the sun comes up, regardless of where we're at, making our way to turn in that quest, just to make sure we actually do get it turned in time. Meanwhile, is this the home we live in now? Okay, meanwhile, let's grab our clothes. And I want to chuck off all the winter garb. Because we're moving towards the summer, and if I keep wearing the winter garb, it'll just get utterly obnoxious. Alright. So one more round of trees to get that last segments of roof up. And now we can switch to the stone to get the walls up. And then let's see if we can't score ourselves 2 new villagers. Okay. There should be one more. There you are. Okay. I can't express how happy I am we managed to get a hold of these iron axes. If I was doing this or was having to replace the stone axes every 2 or 3 trees, it'd be pretty frustrating pretty quickly. It's probably as much as I can carry this trip. Will hopefully be enough. Finish all the planks of the roof. Alright. And then we just go up the hill, grab a whole bunch of stone, and get that building sorted. Turn in our night hunt, get 2 more people. And I could see going out of my way to build another excavation place, which is what gives us the stone and limestone and all that. Just to have them bringing in those materials so I don't have to. Oh, it's a chimney. I was seeing the shadow look like there's a hole in the roof. I was like, excuse me? Alright. But I definitely want to get this turned in before the day's over. And I also wonder with a lot of this, I know your people level up their skills. I don't know exactly how that works. But we definitely want to get our people who are leveling up their, ability to produce planks and all that kind of stuff. Just to help out as much as possible. Alright. I also kind of wish we could track more quests. I understand with the way they put the markers on the map why it is the way it is. But it'd be nice to have, like, the night hunt. Okay, here's this other thing to grab these materials. So you can kind of plan out to do 2 or 3 things a little bit easier from the UI perspective. It's not a big deal. But it is nice when you can pin up, like, 2 or 3 different objectives at the same time in a game. To just be like, alright, I'm going to town. Okay, well, I need to turn this into Pierre, I need to give that to Abigail, I need to give this to, Clint, grab all your stuff, run over there without having to, like, pull it up and, like, shuffle through all of it. And to some degree, when you get enough stuff going on, you'll still have to shuffle. But for where we're just doing, like, 1 or 2. Granted, on this one, I know the request from her wife, like, I can't get her half of the food ingredients she wants, so we're just not doing it. We're still waiting for, like, the main story objective to get beetroot. And again, our level in extraction. Not super surprising. It's what we've been doing the whole stream. Okay. So we can increase our carry weight again. And again. Okay, so our carry weight's maxed out. So yeah, at this point, I'd probably want to start going for getting the extra resources from deposits, as well as the potential, like, preventing the durability loss. Because, honestly, I'd be more concerned about the supplies lasting than I can smack my hammer faster. Because the speed of which you swing your hammer is not the bottleneck. It's all like the planks, the logs, the stones. Okay. Yeah, so then we're just down to getting stone. Yep. Just bonking away. Cool, so I've got all of those done. Yeah, so it's literally all that we're missing from that is stone. Okay. What would it cost me to make a light decoration? Lighting. So I can make... Alright, so those are like linen thread, iron, firewood. Okay, so it looks like I need stuff like linen thread. But then I can make actual torches and all that to light up the area. Looks like Life is Feudal. Yeah, Life is Feudal is a lot more MMORPG versus solo. Life is Feudal is one of those games that I kind of wanted to get into, mess with it a little bit, and then was like, I do not have the time. I have no idea where it's at because that was very early on in Life is Feudal. This one looks more complex. I couldn't tell you. It's been too long to have like a side-by-side comparison. And more details. Yeah, because Life is Feudal, it felt like Life is Feudal was trying to kind of be like an Ultima Online kind of game. But, you know, first person down there in the weeds of it, all that stuff. Do I have a pickaxe? I have a pickaxe, right? Yeah, I do. It's just not in the bar. But yeah, no, because I remember starting to, like, mess with Life is Feudal and working on it. It had the leveling system, like, the old, you know, Ultima Online of that, where you smack something with a pickaxe and you get, like, 0.01 more, you know, skill at pickaxing. Probably close to Worm Online. Yeah, no, very, very much Life is Feudal was very, very similar to Worm Online. Just have first person? No, you can go third person. Generally speaking, I'd prefer a game like this doing it in first person, though. Alright. Yeah, no, you're all good. I notice people have preference for the third person. I have no idea how good the third person is for actually playing in this game. There's definitely some games that you're kind of intended on being in third person, but you can play first person. But then you run into stuff where like the enemy runs up to you and it clips through your camera, or the other way around where it's meant to be played first person, but you can put third person. But then, you know, aiming your weapons is all kind of weird because you're like weirdly off-centered. I have no idea where this one lands. There's ones that do both perfectly well, to be fair. Alright. Right, test this game? Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. You like to do like the slow burn. Hey, Nuclear, how's it going? Like the slow burn build up kind of thing. I could certainly see that. Oh, it looks like you got disconnected. Still okay. Cool. Refresh if you didn't. Let's see, refresh if the stream dropped for you. Okay. Yeah, no, I noticed I was making the comment, they looked at it, I was like, oh, it says chat just reconnected. Oh, the stream went down. Yeah, I think I just had an internet hiccup on my side. I think the ISP in my area has been doing work, because I had the other day, Friday night, that the internet went down for like a good hour or two or whatever, but it was one of those things that's very, it like went down almost exactly at like 1 a.m. or whatever it was, and then came back, you know, 10-15 minutes later. I'm like, all right, you just did maintenance that you didn't notify the customers of. That stuff happens. But yeah. No, we didn't drop a whole bunch of people or whatever. Oh, it looks like it might have dropped... Well, I hope that's not the accurate viewer count, because that'd imply that it dropped more than half of the viewers. Which would suck if it is what it is. Because I'm not sure if it was down long enough for people to get properly dropped or not. I don't think it was. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things. As a, you think it does that on purpose? Which part? But yeah, no, it's just a thing as a content creator, like when you have those hiccups and all that. This is low, medium, or high quality. I believe we're at medium. I don't know entirely off the top of my head. Yeah, it's set for custom. Yeah, but it's basically medium. About once a night, you have to close Twitch completely to unfreeze it. Gotcha. No, I don't think that's deliberate, because that's not something I've ever had to experience. For you, it just lagged from it, but wasn't interrupted. Well, that's good. Yeah, no, I usually don't keep a super close eye on the viewer count, but it's definitely way lower than I'd expect. I thought it was higher, but it could be it's just a slow night. It's the Saturday. Like, it's not something that, like, I'm getting, you know, stressed out or upset about it. It's just when you have those drops, you're like, alright, how... It was 144 before it froze? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. I thought it was higher, but yeah. It's one of those things, though, like, you know... This is my livelihood, so when you have those things that drop the connection and suddenly 2/3 of your audience are like, yep, you know, that hurts. But it is what it is. That doesn't mean making a big stink going like, oh no. It could just be a thing that can be a little demoralizing. You know, when things are going good and something outside your hand breaks and you're just like, well, even though there's not really a thing you can do about it, it still affects you. It's one of the, when a tree falls on you, can it hurt you? Oh yeah, no, trees will absolutely kill you. Like, absolutely the trees can fall on you and kill you. Not even kind of or a little. Straight up death. Yeah, no, we'll see. Sometimes it recovers quickly, sometimes it doesn't. You just have reoccurring issues with your connection. Your ISP insisted on your end, but every time you called support, the issues magically disappeared. There's a good chance from what you've described that if you go into your modem or router, look at your, would it be the DNS settings? No, sorry, DHCP settings, that sometimes you'll have it where it'll refresh your IP address at a given time kind of thing. And that can cause that exact behavior, which actually is on your side. If you ever do seem to have like roughly the same time every night, your internet seems to become kind of unresponsive for a couple of seconds to a minute or whatever. Very often it is exactly that, where it's just the IP address, you know, refresh kicks in, and while you're in that limbo of it refreshing, you know, your internet drops. You had the not like this screen for a few seconds. Yeah, no, it's showing that is fine. It's the big problem is when it fully drops, like where it goes, you know, Rual Storge is offline. Because when that happens, it'll drop almost all the viewers. And a bunch of people won't come back automatically. So for people who are like lurking real hard, it means they may not come back at all for the night, or they might be a thing. You had quite a customized router setting, including Pi-hole, PPOE, to avoid having ISP modem. I know exactly what you're talking about with that. I have the entire setup where I've got the ISP's gateway that I'm required to use for authentication purposes. It's all proprietary, and I can't just like make it work without it. But what I do have is I have my own gateway, and then I've got their gateway kind of off to the side of that gateway, branching off of it. And I intercept the authentication stuff, pipe it over to their router, modem, whatever. And then all the rest of the traffic I pipe over to my switch, which isn't power over Ethernet. I don't have PoE set up, but it is a decent switch and all that. So I'm doing the kind of the same thing where I don't want to use their crap, because their crap has a... Proprietary is not the word. They've got kind of hard locked the DNS on their on that modem to use their DNS. And even if I were to go onto my computer and say, hey, use this DNS, it still screws with stuff. And even if I can circumvent that, it was just enough to be like, man, I don't want your piece of junk hardware between me and what I'm trying to do. Yeah, it didn't fully drop. Yeah, no, it didn't fully drop. It's also honestly possible, like, it could be there was a ingest server that had a problem, and so it might have bumped stuff over or something like that. He doesn't want to pay a monthly fee for their useless piece of hardware. Well, unfortunately, they don't charge me a monthly fee for it. I know when I had cable, they had that crap. But the good news for me is they don't surcharge or anything else, or, you know, discount you for not using their hardware. It's literally, if you want this connection, you are required to use our hardware. That's all it is. And like I said, I pretty much found a way to circumvent that. It also does mean every time there is an internet issue and you go to pull up like the thing to be like, hey, is there a known outage in my area, that kind of thing, and it goes, there is no known outage in the area, which their website lies all the time about that. I've had times where, you know, on other websites they were reporting that, you know, X number of thousand homes in an area having no internet with their provider, and theirs would be like, yep, it's working, and eventually they would update it. But it kind of waits till like everything's been down for an hour or so, where there's been enough reports that probably pretty obvious that it is actually down before you'll actually see it finally update. It is very intrusive to ask what percentage of your process. I can check. It's not a thing I usually have to worry about. Keep in mind when I give you this information, I am streaming at the same time. Yeah, so my CPU is hovering at about 25%. Memory's about 35%. If we check my GPU, the GPU is hovering 30 to 40%. But, and that's with me streaming on top of it, though. So keep in mind, those numbers I'm giving you are fairly pessimistic. We're streaming at the same time? Yes, streaming at the same time on the same box. But that's, like, part of the reason I'm able to do that is, one, is I take every single game and I lock it to 60 frames per second. Because for streaming, if I have it higher than 60 frames per second, congratulations, you're going to see 60 frames per second. So there's no, for creating content, there's no benefit in me doing higher than that. Like, this game, I got the graphics turned down a little bit. Like, we were having some sub-chugging a little bit with the view distance up, but it's been running smoothly since I turned that down 1 notch. I could honestly probably turn the graphics up to the max and be fine, but... I don't know, this doesn't feel like the kind of game where I'm like, no, the graphics need to be at their best. I'm also not a person who really cares about extremely high-end graphics. Like, don't get me wrong, if something looks like Uncanny Valley bad kind of thing, then that is a concern. But at the same time, once you get to the point where it's like, yeah, it doesn't look like garbage. Anything on top of that's just nice bonus. Not that I can't enjoy a game that is absolutely gorgeous. You just asked to know about the performance of your setup? Yeah, no, I gotcha. No, that's the thing. It was worth answering, because it's like, okay, you know, with my setup, that's my performance. If you're not looking at streaming, just playing the game, you know, you won't need to be nearly as worried. Alright, so you can get to this side. I need 1 more stone. You play games with technology that are like 20 years old? Yep. Well, that's, we've had the comment before about, like, when you're playing those, like, really old games, that there are ones that hold up well, and ones that really don't. And honestly, usually the less they try to strive for being, like, you know, the greatest of great graphics, usually the better they held up. The thing that's trying to be, you know, super duper high fidelity, high end graphics, everything looks real, those games end up looking pretty horrible after a while, versus the stuff that kind of went a little bit more cartoony, a little bit more artsy. Those ones tend to hold up extremely well, you know, after being around for a long time. Okay, so let's get over here. So what we want to do is we want to turn in this quest, and we're hopefully going to snag 2 more people. Alright, so we got that bear that's tucked in here. And we got the Wizened, but those seem to be the only 2 dangers along the way. As long as we kind of scooch around the bear and the Wizened, we shouldn't have to worry about. So, but in case your CPU, you go to 30, 50% graphics, 60, 70 grade Celsius RAM, 78%. Yeah, the thing to keep in mind with a lot of that stuff is there's going to be so much differences in our individual setups, like, you know, what antivirus are you running? That's going to be a major factor. Different GPUs, even if they're in the same spec, will have entirely different performance profiles in different games, especially with how crap some drivers are these days. Looking at you, NVIDIA, the thing I'm using, and how your graphic drivers are honestly a real crapshoot. The frequency they have drivers that are just really bad is a whole thing. Okay. This is the same one we've come across several times, right? Yeah. Right, yeah, so it's just over those ridges over there, takes me to where the bear is. And like I said previously, most likely where that bear is at, tucked back in there, is probably stuff I want. Speaking of which, I should have checked the journal before we left. I don't have fish meat handy. But I definitely don't have the stuff the wife wants. We're nowhere near having that. Yeah, so we're good. The big thing was to check if there was something like, oh, kill a wolf, or grab me a stack of berries, or whatever other garbage we could find. Where's the Wizened? Okay, so we turn south just a little bit first. We could circumvent the Wyzants, get to town, grab what we want, and hopefully get back and get a little bit more work done. Okay. Every time I see cliffs like that, I just keep expecting to find a cave with ore, and there probably is a cave on some of those ones. Alright. It would be nice if they gave us more quests that were multi-season. So, like, these ones where we clear out the enemies, instead of making me rush really fast between the day or two, have it be the same basic quest, but, like, I could turn it in next season. Still finish it this season. As long as, you know, I did it. Alright, so got rid of the animals you wanted. I noticed everyone was sleeping soundly thanks to you. Here, for your trouble, as well as a little extra from me. Okay, so we got that. Now let's see who we can recruit potentially over here. Alright, what's your deals there? What can you do? You fancy simple work? You're perfect. Welcome to the settlement. And what about you? Small talk. What can you tell me about your skills? You're a craftswoman. You're perfect. Welcome to town. Okay, so we can grab those two people. Because that means I've got a craftsperson, so that's production. And I have, so you're production. So you might end up on the workshop, potentially. I could also put you on the kitchen, potentially. The kitchen might not be the worst choice. We do have lots of ingredients. And with those ingredients, well, no, because I would need the bowls not. Alright, so we'll go ahead and put you on the workshop for right now. And then grab you. Set you up in that home. Grab you. Alright, and your skill is an extraction. And I made the comment earlier that I probably really do need to make a second mining building. Let's actually plan to do that. We can run home and get the second mining building going. And then with that second mining building, be able to bring in the stone and the limestone and the copper and all that at a faster rate, which should enable a lot of things. Can we have the Wyzant? I've got wolves just over here to the left. Okay, yeah, so if I go past the Wyzant here on the left, then it's just clear sailing the entire rest of the route. And then the other thing I still should do is get a whole lot of something to toss in the compost. Because I'm going to need to compost a bunch of stuff. I need to compost a whole bunch of stuff to keep the fertilizer coming in. All right. I'm grabbing a whole lot of berries real quick. That's weird. I thought I heard a wolf. That's fine. Pretty sure this is an area that did have wolves and we killed them. What is up with that tree? Gift basket. An iron battle axe. Alright. Yeah, that one tree was just a different type of tree. I'm pretty sure the same one we keep coming by again and again. It is. Alright, well now I got an iron battle axe. Is it a skill to see things in this card? Yeah, so this is your inspect mode. When you first get it, it's pretty useless. But one of your level ups will make the sticks and rocks and all that kind of stuff glow. There's another one that'll make the animals glow. There's a skill to make it no longer cost stamina to keep it turned on, which is honestly huge. But it ends up being extremely good for when you're hunting and all that, because there's a lot of stuff like foxes and all that that get really hard to hunt because they just get, you know, they blend into the brush really fast, and it makes them pretty hard to track. So it does help quite a bit to get that set up. Alright. So the next building I want to make is I want to make a second extraction building. Okay. So we can get that set up. And get that new recruit chucked on there. Try and keep that all coming along. And that should be a way that I could probably have one of them focus on literally nothing but getting the copper, while the other one focuses on the stone and all that for more buildings. Alright. Okay, so let's get ourselves some more logs. You tested Life is Feudal? I played Life is Feudal when it first went early access. Man, has that been like 10 years ago now? And I enjoyed it a bit. I didn't end up sticking with it. It was just kind of too far in the early access kind of thing. And it is a game I never really did circle back to. Because I kind of knew it was going to be one of those things that'll be just a time pit. Which is fine, but I never did kind of circle back and give it another go. So I have no idea how it is now. Yeah, because it's like, what, Life is Feudal, Your Own, or whatever? Gotcha. That's those games I'm curious, like, how much they've done to maintain. Because it was one of those things I feel like Life is Feudal when it first came out. They were really trying to push the angle of eventually going MMO. Like, to be an MMORPG. But it's just kind of one of those things that they were working on stuff. And I never did see where it went to. and I know they made like a single player version of the game, because originally it was balanced entirely around this like sort of MMO RPG idea, but then that like wasn't ready yet, which can make it very frustrating, because a lot of things were like, even for some of the more laborious games that I like to play where the progression is very slow, it was really, really slow. And it was one of those ones you had to just grind your skills, so you'd, you know, get your shovel or pickaxe or whatever it was, go up to like some mountainside and just start banging on it for a whole lot of time. Cancel that. Oh, you're there. It's fine. I'll go ahead and make it. But you're gonna leave the game? Life is futile? Yeah, like I said, I have no idea, because that came out a really long time ago, and I just don't know how they've been maintaining it. Because a lot of games, if they don't find success, understandably, they stop maintaining, developing, whatever you want to call it. Stop covering those games just because, you know, you need to be able to keep the project going. Alright, so we'll drop a pickaxe in here real quick. Where are you at? There you go. Go to our management thing now. So we will grab you who's unassigned. We'll assign you to that excavation shed. Cool, so now I need to go to the building itself and give it assignments. Alright. I guess I'll leave it open to that. I don't think we need a second one of these gang straw. Alright. Start with that, I think. And we'll say copper is 50% of your work. Make that copper happen. Stone is going to be 20% of your work. And all the rest is going into lime. That should be good. Cool. So we got another person going there. That'll be good. Okay, so after this, it would be time to build another home. So will all of this still be in range? Okay, so the range to our silo thing goes here. I think we're okay this far out. If not, we can just move the building kind of thing. We can also build more storage buildings over time, whatever we got to do to make this happen. All right. That's too far out of range. Okay. And when I'm talking about a range on that bottom right, like right over here, you see that little house icon thing looking? That's my storage shed. Where it disappears out here means I can no longer access my resources remotely, versus that I can. It ends up being a big pain point building if you can't reach where your resources are at. Alright, so let's dig this up, and we can build on this side. Okay. As you like its complexity, but the game has construction, interaction with humans, animals, huntings. But after building your house, the possibility of fighting against others, it runs out of content in your point of view. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's I don't think Life is Feudal was meant to be a really big survival crafting kind of game. I think it was a lot more meant to be like a you know, like kind of a modern day Ultima Online or something like that, or modern day Worm Online, modern day like EverQuest kind of game, versus like truly being a like survival craft or whatever. I think was the intention. Could be wrong with that. Okay, so we'll go here. I'm trying to mark where I'm going to put the next house. Yeah, it'll do. Okay. Oh, it's interesting that you said too close for that one. Can I move that while it's under construction? No. That's fine. We can figure it out when we get there. Okay. So we got a bunch more buildings to be built. That's cool. Let's drop off the junk I've got in my inventory. And see what we can do to get those going. Right. We'll drop all the stuff in my inventory. We're going to go and get the compost bin full before the season changes to make sure we have the rot for the fertilizer next season. Because we are continuing to grow our population. I need to get rid of some of these things that got value. I'm not going to worry about trading those right now. Iron Battle Axe. So, 85 slashing damage versus 75 piercing damage. We got 30 logs on us. Bunch of saplings, bunch of bark, bunch of sticks. Honestly, for right now, let's put the battle axe away. Because you probably weigh a bunch, don't you? No, it's not actually that bad. But I can put that away for right now because I still have my spear. And when my spear breaks, we can switch over to the battle axe. Because they're both iron, so I don't feel like I really need to put a whole lot of effort into it. Okay.
But I'm not a miracle worker. I can do something out of nothing.
Now we can drop those apples off. Still got enough meat for me for right now. Okay, so let's grab those unripe berries. You're looking for a big area of berries. There we go. And most likely another thing that's going to start happening is all of those veggies I got, the surplus will start rotting. And again, that'll be more fertilizer. Which will be a good thing. The big thing I gotta do is I gotta get our animals set up. That's gonna mean getting animal feed set up. And I need to probably not only get the farm stable, but most likely I'll end up needing to expand on the farm for accommodating a bunch of that. Probably also want to go to some of these to get more stuff queued up on them as well. Let's also check. How are your tools? Okay, so they need they need a hose. So let's get more hose set up. I'd be real disappointed if that prevented our stuff from getting done. And we can drop you off. Okay. So we've almost got enough of those. So good news is that actually is requiring seed and all that if it's in season. So I think we got fine there. So let's grab some of these because we keep using these up. Okay, so I need a handful of berries. There we go. When I grab these berries, that should cover this. Yeah, it's like one thing with the excavation stuff set up is I haven't needed to go in for reeds in a while. That's actually one of the things I should do is go to our first excavation thing. I should really tone down the amount of reeds they're grabbing. It's very unlikely I will need those reeds in those quantities anytime soon. And so taking that a bit off of their priority should help with the stone and all that. So let's go check on excavation shed. Edit assignments. Let's drop you to like 5%. It'll jump you up by a bit more. Let's also drop you down. Make it 2%. Alright, so let's try that. So basically, massively lowered the amount to grab the straw, because it seemed to be getting plenty of it. And increased the amount we're getting copper and stone. Because ideally, I would like to get it to the point that the blacksmith is regularly making me copper tools and all that, so that we can get those distributed where they're needed. Yeah, so copper, tin, yeah, so I got 4 copper bars. So the copper tools. Let's get a copper hoe made. A copper sickle. At that point, they're out of material. Okay, so we can keep supplying all this. Okay, so there's a copper hoe, copper sickle. Got more unripe berries to drop off. Okay, so that compost bin is full. And drop the rest of the berries in here. Oh yeah, no, we can drop these off the next season as well. Yeah, so food is doing fine so far. We got some of the stuff, like these carrots and all that, are starting to get to the point where they're gonna get dodgy. When you have like the whole heap of those rot, I'm gonna have so much fertilizer I'm not gonna know what to do with. Alright, where else can we put our efforts for right now? So we've got stuff to sell, I've got money, I've got stuff to sell. A couple of sticks. I don't have more flax yet. That's buckets not alright. So we can make a better torch. A hand lantern requires honeycomb. And decorations. Do I have someone assigned to that? Let's double check that. Management. Buildings. Do I have anyone assigned to the workshop? No. Yes, actually I do. Let's reassign you to literally anything that is not that. Let's take you. Let's see. Let's take you off of the workshop, and we will move you over to the kitchen. And then let's go to the kitchen and see what I can unlock that you can work on. Because the big problem I'm going to run in here, well, because then you're going to have problems with like wooden bowls and all that. Yeah, because you either need wooden bowls or wooden plates. Or we make bread. Okay. So you can make flat bread with onions. We're not really producing flour right now. Alright, I changed my mind. I'm going to move them back. So that is you. And you're going to have new tasks. Alright, because we're going to need wooden bowls. I'm going to buy that schematic. And wooden plates. And we can go from... Oh, another thing we should probably also have you make. Where is the wooden vials? Alright, so you got a lot of things you're going to be making now. So let's go to the... Where are you at? The workshop. Edit assignments, edit assignments. So they're going to make wooden plates, wooden bowls, wooden vials. I don't know if I'm going to need a bunch of buckets. Probably go ahead and add simple torches. Probably should have... That's fine. We'll start with this. Nothing else on there to deal with. We'll accept these assignments. So we're not going to have much in the way of that. We will make you about 30%. About 30%. And about 30%, and we'll fill in the gap wherever we can. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool, so we've now got it. We're going to start making the wooden vials. So this means we've got another building to sort out, which is to go to our herbalist hut. It's time for decision making. So we can edit our assignments. We've got all of the different flasks we can do here. Ideally, I would like to make poison. Yeah, so poison. We can make that during the winter. So let's go to the herbalist's hut over here. Healing potion, enhancing potions, other potions, poison damo, other potions, poison. We will buy the poison schematic. So it's deadly nightshade. And we'll start there. Okay, so we can go here to you. Go to the herbalist hut. Grab you, edit assignments. Deadly nightshade during the summer. And then poison we make during the winter. So accept assignment, switch to summer. During the summer, we start grabbing all of the nightshade we can. Because I want to get enough nightshade to hopefully cover us for the rest of the year. You're fine, you're fine. You're fine. And then during the winter, we just start cranking out poison. And what we'll do with that is we'll ultimately put that on our arrows and stuff, so when we're hunting the more dangerous animals, we have it. In worst case, we can sell it too. Now it can be the large supplier for poison to the region. You're welcome to everyone who lives here. Okay. So we check on the stuff. I didn't even think to. Ah, so we have been getting this done. So we could take the wheat grain. We can turn our wheat into straw and wheat grain. So that does make another thing I need to add on to consideration, which is I'm destroying the seeds. That's right. Alright, Waves, you have a good one. Yeah, so let's check. Okay, so we got oat grain, a type of grain crafted from oat. A threshing fork can be used for cooking in the kitchen, brewing in the tavern, creating flour in the kern, or sowing in the fields. Gotcha. Okay, so that's fine. So I got a lot of oat grain. So right now, let's make sure we have the oat grain set aside there. And the wheat grain set aside here. So I can make sure it's getting planted and all that. We can figure out from there. We can put the straw over here. Which does make me want to change the straw production even more. Now I remember that that's a separate source for it. So I can go to our management, to our extractor. Go to this. Straw is now at 0%. Yeah, we'll keep the clay coming. All right. So we're about done with this season. We can get rid of all that. Let's see. We can drop the sticks off. And let's check in the extractor sheds. Oh, not the extractor shed, the woodshed. So we can go to the woodshed here. So we've got sticks, planks, and logs. And half of the effort is going strictly into the logs. And if we check the other woodshed and check on it, it is only and exclusively grabbing logs. I think that's fine. Looking at our people, everyone's starting to get gradually happier and happier. So that's good news. I don't believe I've got what I need to get these next set of houses built yet. All right. Great game, but you spend a lot of time in the journal. Yeah, and I was mentioning before, it would be nice for, like, these objectives up here. It would be kind of nice if you had it where it'd list off a bunch of the objectives. Then, you know, the management thing. The good news is the management thing should ease up as you get along and to get things settled. Because sure, if you're trying to like max out your efficiency, I can see you burning way, way more hours on it than you'd want. But you're not too fussed about it. They just want to have it like broadly work. Feels like all you'd need to do is just prioritize earlier stuff there. Okay, so I can get the 2 foundations down. And I'll focus on building one of the houses. I just want the foundations down so we can see them. Okay, so I can get this starting to build. From there, I'll need to go and grab a ridiculous amount more stone. But with having the more people mining all that should help a bunch of that stuff. Also just struck me, I need to go to our blacksmith and adjust your stuff. The smithy, schedule. Alright, so for right now, we don't have tin, don't worry about it. We don't have bronze, don't worry about it. We don't have iron, don't worry about it. Keep that at 5% because that's all we're getting the stuff for. We will edit assignments, get rid of the wood mallet, put on the copper, get rid of the stone, put on the copper as well for this. Same here, copper. Cool. So basically telling them to work on making the copper tools now. So confirm that. So we've got 10% on all of you. 10% on all the copper tools here. Wait, do we still have the stone? Yeah, that's fine. And I'll crank that up. Obviously, it's not going to do a whole lot yet, but my hope is as we escalated a bunch of the other stuff, that we will start to see the copper coming in faster. It's also a thing that I could probably help out with is next season maybe we go to where we saw that bear that I'm willing to bet there's a cave nearby and just go out of my way to deal with it right at the beginning. And if there's the cave, then, you know, deplete it for its resources early on. Okay, we can get all this set up. I didn't even look at the options. Okay. So basically I can make like a thatch roof, plank roof, or just like wood log roof. I figured that was the case, but it's worth checking. Okay, for right now, I'll just make another one of those. Okay. So we got that all built. The season's going to change any second now. And when it does, we should be in properly good shape. We are expecting the kid to happen. At which point, then, unfortunately, our wife, once they have the kid kind of thing, they'll basically stop working to raise the kid. Which means needing even more people to fill in those gaps. But that's the reason why we just keep building house after house after house right now. Is we are just trying to escalate the population so I've got more people to get stuff done. I can probably just have it where we go to sleep. Is this where I live? I think this is where I live. Sleep till next season. Alright, so we're in summer. promised me a baby boy. You found a creepy, weird lady who was like, it's definitely a boy. Alright, so you can select your son's name. So that's the thing that's interesting in this game. You actually choose a name. You don't just like type it in kind of thing. We're gonna go with Olaf. Sold. Your child's name is Olaf.
Hello there.
Let's see, I thought I broke a femur that hurt so much. Boy, how little did I know. After experiencing the labor, I can tell you one thing. One child is plenty. But I'll stop babbling for now. Let's admire our absolutely beautiful baby thing. He's perfect. Red, bald, and perfect. How is the family doing? Have you heard about the master angler from whatever? I have not. He's apparently some kind of big deal, and his fish soup is supposedly to die for. Can you bring me some? You're perfectly able to do it yourself. I know you're carrying our newborn, who was like literally born 5 seconds ago, but this feels like something you should do. Sure, no problem. Great, here are the coins for it. Oh, I didn't realize you're gonna actually... That's fine. Her cravings were unreasonable. Yep, that's fine. Alright, so new quest, Master Angler. Alright, so the big thing we've hit is, if you noticed, I no longer have a chapters quest. We have literally done all the chapters, so where we have the 70 building cap, that is literally as many buildings as we're going to get unless we change settings. We will not be allowed to ever get higher than that. We can worry about that later, though.
My handsome little schmoopy schmoo.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know what those words mean.
You're my handsome little schmoopy schmoo.
You say weird words that don't mean
You're
things.
purposely being obtuse.
I don't think I am.
You are.
Love. Okay. Grab the mushrooms and all that and chuck them in here. Okay, so grab the rest of those unripe berries, because that's what I'm going to use them for. I will grab the big old pile of mushroom. And I need to go over here and process that all into fertilizer so that our farming people can keep farming. Okay, so the things I want to try to get done this in-game day. Let's see what we need to do to get animal feed. Because if we get the animal feed, I would like to potentially start getting some animals. Because that'd be something we can work on. Otherwise, obviously I need to keep building houses. That is going to be forever our problem. So we'll keep working on that. Now, the other good news we have is we do actually have an extra woodcutter.
Doing the same thing every day.
Cool, I'm glad you find fulfillment in your work. So we should be getting more stone and lime and copper, wood and planks and all that coming in. So that should go a long way for us. In addition to the fact that I am making these houses insulated and everything should reduce our firewood usage. So even though we are growing because of what we're doing in between, that should help. So animal feed. So that's rye grain, oat grain, and straw.
But they always need to change stuff.
Also, management, barn. Let's see, edit your stuff. Edit assignments. Animal feed. Okay. Except... Alright, so you're working on all that. Cool. And what grain was I missing? Was it rye I was missing? Rye grain. Let's go check on our field and make sure we actually have rye grain queued up to even plant. So the rye grain is not being grown. Okay. That's a problem. Okay, so it doesn't look like we have anything in this far right field planted right now. Yeah, so let's go here and clear out one of these. Oh no, I do have rye right there. Never mind. Okay, we do have rye right there. All right, that's fine. Yeah, we're fine there. Cool, so we got all the fruit real fast. We got 34 apples. Got all the fertilizer. That doesn't actually go there. Let's not put that in there. We got pears. And I can drop off the fertilizer here to keep these crops going. And they've got some hoes, sickles, scythes, and bags, and a ton of seeds. How could you miss it? It's right there. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why would you do this? Alright, so Master Angler is considered a primary thing, and we apparently have 2 seasons to figure it out. So let's go ahead. Oh, you want me to go down over there somewhere? Okay. You're ashamed of yourself and you'll keep doing it. That's fair. Yeah, this will be interesting because this is taking me to an area where there's nothing else marked on the map. Don't have to worry about that. Man, we're honestly getting close enough to where these wolves are supposed to be that pretty soon I'm going to start running into problems where just living in my town, we're getting close enough to start aggroing them kind of thing. Like I said, I do believe once you start expanding your town enough, it will start making the wildlife nearby your town stop spawning. The idea that you've effectively displaced that that group of animals. Well, I think it's a town there. I guess we've never been down to the town way down here. Oh, we got bear marked on the map. Right there, apparently. You need to cool... Uh-oh! You're right there. You're right there. Okay. So that bear is like right on top of that area. I do think I am going to kill that bear.
I'm boiling.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 3 months to Draconic Dork. Draconic Dork, you now have yourself 3 months of advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you again for that, Randall Thor. I do appreciate it. Okay. Yep, so right now we're just abusing the bear. I want to kind of see if there's a cave nearby that I could take advantage of. Plus... you get up that. No. Okay. Get poison arrows on you? Yeah, but I'm just using up the ones I got. Mostly because I'm too lazy to switch my inventory around. I did notice that arrow ricocheted off of it. Did a lot of damage, but just went orbital.
I'm boiling.
Get wrecked, bear. Okay, so let's go check on the cart. Got thick gloves. A water skin. Handful of stone arrows in it. All right. So the bear was over here. We still have a bear icon on this map. I doubt there's 2 of them here. And fortunately, I'm not seeing anything that looks like a cave.
I'm boiling.
I take that back. Okay, so it's not a very big cave. Oh no, I take that back. There's more here. Yep, so we got ourselves a cave. So this will be a place I can come, and it looks like I actually get iron here. Not even just straight up copper. Iron and copper and tin. So that's gonna be a whole thing. So a little scary that marks that there. Yes, there's the cave there. I do wish there was a better way of marking that, though. It was more obvious there was a cave there. This game, there's probably mods for it. It doesn't have where you can like leave a mark and be like, hey, this is an important spot. Come back here. But yeah, with that though, that gives me a place that I could potentially come back to for that. It would be potentially worth it for me to put a storage building up there. To then, you know, load the storage stuff in there and then run home to pick it all up on the other side. I haven't abused that mechanic yet in the game.
Damn, it's hard.
But, you know, it's probably not that bad compared to, like, lugging crap across the entire map. Okay. So, what do you want?
I hope you like it here, newcomer.
Yes, you do have a problem. I wanted to prepare a fancy meal for tonight to travel for town guests, but I've run out of ingredients. Sure, I can look into it. Yeah, definitely can look into it. So you've got... Oh, I have stuff to sell.
How do you do? Want to see my
Alright, so there's your apple wine. We'll keep that stuff. There's your decorated beer mug.
Take care.
Okay. Okay, the angler is down the hill farther. We have a fishing person.
And none for me. Do you need anything? For your face. Have a good day.
Yeah, so with that I could just trade for fishing spears and all that.
A newcomer. Hello there. Good luck.
Alright, so you're just running around down there, and I guess we got another person way over here. Hello, my wife told me about your... Sorry, lad, can't be blamed for it. It's not my fault she can't stop thinking about me. That's my effect on women. Excuse me, we're talking about your... What is it this time? My perfect smile, my omnipotent arms, my astounding jaw. That seems to be chiseled from the heart of the mountain itself. Your fish soup. Oh. Sorry, when you're legendary in so many things, it's hard to guess. Apparently, I'd like one bowl of your special soup, please. Sure. But how about a bet instead? What kind of bet? How about a little fishing contest? I bet I can catch more fish than you in an hour. Wait, aren't you called a master angler? That's right. Although some call me the lake whisperer as well. You're looking for the best, the best fisherman in the realm. Yes, you heard me, in realm. I was the best in the valley well before I turned 15. So, what is the point of challenging you if it's obvious I'll fail? Ha! Your submissiveness amuses me. but your reluctance to a bet does not. I bet you 50 coins you won't sell me the soup. I like what you did there, really do, but I won't let you weasel out of it that easy. Here's your coins, huh? Bet you didn't see that coming. I'm sorry, but I did see it coming? Dang it, you're a better gambler than I thought. I really don't think I am, but I would love some fish soup. Not so fast, I need you to win our next bet. Choose whatever you want. I bet you another 100 you won't stay quiet for 5 minutes. Fish are stupid. You're stupid. Dang it. Could you please stop giving me money? Just take some back and give me the soup. Fine. No more bets. But still, I'm not gonna sell you soup. We can barter. What do you need? Although I'm the absolute best fisher alive, I'm no good as a hunter. And I always wanted Weiss's skull. For decoration and whatnot. If you get me one, I'll give you the soup. Fine. I'll get you what you want. Well, I know I can get Wyson over there. So I guess I'm hunting Wyson now. Is that the actual town right there? Yeah, it is. One thing I should have checked. Yeah, it's fine. We're definitely gonna need to drink some water there. I do actually have a water skin on me. I think I actually have like 2 or 3 I've collected. Some that actually have water in them. But because we are overheated, we are going through our water much faster than we probably want to. But at the same time, Oh, what do we got over here? We got ourselves a brand new free axe, a wine bottle, some free stuff, a mead bottle,
Out here.
a wheat beer, and we're not too far from where we'll be able to start bullying a Wyson. Oh, that's a boar. So we want to circumvent the boar because I don't really want to put on all that extra carry weight from killing a bunch of boar and then lugging their meat and hides around.
I'm roasting out here.
Okay, meanwhile, real quick, let's go grab one of those water skins. Okay, apparently I've got 4 water skins on me that were full. So I drank one of them. Okay, so the last time I didn't bother. You're not wrong that we have these poison arrows. I was doing the classic, I'm going to save my arrows for when I really need them, as I'm fighting the hardest things in the game, because there's not that much. I was not expecting wolves. I don't get what you're doing, but I can take down a wolf if I shoot in the face with just a stone arrow. Yes, I think the wolves are chasing rabbits and all that. But it's still an issue of the Wyzens past the wolves. I've got boar to the south-ish, and those will aggress me.
I'm boiling.
Trying to avoid both the boar and the wolves. Oh, too far south. Okay. I heard a second one. Okay. I was hoping to switch over to the bow and get the shot off, but curved around a little. It's fine. So back to the Wyzant we were after in the first place. We can quickly heal ourselves up. And let's get the better arrows in here again. Get a little nervous, I'm gonna pop over this ridge right on top of him or something. Okay. Put a couple of poison arrows in him. Okay. Yeah, they don't seem to chase nearly as far as I remember. Sounds like a cow was hit. Well, I mean, it's in the same family as bison. So, it's definitely in that same, like, slice of creatures that it is not unlike a cow. All right. Most likely it's dead by now. The thing is, do you have a friend? It wasn't just European bison, which are indeed a ovida. Yeah. All right. So now we're really overburned. No skull? Oh, did I not get a skull? I didn't even look to see if that was the case or not. Alright, well that's gonna be a big hassle. So the problem I'm gonna have, so we've got Wyson closer to home. So what I'm gonna actually do here, I start working my way back home. Use something other than a knife. No, I think it might be a % chance, or it could be I can't shoot it in the head because, you know, I damaged the skull or some nonsense like that. I can see it going a couple of different ways. So the good news is, oh no, we still have the wolves showing up as a possibility over here. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting very overburdened because the Wyzant are big old chunkers, and I don't want to just waste all the meat by chucking it on the ground. I'm gonna work my way back up here. Let's see, any dangerous animals? Oh, you're not. I'm heading towards the wrong mark. Yeah, okay, so other than the bear, which we should have already killed, it doesn't look like I have anything marked over here as dangerous. We're just gonna keep running our way back towards home. We can hunt the Wyson just north of us. That way, as I'm killing them, I'm not having to, like, walk all over the map. If I get a bunch of extra hides and all that, we just dump that back where we were.
Because then the next thing that'd be nice is we did find a cave where I can get copper and iron and tin for bronze and all that. It would be really good to, at least once a season, run down there, grab all the ore we can. Realistically, I do think we'll be doing the whole thing that, I put a storage building right nearby. Just because by putting the storage building nearby, I'll have the ability to get that back home without having to run the whole way back and forth. Which is fine. It's a little cheesy, but the only thing I'm doing is sparing myself a bunch of time of running around in the dark. Thank God for the magically connected buildings. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things I haven't really abused myself much in the past. But in this particular case... You know what? This is literally the cave I was thinking about. So the cave entrance... I already can't see it. That's the other thing that'd be nice. Build it by the cave entrance so that when it comes time to do stuff in the cave... I just go to the storage building, and I know I'm at the cave. It's somewhere around here. Yeah, so it should be around here somewhere. Oh, there is a second bear. There is a second bear. We are so dead because I am slowed. Please, Mr. Bear. Or Mrs. Bear?
Thank you Lornald for subscribing for 17 months. Walking in the dark with a torch in a forest, final destination.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
Thank you Kreese for subscribing for 40 months. Run Rual, run. The bear can't eat you during my sub announcement.
Okay. Alright, so thank you, first of all, let's get both those. So thank you, Lorno, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and hope you enjoy your advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Running the dark with the torch in the forest, final destination? Probably. And thank you, Craze, for the tier 1 sub. For 40 months you've been subbed to the channel. You are correct, the bear did not successfully eat us while your announcement was going on. Mostly because I managed to climb onto a rock, it couldn't reach me, and just kept peppering it with arrows until it stopped moving. And now's where we get to watch us become entirely overburned. Yep, I physically cannot move. I have so much bear in my pocket. Alright. So... Let me just enjoy some roast fish. And some wheat bread. Have a little water.
And thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub, Aranathor. I do appreciate you giving that out. Alright, so let's try dropping the salt. Try dropping the iron ore for a minute. Okay. So let's organize this by weight. So I've got 52 weight worth of meat. Is the issue we've got. Is I've got multiple full creatures worth of meat. So let's see how much of that do I have to drop before we're okay. Alright. Oh, I made a mistake. I picked up a single arrow and that put me overweight. As you do. So let's just drop one more meat. Okay. So, now it's grayed out? Okay, good. The bear thing is now grayed out. So what I want to still do, we're gonna regret trying to deal with this right now, is I'm gonna take 2 seconds to find this cave. Which is over here somewhere. And put some way that I can identify it's there. And part of the issue is I'm running around in pitch black. The one you already went to? Yeah, it should be right around here. You know, I remember that it was like just off the road. Like we saw it from the road. Right by where we fought the bear. Like literally I might have been standing on the cave entrance when we fought that last bear. There, I think that might be it. Okay, so buildings, storage. Can't see crap to do anything. Wouldn't be so bad if I could see. But even holding a torch, that is not really working out. Kind of use this to scout the terrain a little bit. Yeah, so going over this way, I'm getting nothing that I can work with. Yeah, well, I mean, there's the trees, but it's also complaining about uneven terrain, and the uneven terrain is still flagging even with the trees there. So it's both that. So I gotta find a place that's at least flat enough, and then I can start dealing with the trees. Now, the big problem I'm going to have is I'm not realistically going to be able to build this thing with my inventory so full. Yeah, obstacles blocking, that might work. Thank you so much for the hype train. I really do appreciate it. A hype train level 2 at 22% with 4 gifty subs. So I do appreciate it. Apologies if I seem distracted. I'm trying to make this work. Yeah, now it's going to be upset because I'm trying to put it over top of the road. Must still be moving along the road or something. Yeah, so that's the road there. There might be enough room here. All right. It's fine. We're just I'm spending so long trying to make that work. Let's just run home. Drop this crap off. We can kill the Wyzant, get the skull, go back down, grab a bunch of the ore on the way back. Because my inventory is like absolutely maxed out because we killed 2 bears and a Wyzant and several wolves along that trek, like 4 or 5 wolves. So I've got almost like 100 for a good like 40 or 60 leather or something like that. And then, you know, almost 300 meat. The one that's curiosity to me is it doesn't seem like we're actually taking the meat out of our, like when we have the people doing the stuff, like the hunters are supposed to be able to dry the meat. We're not actually seeing them do that. If I can get another craft person, I can put them in as a cook and then take the hunters off of drying the meat, and instead let the, we're in combat music. It means I have a wolf on me. Alright. So we'll do this again. We'll go to dropping meat. We'll go until it turns yellow. There we go. Alright. Little by little we're getting that all sorted. The good news is the granary is like right, or the food storage is like right down here on my left. And honestly, I might just take the whole stack of meat and drop it in the composter to start with, since a lot of it's going to get composted. Okay. Would probably be a good use for it. Alright, so let's get over here. Drop off our leather, do all that. Go start bullying some Wyzant. Okay, so we've got you. And go ahead and take a bunch of the meat. We put as much as it would take. And then we can go in here. Toss as much as we can in there. Let's also go here to our inventory. I need to organize by name again. And heal up again. Okay, so a couple things we can do here is let's ditch a couple of these water skins. There's the iron ore, there's the leather. The bottle itself has like no value, so we'll keep that here for when we actually make mead. Drop the empty water skin there. Drop you two here. That's in our bottle that holds little value. Alright. So we got all that sorted. We need to drink some water, swim. I should have Wyzen just up the shore over there. So I'll deal with them. Ultimately, long term, it'd be good to get like the poison arrows and all that going on. While I'm standing right here, the good news with all the extra people we've got working is this stuff's actually getting done while I'm not here. That's gonna pop in to actually put the things in place. All right. Cool, so you need more planks done and all that. That's fine. We'll go ahead and put the framing up on this one just because I can. Okay. And that one's fully insulated. So progress is progress. Alright, so back to hunting the Wyzen. I figured to do that on the way by, because that second house is pretty close to built. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we're just bullying the Wyzen at this point. I got the arrows, I got the capacity. Okay, you backed off. Okay. Oh, you are closer than I was expecting. I couldn't get the swing back to the left. The drifting of the shot was fighting me on it. I might get gored here. Did you go down? Because you were really low on life. There we go. So we got that one killed. All right. Oh, are you already dead? And I'm willing to be a little bit more aggressive with the arrows since I can make them all. We're getting more damage into these. I had to do a bit more cleanup, but that's perfectly fine. Alright. Still no skull. We have wiped out the Wizened up here. Does it say anything? Bring a Wizened skull to Roland. Roland Wizened skull, 0 of 1. Let's see. I can't actually tell if I like him or hate him so much. I'd rather like to see the inside of his skull burn in fire. Anyways, it's not his skull I should worry about. Time to become a master hunter. Yeah, so we didn't get a Wizened skull from either of those kills. So we've killed 3 Wizened right now and no skull. You counted 7 misses. Oh, I'm not worried about being super careful to recover every single arrow, but you know, we'll recover what we do see. Okay, so you're still working on that. It's giving you WoW flashbacks. Yeah, the putting incredible amounts of effort to, you know, you need to get like the claw from some animal, and you know, you kill like 10 of them to get 1 claw, and you're like, this is a cat. Each one of those paws should have, you know, 4, 5, 6 claws in it, depending on how many digits it's got. Where are they all going? Alright, there's the meat. Alright, so we got that. We got all the deadly nightshade we might need for that. The thick gloves, we should see what I can do with the thick gloves. So I got a ton of leather. Okay, so let's look at our inventory real fast. So we got a bronze axe to drop off. The thick gloves, they give cold protection. We'll slap them on anyways. Let's see here. Let's take a sip of water. And put you on the bar. Okay. It's got beers and all that we could sell. Alright, so we got the axe we can drop off at the lumber workers, and then I need to probably check on our excavators to make sure we haven't run out of pickaxes, because we probably have. So you've got one iron axe that's half used up, and you've got 2 bronze axes. So I'll take my spare bronze axe. There you go. And let's go see if these say they've got pickaxes. So you've got a iron pickaxe that's in mint condition. And you have no pickaxes to speak of. We're apparently not close enough to the building to do anything. Alright, so I need stones.
Ugh, bloody rain.
So make a couple of pickaxes. And send them on their way. Now, one thing I can do now is we'll go to the blacksmith. Technology, production, a smithy. Can I get you? Okay, so we don't have the ability to get you an iron equipment yet. Okay, I was going to go over there because it's like, all right, we probably do actually have enough stuff to make the iron pickaxe. That's fine. So you work on that. In the meantime, I will go here and make 4 pickaxes and drop them into our extracting person, so they can get us a whole lot of stone and all that going on, because that's why that slowed down, as they broke their only pickaxe. But what we'll want to do is get to the point where we're getting enough copper out of there that the blacksmith will make copper. Well, sorry, they can't make copper pickaxes. But you get the idea. We're gonna work on getting them to the point that they will be able to provide tools, because then they'll be self-sustaining. There's your 4. I'll keep the one on me. We'll drop the others off. Then we're going to check for the next nearest place to go hunt Wyzant, to keep up the murder. Let's see here. Alright, so the next place to find Wyzant, is there a place down there that we could see it? So we killed the bear, so the cave's down there. There is Wyzant way down there. I don't think that's the best play. We should have more Wyzant nearby. Okay, so there's Wyzant right there. They're by some wolves, which is not very convenient. Yeah, we'll do that. If we have to kill the wolves too, that's fine. We're just working on hunting, I guess, for the moment. And I think it's just an RNG thing that as we kill animals, I may or may not get their skull. Okay. The last day, regardless of if we get the Wyzant, let's go into the cave and pull ore. Okay. 3 direct hits. Okay. I'm not seeing a blood trail. There you are. Oh, we already got down to about a 5th health. And that'll be another Wizen done. I might have hit every single arrow on that one. Come on, skull. No skull. Okay, so checking on this, still marking as more Wizens here. No surprise. Oh, nope, I definitely missed one arrow, or it was a ricochet off it. Probably a miss. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? There's a moose. Yeah, there's gonna be at least one more out here. I'm pushing into the wolves' territory. Here's the moose. But I don't need moose. It specifically has to be a Wyson skull. Got a bunch of fox running around. So I'm going a little farther abroad since I don't see it. Got deer. whole lot of rabbits. Oh, there you are. Slow to move. We can punish. There's the punishment. And another. And we're dead. Wizened or dangerous? Okay. Yeah, no, I got greedy. I went for that third hit, and then it's like, oh, he's already on top of me. Because it goes bad that fast. And that's the same with bear, moose, wizened all that way. The wolves can do damage, but at least the wolves only take 1 or 2 hits to drop. Oh, it literally kicked me back to right when I went to engage that. Okay, so it looks like your boundary is the river. We're trying to miss that shot. You dead? Okay, I think it's dead. Okay, come on, give me a skull. Alright. Okay, so it still says effectively that there's another Wizen here. That's a wolf. Thank you for just simply handing yourself to me, wolf. Made my life easier. Alright, so supposedly there's another Wizened in here somewhere. Just didn't gray it out. Okay. Dealt with that wolf. This knife will probably break soon. It's an iron knife we've been using forever. It's done well by us. I've been using it for a long time. I just need... Is that it over there? No, I thought I saw red. That's a fox. Okay. Consensus is that skulls are random when skinning. If Wizen are getting scarce, try killing it and saving it before skinning. Yeah, I mean, we're not at the point of scarce on the map, but we are wiping out a couple different areas of them. There you are. Yeah, no, I figure it is just like an RNG drop kind of thing. Oh, you dodged. Okay. Yeah, so leashing on these is honestly a bit too aggressive. I imagine it's that way you don't walk through territory aggro and just have to fight every animal you see in an area. Okay. So it's definitely as well as ones I could kind of figure out roughly where the edge of their territory is. Alright, and it's done. So with that one, it's still not grayed out. Maybe because the body's still here? Can't imagine it'd have much more than we've already fought here. Did a quick save. Yeah, so it's still not grayed out. Let's see if we go and harvest this one. Yeah, so it still didn't gray you out. The problem I have now is I got so much Wizened in my inventory, it's slowing us down. So let's quickly pop back home, drop that off because we're pretty close to home, and come back and kill whatever Wizened are left here. It's got to be down to its like last one or whatever. Alright. But yeah, honestly, the fact that I'm going through all of these Wizened, just like the sheer number of them, and like I'm gonna have so much meat I don't know what to do with it. Not to mention all the leather and everything. Which is certainly not something I'm upset about. But the fact that he wants the skull. Now, good news is it does seem like... It told me, was it 2 seasons I have to try and do this? Yeah, so I got 2 seasons to try and get this quest done. My assumption is I'm going to give him the skull, he gives me the soup, I bring it to her wife, and maybe not, she has another thing she wants me to do. Alright. So we have another 160 meat. Just pile up in there and have it rot. I can drop in more leather and fur. We really need to get that tailor up and running in a meaningful way because the sheer amount... How much leather do I have now? It's got to be obnoxious. So I've got 364 fur and 328 leather. Meanwhile, let's run over here. put in place what we can. To keep the houses coming along. Woodshed 2. Okay, so we can upgrade our woodsheds. Which will be very significant. Alright, so with that, extraction, woodshed 2. So this one down here does just logs? Yeah, I figured once I started that, it would cancel things. So you only need 6 planks. That's fine. They're already working on that. We can worry about that in a minute. Let's grab some food and eat it real quick. I don't have any. Let's go to our kitchen real fast. And grill us up a little bit of food. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in, all good stuff. We can go ahead and get ourselves a little bit more food. But yeah, so at this stage, we're going to keep getting these like quests from people in our town, our wife, all that kind of stuff. The kid will start growing up. We are going to be unlocking new building after new building. We can actually look at the unlocks when this is done to see what we're still missing. There is like a marketplace kind of thing. I vaguely recall, I think the way that marketplace works is they can take some of the goods and sell them for you, as opposed to you having to handle everything. That's kind of one of your last things you unlock. Yeah, but let's see, if we go on to our technology. Yeah, so building technology. Yeah, so I'm missing the mine, the builder's hut, and the resource storage 3. So the mine, workers here will provide various minerals, can only be built at a cave entrance. Doing so will deepen the cave. Yeah, so we could go to expand the cave. I don't even remember if you get workers on that. The builder's hut will build stuff for you. So where I've got like these buildings I've been doing here, and I've been just tapping with my hammer again and again, I can make them do that. We have just upgrades for the hunting, fishing, and herbal. We have basically things for all the different animals. So there's the most kind of stuff happening under there still. And then here we have the market stall. Workers employed here will sell chosen items and provide coins. Can only sell items of one kind at a time. Yeah, and this would be the one that has like the biggest things. Would be the market stall is a major one and the tavern is a major one. Otherwise, almost all these are just leveling up. Yeah, so pretty much what I got is I got more animal stuff and the windmill. And then I've got the tavern and all that. At that point, we've kind of upgraded every building type, or gotten every building type. And the mine, of course. So let's eat real fast. But you get the idea that we're starting to get to the point that the rate we get kind of net new things is going to be going down a lot. Alright, so let's go check out that last Wizen. It's still marked over here, so let's dip in the water because they're probably disgusting. Because ultimately where we're getting to is we're reaching the point that once you get the builder's hut, it's literally just put down a couple of buildings, you go off, do your thing, come back, and it will gradually kind of resolve itself. And that kind of thing, which is fine, because by then you're probably tired of one by one building every house by hand. I'm also surprised I haven't gained another level in hunting. Considering I'm just kind of wholesale slaughtering animals nearby. Anything that attacks me is getting killed. And then we're targeting pretty big animals. Thought I heard a wolf. Because we wiped out the wolves near the Wizened. And supposedly, there's still Wizened here. Probably one more. Which is honestly surprising. Usually there's nowhere near that many Wizened in a spot. It's usually like 2, 3, maybe 4? Okay. At least the Wizened aren't like the foxes in that they're... Ah, there you go. That they're really hard to see. Overstayed my welcome. Gonna get gored. Oh, you're still chasing. These? Oh, okay. So I'm at like 1 health. I thought he was gonna go to the river and then back off. So got a little cocky there. Okay, and let's just do this real fast. Alright. We got ourselves all patched up. Gonna get wrecked again. Alright, so we got a lot of bleeds on this thing. Think it's dead? Alright. So, now it's grayed out. So here's hoping it gets the skull. Now, people did mention the thing about, like, oh... Okay, we got the skull. Cool. So now we got the skull, let's just beeline our way down here, drop it off. And by that I mean, let's run home, because home's right here. I will drop off all the meat and all that. We can drop off the skull for the quest, and then we can come back up, hit that cave, and just grab as much ore out of that cave for the last day as we can. It's going to be primarily the tin and the copper we care about. Iron is good as well if it's there, but unfortunately I can't do much with it quite yet. Whereas the copper means more immediate tools. Okay, so we can get this done. We're going to hurry a little bit, just because what's going to end up happening here is I get the soup. We're supposed to bring that back to our wife. And I'm running out of time to do that before the season's over. Okay, so we can grab another big pile of meat. Drop off the leather. So the good news is going to be I could probably assign something like when we get the tailor set up. Okay, you're done working. Let's really quickly make one more round of planks. Okay, go and grab the management, because you got unassigned. Took me longer to find, but here's the skinning emote. Thank you for the Gigantify, Randall Thor. Yep, that works extremely well for the skinning emote. That's good news. Alright, so we're going to have you reassigned to the lumberjack. And then apparently our kid, okay, so we can't quite get our child around to assisting. I'm gonna let that go for a minute. By the time we get back the next in-game day, I probably will be in good shape for so I'm probably in good shape for Words Are Hard. Getting the other shed set up, where I could just do it and not have to worry about it. Where am I looking, by the way? Oh yeah, so it's down there is the bear. Yeah, so we go over this way. Should be mostly in the clear here. So you can just follow the road. Alright. We took the wrong road. That's fine. We'll keep going down this way. We'll get the Wizen skull dropped off. Okay. And like I said, we're going to want to circle back, grab some more. If I could find a good spot to plunk down a storage building, I will. It didn't look like there was one right there, but I also couldn't see worth anything. And I have a feeling when we're wrapping up here, it's going to be that exact same timing. Watch this guy, I'll be like, yeah, I actually can't make good soup. A new face, hello? Are you kidding me? We've met. Are you sure? Of course. We've been. Forget it. Here's her skull. Oh, now I remember, of course. You're the one of the wife that loves me. Man, just give me the soup already. Naturally, a deal is a deal. Here, I'll even pour you another bowl for free. Taste it. My, it's actually delicious. What is that flavor? It's exquisite. Ha! I bet you like to know. It's my special ingredient, a secret I'll bring with me to my grave. I must say, I thought you were a fraud, but I'm impressed. Although I still think you might have a gambling problem. Nonsense. I bet you I can stop whenever you want. I don't have a house ready for you. That's a bet I can agree on. Join me in my settlement. We could use a master like yourself. I really appreciate it, honestly. But I've been kind of lost coming back. But I've kind of lost coming back to the valley after all those years. My family long gone. I've been trying to find a place for myself I can call home. Would love to join you. Let me welcome you into the new family then. I'm sure you'll fit right in. Thank you. It'll be an honor. Don't make me change my mind. Okay, so we got a new person in our colony who does not currently have a home, but they're extremely good at a lot of things. So... Wifey. Okay. You sleep well.
You sleep well. Love me lots.
I do love you lots. That's too much.
More love.
Love. Alright, so this person has extremely high survival skill. Needless to say, I should probably set them up with the fishing place, which is in here somewhere. There you go. But they don't have a home, and unfortunately I don't actually have a spare home for them, so they're gonna get really upset really fast. So that bears the question of who is in a much better mood, who could find themselves without a home for a little while? Yeah, because your mood is at 0% to start. I'll take my chances right now. Okay. So it kind of does put a damper on me doing the cave immediately. So we're going to beeline back home as fast as we can. And my hope is that I'll get back home, get the soup sorted, get that last house built, because the house is mostly done. I just have a couple of planks to put on the roof and some more stone. So I can probably get it done pretty quick. It's also pitch black and I really don't want to deal with trying to do the cave thing. Okay, we're going plenty wide over here. All right. Oh, good. It was the meat I dropped earlier. Okay. Almost there. It's just so dark. I've got your soup. It was a much more complex task than you might think. I'm famished. Bring it here. And what do you think? I've had better. You're breaking my heart. Okay. Try and get this done as fast as we can before this guy gets mad and leaves. Alright, so it looks like I got a lot of planks to grab. And a bunch of stone. Okay, we got another skill point in survival. Let's see. And we can make it so now we can run even more without running out of stamina. Okay, make my replacement hammer real fast. We're gonna be pushing our luck on whether or not this person winds up staying or not. Okay. Just trying to grab as many stones as we can. Let's get those done. And then I gotta manage to cut down a bunch of trees to get planks happening. Okay. Let's get over here real fast. See if we can't finish the bottom part. And then it'll be the roof. Okay, so it's looking like we're going to be down to just the planks. Cool, so we got that. So drop this stuff in storage real quick, and we will see if I can't score some quick and easy planks. Alright, so let's drop off the Deadly Nightshade. Drop off the sticks, the rocks. The thistle I didn't mean to grab. Do I have a spare anything worthwhile? So we got some extra logs, about 22 planks worth of logs. So we'll start there. Because if we can get the roof up there, we can toss the guy in there, and we can have him recover his mood. And then with that, we'll have our next person. I'll be able to bring another person into the colony, the town, tribe, whatever we want to go with. Hopefully another person to help with excavation that we can put another person on these planks. Or on the wood cutting. Because between like the wood and the stone, that's my holdup. If we can get it to where we're at net positive on the planks and all that, that'll go a long way. Alright, bear with me for just a moment, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real quick. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Get out of here, dogs, while you can. Oh, that was really dumb of me. That may have just killed us. I forgot that the moment I did that, all of those people abandoned my defense. And we have both those doors open. And why are they walking through that? Oh, that was really dumb of me. Moriarty, you're a child. Retreat. Get behind cover, get behind cover, go behind cover. Both the melee are down. I'm getting wrecked because I was memeing. Stay out of this. Stay out of that. Get move, move, move. Oh yeah, I killed myself with that. I was memeing with it and don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this.
Because, like, I have to look at you. Oh, it's nice that you're handsome. Love.
Love. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really Alright, and we'll get back to it. So, we got our planks. It's not going to be enough to finish the roof, but we'll get what we can up. Then we got to run over, knock down some trees, make some more planks. And then we should be able to get this done in time. The guy's going to be pretty pissed off, but that's okay. I think they have to, like, be angry for long enough before they leave. Yes, they're probably looking in the area of, like... Yes, I got 10 planks there needed. 20... Yeah, so I need 24 planks. That means at least 12 logs. Alright. And the entire forest is forfeit. I don't know where the last log went. That's fine. Okay. So pretty soon our inventory should end up full. How many logs do I have now? 20. So we got more than enough. I'm gonna grab what we can. I know there's still like a maple tree and a bunch of stuff down there. I can't see. So I'm just gonna run this over here. Gotta quickly get that set up. And all that goodness. They don't have long that person's gonna want to get out of here because they're homeless and hungry. Yeah, they just got marked as being really sad. So I think that's my warning that if I don't get that sorted soon, not gonna get sorted at all. All right. Which, granted, once we get this building made, I still think we run down to the mine to grab ore. Because it only refreshes once per season. So, and if I don't grab it now, we don't get it, which isn't the end of the world if that does happen, if we just get some other tangent we get pulled off to. But, if I can manage to get down there and at least snag some copper and some tin and all that, that means I can make better tools to keep things moving forward faster. I wanted to get the animals set up here today, but it was just kind of one of those things that the animals, you know, I end up having to chase them where we had to chase them. And that whole bit. Where we had to chase around this, like, killing all the Wisent. We killed like something like 9 Wisent or something like that. Wisent or however you pronounce it. Just trying to get that stupid skull. Which I'm gonna be amused because almost all that meat's gonna rot and become fertilizer. Okay. Get down here. We'll get this roof put on. And then the best part of what we got there is I should have enough materials after we get this roof built to go and get the woodcutter upgrade as well. All right. Okay, and with that, we can go to manage. Grab the one who's super, super pissed off. And you now have a home. So we can start correcting that. Cool. And we can at least take the stone we've already got handy and slap that onto these walls. We can pick up those logs. Yeah, it's fine. Those trees I cut down because I left a bunch of them laying all over the place because I couldn't see. Guess I didn't leave as many as I thought I did. Let's see, so did you not switch to batch crafting, but kept to craft each piece item for yourself? Timer by default? It'd be interesting as how you get along with that. Also, you stay for the music. Awesome stuff. Yeah. No, so I've almost always played with the default where you craft it one by one. Usually with that, you don't... If you're doing things right, you shouldn't have that often you need to do like one massive big old craft of stuff. I've had to do that a little bit with the planks, but if you set up people to produce things, sure, you could go faster by doing it all yourself with the batch thing on, but I found I much prefer just going forward with the way it is. Alright, so let's go ahead and we can upgrade the other one of our sawmills. And then we gotta make sure all configured right and all that, and that should cover that. And then we want to run to the mine and get our ore for the season. I don't think I'll be able to get all of it or whatever, but we can try and grab what we can out. So we already upgraded that one. Okay. You've got your 2 axes there. You've got 2 axes there. You got unassigned. So let's get you back onto the woodshed. Cool. And let's drop off the rest of those logs for right now. And see if we can't get the get that ore going real quick. Okay, so let's see what we're getting rid of. So there's the birch seed. Drop off the feathers. Drop off the logs. Drop off the planks. The bark. Spruce seeds. The sticks. Okay. Yeah, it shall be fine. Alright, so we're going to quickly do over here. As I'm suddenly thinking, do I actually have a pickaxe equipped? I do. So let's eat some food real fast before we get on our way. Drop off some raw meat, and we're going to make our way to that cave and grab what we can. I don't believe there's anything else in the journal I care about. Nope. The amount of meat that's gonna rot in here because I had to go on this like rampage of killing animals for that quest. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, the cave entrance... Where's the bear icon? Right there. The cave entrance is around here somewhere. So we'll work our way up there, and if we get extra lucky, I can put down the a storage place right there, because we should be there in the day. More than likely by the time it's nighttime, I'll have already maxed out my inventory. But if we can get like a crappy little storage building down there, I could use that for dumping all the ore in. So I don't have to like run it the whole way back forth. And that'd be good for, you know, each season, kill the bear, you know, plunder all the ore. And just work with it like that. Okay, so let's find this cave. It should be right around here. Okay, so there's the cave. So if we're going to try and do this, we need to find a relatively flat area. Down here, so that curves, that's why I couldn't do it earlier. This spot right here should work. I might have to clear out 1 or 2 things, but that there should work just fine. Okay. So here's the road again. Oh, there's a cart here. Okay, so that cart's going to block me from being able to build there. That's probably why I was struggling with that earlier, is I couldn't see the cart. Yeah, fence line's a problem. That's too steep. I think that's too steep even as well. Let's see if I can't squeeze just past the left side. Of the cart. I go past it this way. Got the trees back there. It's so annoying. So, like, the road will prevent you from building on it. That cart will prevent me from building on it. The trees will as well. I can cut those down and remove them if needed. Yeah, too uneven. This little curvy, windy path. And we're still not that far from home in the first place. So I guess we just deal without it. So what I'm going to actually do is those logs. I'm going to leave them in my inventory. I was going to remove them, but I'm going to leave them in my inventory. That way when I break my pickaxe, I can just use them for handles for that. Alright. Yeah, so I'd probably need to clear out more trees. Unfortunately, that cart there makes the one spot I was like, oh, that spot will probably work. It makes it kind of a non-option. I also just realized I did not bring a torch. Okay, so you aren't equipped to my bar. Okay. Just grab what we can, drag it home. Okay. Yeah, this will let me make bronze. There we go. Alright, so we gotta run home now. And the food processing quest was back home, so that's good news. I might be able to fit it up here if I cut down all those trees. Yeah, it's like straight north, okay. Alright, so we're just gonna drag this back. It's fine. I'm lugging along logs I don't need to be lugging along. I really want to be able to just put this up here somewhere. The problem is that curved path and how steep it is. It's just not gonna let me build up here. I just want to think. Prefab roads always bother you the most of the game. They're all over the map from each village to each village, and it curves and they're not all realistic. Yeah, no, it's just kind of the bummer of just, it really can be limiting to a lot of what you want to do. So let's see. I apparently was working on this one already. It says obstacle to the site. I don't think it's the trees. I think we're too close to the road. Let's try tucking up behind these trees. I think it's going to be too uneven. That's exactly what it's saying, so we don't have any obstructions here. Yeah, it's just too uneven. I keep hoping I'll find a spot here that it will accept that's a little questionable. I'm not really seeing a place. There's a certain point when I've run far enough down here, I'm better off just... Actually, this might be okay. Because it's a little bit of a hike, which is more than I want to do.
I'm thirsty.
There are obstacles blocking. But what obstacles?
I could really do with a drink.
I know, be quiet. Okay, so really fast before we die of dehydration. Okay, so it's not the most convenient one. It's farther away than I want it. But if I can build this relatively quick, I can toss all the ore in there. Oh, it's gonna need the reed roof and everything. Alright, I'm gonna put these last logs in here, and we're just gonna go back up and run the crap home. If you don't get why I'm doing that, I need to get reed's roof. There's no reeds anywhere nearby here that I could grab easily. So I'd be better off just grabbing a pile of reeds and bringing them with me. Let's get home as fast as we can, because we're burning daylight. We'll want to grab a couple of torches, run back up here, mine a bunch more. You get the idea. Luckily, reeds don't weigh much. Yeah. We want to go back here. All right. Yeah, so that's the cave entrance there. But unfortunately, I'm still gonna have a hike down that pass. But still not really convenient. It'd be nice to put it someplace like here, but I don't think even this is flat enough. I think realistically what I'm going to need to do is after I finish mining it out one of the days, just start cutting down a bunch of trees and digging up the trunks until I find whatever's the closest spot I can get at. And then get that set up. It's probably not that urgent, because on top of that, do storages connect to each other? Yes. That's kind of the argument, is to build that storage over there so I don't have to do this whole like 300-meter hike. That it can cut it down to just like walking in and out of the cave kind of thing. Okay. Because as an added bonus, if we get that set up, the bear's probably not close enough to that cave to aggro me immediately. If it is, it is. That's fine. We kill it. So I could just get past the bear, you know, run back and forth to storage, and then run past the bear again. They don't really need the volume of meat and hides and all that we keep getting from it. Yep, that used to be a forest down there. That whole thing. One big old forest. We've just carved a really big opening right in the middle of it. As you do. And another added bonus with this is we grabbing all this stone. The stone's one of the things I need to build these houses. Killing a bear with day 3 gear? Yeah, it's stream day 3. Not like the third in-game day. Because you can already see that we're halfway through summer and have a wife. Just from that little bar on the top. Yeah, no, you're not going to see someone have a title that's going to be like what in-game day they are, just because they'd have to update their title like every 20-30 minutes, and that would be utterly obnoxious. So we got a bunch of copper ore. Got some salt. There's tree bits. Bunch of stone. Got some tin ore. Making our hammer real fast. I need to go and making our copper hammer. We've got all the stuff queued up from the blacksmith. Alright. Reeds? Yep, I'll get those here in a second. Just while we're here, I'm quickly slapping these in here. Alright, I see. So this is like the edge of my range from the storage building. That's the other thing, is once we get some of these set up, we need to keep getting our people out of the old crappy houses. Alright. Thinking bears still small, not small feet. Honestly, it's not that bad. Like, if you just try and run up and like just straight up fight the bear one-on-one, but very much you can hit the bear and run away, and they leash really fast. And just mechanically, the way the game works, once you get a bleeding hit on it, you've already won. You can just kind of stand back and spectate, and the bear will just die. That's it. We don't do that. We just keep shooting at it, but that is the whole thing. Alright, let's dip in the water. Okay, so let's grab some reeds. And despite my better judgment, I do think we're going to try and take the time to get that storage building built down there. Okay. Okay, I don't know how much we need in the way of reeds here. Yeah, so straw. Yeah, so we go really send it. Grab 100. It's only 4 kilograms. Yeah, it's... Well, right, the cave's there. Yeah, so I'll try and get that set up. Because the other thing I could do is once I build the building, I could choose to move it. So if I clear a spot farther up, I can just move it and plunk it down at that new spot. That was the multiplayer map. I remember the last time we played on stream with the multiplayer map, I had gotten a cave, and it was like right next to my base. But I did go out of my way to like shove the storage building as far up to the front of the cave as it would let me. You looked away. Did you get the torches? I forgot to grab the torches, but I do have the reeds, and the reeds can make torches. So that'll be fine. Because what we could do is, like I said, we'll run up here real fast, we'll build the storage building. Because on top of that, if I were to end up shorting myself with the storage building built, I can just grab whatever I need out of the storage building. It shouldn't be too hard to build. Should be a bunch of sticks and some lumber. Alright. Yeah, no, this could also work because when I break the pickaxe and I need to make a new pickaxe, I'll run back outside, cut down a tree, pull up the tree trunk or whatever to make room for plus. Okay, so you got that. So let's get this sorted away real quick. All right. Okay. Feel like I'm missing a log, but I don't see it, so whatever. Guess I'm gonna need a lot of sticks too. Alright. Try and get this all sorted real quick. The downside is we're losing a bit of time here, but it's one of those things. I'm going to want to do this sooner or later anyways, just to make it easier to get the ore. Modular building and upgrading housing structure is really cool. You could do wood tile roof, the next reed roofs. Yeah, nuts. I'm aware of that, but yeah, no, it's a really cool thing where you can go through and be like, all right, I got this building here. You know, it just always shows being wicker, but you'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and make you have stone walls, and it just kind of works. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and dump the straw up here. And then I'm gonna need a bunch of logs and a bunch more sticks. Okay. And another trick that people use, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream, is they will go to places like the mines, and they'll deliberately just completely way overburden themselves in the mines right near the end of the day, because the change of seasons will teleport you back home. You just have that obnoxious amount of ore and all that in your inventory, and they just got to inventory manage it while you're already at your base. So that could be a popular one if you're like really, really far from where you have the materials you need. Okay. The late game is through roof, especially plank roof. Yeah, no, it's not the end of the world, but yeah, no, you end up using a pretty absurd amount of planks. That was one of the reasons why pretty early on we got a second building going for the chopping wood back at base. A big part of that is just trying to get that plank production up running. All right. So we're getting there. Yeah, and I don't need to upgrade this one. We're not really worried about being in range of this thing, like, easily. It's literally just very quickly being able to run down the hill, drop stuff in, go back up the hill, get back to work. And as I mentioned, I could see what I'm going to probably end up doing is as I break my pickaxes, cutting down the trees immediately around the mine. And then, you know, digging up the tree trunks, all that kind of stuff. And then see how close I can get this thing up the hill once the trees are cleared. Because there's a couple of places that look like they were a maybe be able to put this there. But all I have to do there is we can use the move tool to just drag it up there and try and find a spot. Okay, so I need more sticks. Alright, almost done. They can be one log short. Oh, no, 2 logs short. Okay, so 1 birch tree will do it. Okay, then we got more stuff for making torches. Okay, so with that we can drop all the extra junk off here. Yeah, so as you can see, these are connected. We very quickly deal with all this. Do I already have the simple torches in here? I think I told them to start making them. Does not appear that they do have them in here. Let's make a couple of simple torches. That way, if I have one go out, got a chance to recover. Okay, so we got our food on us. Drop off the sticks. I won't need them. Drop off the stones. Drop off the straw. We can quickly eat some food. And then we just go right up the hill. Because just up here should be what we're looking for. Yeah, so what I'm thinking we might be able to do is somewhere right up here. And we're not going to do it right now. I'm going to worry about the ore right now because I'm running out of time. Yeah, so that leads to the cave. So I'm thinking is there's a couple spots over here and here. I might be able to clear out the trees. And make it work. Okay. We just want to grab as much ore as we can. Of course I did. Alright, that's fine. We can solve this. Alright, for another pickaxe, it's one log. Easy enough. Cool. And that's our log. And I'm not being picky about what we're mining, I'm just basically going to grab everything. I need everything. And while more immediately relevant is the tin and the copper, none of it is not relevant. Okay. Alright, one more and then we back out. Cool. And so now we pop back over here. To our storage building. Drop off what we grabbed. On the way back, we will grab another log from the tree we cut down over there, because I'll break this pickaxe while we're getting our next load. Now, normally you want the storage to be even closer, because like if I can just walk outside the cave and just drop it off immediately, that's perfect. Okay. So I can go 20 copper ore, love to see it. 4 salt. 46 stone. 11 tin. And now I just run right back up the hill, go right back in. We're just going to get as much as we can out of there before the season changes on us. Because the amount of copper we're pulling out of here, we should be able to get a decent number of tools and some other stuff advancing. All right. The other thing that we'll run into is the way these mines work. Later on we'll unlock a mine building. And the way that works is you actually build it inside here. And where I've got like these tunnels we're going through, it adds new tunnels onto it. Like, it's static. It's you do, like, one upgrade to the area, and you get that one extra set of tunnels, so you can't just, like, endlessly daisy-chain it to get limitless tunnels or anything like that. I want to say you can also have, I want to say with that you can also, I think the other map, where when you start setting that up, I want to say the tunnel systems connect to each other kind of thing. Which, now that I think about it, I believe that's how you get the iron normally. So not counting lucky drops or whatever. To get the iron nodes, you have to build the mine, which then opens up deeper tunnels. And those deeper tunnels are where that's all located. And there's a good chance it might be the last load we're getting out of here this season. Because by the time I get down here to drop off the batch of ore I've got now and back in, there's a good chance the season will change on me. We're still going to run back and forth and see if I can't get a little bit more. But still. Okay. Drop you off. All right. Another 10 copper. Apparently I had a feather. Oh, right, I have a feather because I chopped the one tree up. Sticks, spruce, stones, tin ore. And back up the hill. Same thing as last time, I'm going to grab another chunk. Oh, actually, I don't need to cut it. I'm going to grab another chunk of that tree. Or not, I don't see the rest of it. There we go. All right. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be interrupted while mining this by the season change. We're just grabbing everything we can. The season change will kick us out of getting any more. We can just deal with sorting it on the other side. Okay. And another thing that ends up happening is these only refresh once per season. Once I mine them out, like, during a season, there's no reason to come back to the next season. So it can be a thing that you go out of your way to mine the things very beginning of the season, and then once that's done, you focus on what other projects you want to work on. Or you can try and wait till the last day and just grab everything, like I mentioned, where you can deliberately overburden yourself to the point you can't walk. And let it teleport you home. You know, when all that's done. Alright. Now, our good news is the amount of stone I'm getting out of this. I'm going to make some solid progress towards building more houses. It'll definitely be the planks that'll be the holdup. How close am I? Yeah, so we got like 19 seconds before the season ends. There's no point in me doing the ore juggle to try and move. I'm gonna snooze this so we don't get an ad. We don't need to. So stand in darkness until, you know, until September ends. Alright. Yeah, so I got 4 more in-game minutes, which is like 4 or 5 seconds or something like that, or 8 seconds. And there's the end of the season. Alright. So we do have a brand new baby boy in town. That actually means I have one more person who's not going to be working now. So what I'm going to need to do for a minute is I need to clear up just enough inventory to be able to walk around. Alright. And we could drop all this stone and copper and all that. Right here, so there's another 27 copper. Surely the baby must be yearning for the mines. I know, right? Who are we to deny that child their right to the mines? Alright, so let's grab that salt I chucked in the box so I could walk around. So we don't have anything that our wife wants us to do today. That's good news. So grab the salt. And we are in fall now. It's time to swap our clothes again. Okay. Gotcha. So actually, interestingly enough, the thick gloves are better than my winter bracers so far as cooling. So for right now, I'll put the winter bracers here. And then we can drop the salt off. And before I forget, Shout out for Treacle's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of games like Stardeus and RimWorld and all that stuff. So if you like those kind of games, you can find it over there. And it is a good time. Highly recommend. Okay, so we can go over here to the compost thing. It looks like we're getting our hops grown. Oh, that's not going to be nearly enough hops. Yep. So we'll stop with that real quick. Okay, that's considered resource, not a food source, so we don't want to actually chuck that in there. Yeah, so let's drop the hops really quick into our storage building. Because I can hit the 350 hops, then that would be enough to do this king's objective kind of thing. But that's fine. We're also not seeing any quests nearby that I have to worry about, which I don't honestly mind. With how much I've been running around doing those kind of things, being able to just focus on working on the place would be nice. We'll definitely want to get the... Sorry, we'll definitely want to go ahead and this season try and get the animals. At least the pigs. The other ones I'm not as worried about, but the pigs would be a great source of fertilizer, and once we get that set up, I don't have to do this composting and all this every single season as my first thing. We'll want to get another person who's got the crafting skill, production, whatever they call it, and we'll want to do that so we can set them up in the kitchen, because then we can start having them use whatever veggies we pull to make like soups and stews and all that kind of stuff, and you can sell those for a bit of profit. All right. And go over to you. Check your inventory. So you've got bags, sickles, scythe. Okay, they got everything they need. They're actually short on bags though, so let's do that real fast. And knock out a quick 5. We can chuck those in there. Yep, and now we got the fertilizer in. She immediately grabbed that and got to work. And drop the bag off. Cool. Yeah, so walking over here, this is looking really encouraging. We got a bunch of wheat that's ready to go. We got oats that are ready to go. We got beetroots that are ready to go. We got all that stuff. So that means this in-game day I would be able to finish the next segment of the main story that we got going on. Because we look at the journal what that is. I gotta bring all these crops with me to them, and it was the beetroots that was holding me up. But I can go over here. Do we have that many planks? No, so I got like 3 planks. That's gonna be our big bottleneck, is the planks. But because I've started mining, I'm getting out of range of the storage. But as you can see, I've got more than enough stone to build all this stuff. But the planks are going to be a bottleneck. Yep. Beetroots, farm some 25, trauma sets in. Yeah, I mean, it's still not as bad as, like, the carrots and that. I mean, it's not much better, but at least they pay better. But yeah, no, all the root crop and farm sim are pretty pretty rough time. Alright, so let's just take a quick little inventory here on what we got going on. So far, everything's going relatively good. Yeah, so you'll notice here, these two are no longer showing with their previous tasks. They're now showing as mother. It is just the way this game works that once you have a kid, you are incapable of doing a lot of other stuff until such other times as things get done. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go over to our extraction. I'm going to go to the one that's got 2 people on it and grab you. You haven't witnessed the carrots? The carrots are a rough time. Yeah, so, you know, the well got unassigned, and this is the important thing, is that well has to keep working. So what we're going to go ahead and do is put you on that. Because we got to keep that well going. Alright, so with that said, before I get myself caught into where I start working on more and more and more in this in-game day, and then end up not ending at a reasonable time, which will mess with the next stream, we're going to go ahead and save that. And if you have enjoyed today's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I can imagine doing probably one more stream of Medieval Dynasty on this playthrough, is where I'm guessing. And the reason I'm guessing that is I'm willing to bet by that point we will have grown the settlement enough that I'll probably have just about everything but like the marketplace. And then we'll be kind of at that stage where, you know, you're just building houses in cycle and all that. That said, if we have something else that pops up that grabs my attention, I can see popping in that. I might also do the Keep Driving had an update. I could definitely see doing probably a half stream or something like that. That is a interesting game. It is a car PG. If you've ever played the Oregon Trail, thematically it's very Oregon Trail, except instead of following the Oregon Trail, you are on a road trip to this like festival concert kind of thing. Like it's like a Burning Man kind of thing or whatever. But it has this like whole turn-based thing where you're like overcoming things like potholes and tires, and you have all these stats you have to juggle. It's not a super duper complicated game, but it is pretty good, and the music is amazing. So we might do that tomorrow. We'll figure it out. But that said, if you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be dropping abruptly because I don't have a host ready for you on the YouTube side. But thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And for everyone over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. But as a reminder, I will be back here tomorrow at 7.